Trouble there. There's nowhere to escape.
Do my best to keep the fenders on the thing.
Intensity ramping up. More contact, more tempers. You're not one-on-one. You're one-on-many.
Stay in the fight.
It's just about time for the green flag. Muscle up. Good afternoon from Dover, Delaware. NASCAR on TNT live at the Monster Mile. This place opened for business 1969. And today marks the 107th time the Cup teams have raced here. Sponsoring today's race, AutoTrader EchoPark Automotive 400. So good to have you along to the ride, for the ride. Welcome into the broadcast booth, everybody, with the Hall of Famer Dale Earnhardt Jr., our crew chief Steve Letarte. I'm Adam Alexander. They call this place the Monster Mile. Drivers have their hands full today, Dale.
Yeah, it's a tough racetrack, and the rookies rarely do well here. This place has only had two first-time winners. Jody Ridley, you didn't think we'd work him into the pre-race, and Martin Truex Jr., who would come on to dominate this racetrack every time he showed up. But it's just a real hard surface to get a hold of, to understand, and so for a rookie driver, it takes a while to really adapt to it. And we'll see the veterans, I think, really work their way to the front today.
So parts of the monster are obvious. As Dale points out, the drivers know what they have to battle. What makes it so difficult is there's some that are hidden. You don't know where the monster's going to reach out and grab you. Is it on pit road? Is it with tire wear? Is it on fuel mileage? There's 1,000 different ways to lose a race here at Dover. You mentioned it, Truex, that calm demeanor. He went on to dominate it, and I truly believe it's because of that demeanor. He didn't get off his game. He always settled in here. He had a lot of confidence, but he respected the track. I think respect is going to be a big word.
I would say respect, patience is another one, because you have to manage your car over the long haul to make sure you're there at the end. So with that, let's put some drivers on the board that we should be watching in today's race.
Yeah, it's a hot racetrack. Green surface, going to wear tires. Denny Hamlin's really great at managing all that. He has a swagger, a confidence going on right now. Won here last year. Also, Larson. I think Larson rebounds today. He's had a rough stretch in the summer. I think he's back.
It doesn't need to be a win, but Ryan Blaney is starting outside the top 30 because qualifying was canceled. He won at Nashville. This has been a year of fast, but what happens next? If they could start in the back, work their way to the front, and just have a good run, a top 3 could be a huge momentum builder for that 12 team.
Yeah, you mentioned Blaney starting 31st. Larson goes off 25th. It is showtime as they drive through the field. 6 races till the playoffs. It's going to get good today in Dover. Let's get the command.
And now, here to say the most famous words in motorsports, please welcome the Philadelphia Eagles 2025 first-round draft pick, Jahad Campbell, and Philadelphia Eagles Super Bowl champion, Nakobe Dean.
Driver, start your engine!
I feel like I just made a trip to the locker room. Everybody fired up now, and the engine's rolling as well. It's go time in the first stage. We're flying the green flag next on TNT. NASCAR on TNT, back live in Dover, Delaware. 1 mile concrete oval. And after a couple of weekends on the road, this is quite the greeting, and we talked about it off the top. Weather going to be something we discuss all afternoon long. Look at that, 86 degrees, feels like 100. This is the first time we've raced here in July since the first ever race here in 1969. Richard Petty got the checkered flag way back then.
Great to see that big crowd in the heat. They're about to see what happens on the track.
We said it earlier, practice qualifying washed out yesterday. Starting grid goes like this. The chase is out front. Elliott Briscoe lead us to the green.
Yeah, row 2, Christopher Bell, Tyler Reddick. Back in row 3, William Byron, and then Shane Van Gisbergen. He's a little bit nervous about coming to the ovals. I'm excited to see how he does today, but he's firing off in 6th. Mike McDowell on him.
Yeah, Mike McDowell in row 4 making his best Dover start. Ty Gibbs and Kyle Busch in row 5. That 3-time winner Kyle Busch look at some fireworks to try to propel himself to the playoffs.
He's been incredible here as Kyle Busch. Row 6, teammates from RFK, Ryan Preece, who's in that dogfight to make the playoffs next to Chris Buescher. Denny Hamlin won here twice, both Cup and Xfinity on row 7 with Josh Berry.
Back in row 8, Brad Keselowski won here in September 2012. And Alex Bowman, always great at Dover. And then A.J. Allmendinger in row 9 with Daniel Suarez, his best Dover finish of 3rd in 2018.
Don't sleep on Ross Chastain back in row 10. He just has a knack for this place, figures it out every time he comes, runs well. Ty Dillon back in row 11 for that in-season bracket. He will line up next to Bubba Wallace.
Drop back to row 12. Austin Dillon is there with Todd Gilliland. 2 drivers trying to get some things rolling in the latter part of the regular season. Row 13, highlight this dude. Austin Cindric's won here in an Xfinity car. Kyle Larson, one of the best tracks he has on his resume.
Legacy Motor Club teammates Eric Jones, John Hurton Nemechek back in row 14. And then Cole Custer, Zane Smith in row 15. And you mentioned Ryan Blaney earlier in the show. He'll be back in row 16 with Riley Herbst.
Carson Hocevar will be in row 17. Mr. Excitement right next to his old friend Ricky Stenhouse Jr. They've had some issues this year. We'll see if they can keep it clean early. Then Cody Ware, Noah Gregson. And then final car of the field, J.J. Yaley.
Saw Gregson there in row 18. Really good at this track a season ago. Finished inside the top 10. As we anticipate the green flag, we hear from our pit reporters, and we start things off with Danielle Trotta. Good afternoon, Danielle.
Hi, Double A. Yeah, 2311 Racing is back in the headlines this week after losing their charters per a court order and their ongoing lawsuit against NASCAR, meaning that Bubba Wallace running as an open car today. Wherever his car finishes, he'll only receive 1/3 of the purse money. That's a huge financial hit for the organization. But competition-wise, his crew chief Charles tonight told me nothing changes. Our goal to still get into the playoffs. They're in the 16th and final spot, just 3 points above the cut line. Charles also knows that Bubba Wallace has no top 10 finishes in a Cup car here at Dover. So I said, what's the goal? He used a golf analogy and said, we have to hit it straight down the fairway today and keep it in the short grass. Alan?
Danielle, it's been a summer of struggle for Kyle Larson, which is weird to say, but for the first time, the driver said it's really getting to him this weekend, especially. Just 1 top 10 in the last 4 races. That is not the standard of a former champion or any Hendrick car, but if there's any place to turn it around for Kyle Larson, it's here. Nearly 1,000 laps led in his career, just 1 win, never with Team Hendrick and never in this Gen 7 car, but his crew chief, Cliff Daniels, said if there's any driver that can adapt to all the unknowns we have this weekend, it is Kyle Larson, but he's got some work to do. He starts 25th today. Marty?
Alan, you mentioned it, unknowns coming into this race. I just asked Denny Hamlin moments ago, what do you think about that? He said, I love it. I think it's fantastic. He said, actually, I think we should practice less. I love no practice because no driver has been able to study data to figure out how they can get better for today's race. So he said, we're going to see a speed discrepancy throughout the field that we normally don't see. It's going to be a chaotic, fun race to watch today here at Dover, Adam.
Hamlin doesn't need practice, right? That sounds like a true veteran who has wins here. Time now for our Race to Know-How, presented by Napa Auto Parts.
Yeah, keep them tires happy. Then you talk about the tire wear. Also, air pressure. When you beat the tires up, they can build and make the car very uncomfortable around this concrete racetrack. And then pit road chaos, a very narrow pit road, challenging for pit crews, but also for the drivers to be able to get in and out of the box without contact.
Survive the monster. Sounds so easy. Hit it down the middle of the fairway. If it was that easy, we would all do it. It is not easy. You don't know what challenges may get you, but they're around every corner.
Now our race analysis, 400 laps, 400 miles. You see the stage breakdown right there, Steve.
Yeah, 121st stage, 130 stage 2, 150 the final stage, around 100 laps on fuel. Interestingly enough, a competition caution at lap 35 to just take an eyeball on those Goodyear tires to see how they're wearing.
And now we do the roller coaster ride that is Dover.
Yeah, this is so fun. Dropping down 24 feet from the top of the straightaway down into the bottom groove of this racetrack. It's the same on both ends of the racetrack. You have the same sensation of sort of getting shoved down into the seat as you rise up onto the back straightaway. Kind of can take your stomach. It's like driving off a set of stairs, really, when you go off into turn 1.
Both ends very similar in shape, but Dale, you said it the best on the drone tour. Going into turn 3 is like down a staircase. You can see it on the car data. It's like driving over railroad tracks. Just everything Dale just described. Now go over a bunch of bumps and try to keep it off that guy who's probably on your outside. Turn 3 could be an action spot.
So much to watch when you come here. Driver to keep an eye on, William Byron, starting 5th today. Let's get a little pep talk from his group.
I know we got a really good car here. Got a long race to work on this thing and show what kind of team we are, so, and help each other. That's what we can do today, be the best team out here. Let's have a great day. Stay with it.
Byron comes in with a regular season points lead. Good outing last week at Sonoma. Came at a very good time for them, and we know the history of Hendrick Motorsports in Dover.
So we're about to find out really what these crew chiefs have done. Had they hit it right on the mark? You're going to drive this car down in the corner. You're going to travel the back. If you get the back right to the surface of the racetrack, you get a lot of downforce, a lot of grip. If you're too high, you're going to be slow. If you're too low, you're going to be into the racetrack. We're going to see some people have some issues early they'll have to work on.
At least one more time around before we go green. Let's hear from our pit reporters once more. Danielle.
Keep your eye on Alex Bowman, AA. He's right on that playoff bubble, fighting for a postseason berth, sitting 15th on the playoff grid, just 32 points above the cut. With 6 races left in the regular season, this might be Bowman's last best shot at a win. Dover is Alex's best track. In the last 4 races, he has a win and 2 top 5s here. Alex told me he learned a lot from his former teammate, Jimmy Johnson, who has the all-time record, 11 victories here in Dover, Allen.
Danielle, a lot of us see Joey Logano still as a young guy, but today is start number 600 of his career. And the 3-time champ has done a lot in his career, but he's never won here at Dover. So interesting. I asked his crew chief, Paul Wolf, about that, and he was humble about it. He says, we have the driver. We've never given him the car to do it. Again, we keep talking about the unknowns. They brought a different little setup here because they just haven't given him the right stuff. They're trying something new today, trying to get that first win for Joey Logano here in start number 600, Marty.
Allen, over the years, the 19 team has been fantastic here at Dover with Martin Truex Jr. behind the wheel. When I talked to Chase Briscoe yesterday, he told me, I'm very well aware of how good this race team has been here. And he said, honestly, it adds a little pressure to me. I know the team will deliver the setup that I need to be able to win the race. Can I deliver as a driver? He knows how good Truex was here at Dover. Can Briscoe back it up today here at the Monster Mile?
I feel like this is a storyline that is rinse and repeat from a week ago at Sonoma, because that was not one of the better tracks for Briscoe at the Cup level, but Truex was always good there. He delivers a 2nd place finish. We come here, even though he's won an Xfinity car, not always great in Cup as Briscoe when it comes to Dover, but as Marty said, 19 team historically has been really, really good. And another Toyota up there in the top 10, Tyler Reddick starting 4th today.
Always good here at Dover. Got a great group. Day about getting smart, taking advantage of others' mistakes, picking them off one at a time on the track or on the pit road. Looking forward to a good day with you guys.
I love all the pep talks. Let me just add one more ingredient to the mix here. When we talk about concrete, there's a lot of differences in the surface from asphalt, but one I think that jumps out to me is it just never seems to clean up like an asphalt racetrack. Like if you're the first car in qualifying, it's slippery. The first car in practice, it's slippery. We had some rain overnight. I know that the jet drivers have got it more than dry, but the crossover on the back stretch and the front stretch brings kind of dust and debris on the racetrack from the horse track. So I expect to see kind of clouds of dust down the backstretch and maybe lower grip in this first set of corners.
Yeah, tire wear is going to be pretty heavy. I think for the entire first stage, we're going to have an opportunity to probably get some tires on the cars early. But then again, you'll have a long run to the finish of the stage. You have to manage tire wear, and you'll be sort of anxious or want to go to the top groove, the middle groove to find grip, find speed. As the track rubbers up, that rubber actually gets tight, slow, slick. So you want to get out of that to find more grip, but you're also increasing tire wear when you're outside of the groove as well. So you got to really manage it this first stint of the race.
Dale, what's SVG do? First time in a Cup car starting row 3. He can't tiptoe into one. Just hold your line and hope. I mean, what's the challenge ahead?
Well, obviously with the next gen car, he's got to be a little careful about how closely he is behind the car in front of him. But he can probably judge his entry speed, how fast he might want to get into the corner off the 45 car. That's probably absolutely what I would be doing in this case with anybody around me, really, is to try to get in the corner about like they're going to get in the corner and feel this thing out for a couple laps, understand where the grip is.
Chase Elliott takes the outside lane. To his left, Chase Briscoe. It's always intense when you come to Dover. 400 miles into Monster Mile. We are green.
Still there, door. Even, drawing even. 2 wide, 2 back.
Whole field looks really good around 1 and 2. Saw Bubba Wallace still on top of 3 wide, trying to take a few spots earlier in turn 1 and 2. The 45 of Reddick diving down to the bottom groove, getting in line there.
Bell shoots up to 3rd, and it's Chase Briscoe who jumps to front of Chase Elliott for the race lead.
SVG doing a great job right here, just managing, being smooth. Going to give up the spot to the 71 of McDowell.
Logano's got to continue to push the issue. A little bit of a block farther back. Legacy teammates, the 42 and the 43. Oh, checked it up from the 34 on corner entry.
Todd Gilliland slow into the corner. Everybody had to react.
There's not a lot of room here for 3 wide. It's pretty wide in the corners, but very narrow on corner entry. Gilliland backs out. I love that idea.
Yeah, that 34 feels a little uncomfortable, I believe. He's a little timid on entry to the corner. A lot of drivers in the Xfinity race yesterday screamed about how loose this racetrack felt compared to last year, wondering what the drivers are dealing with now.
38, Zane Smith. Truck Series win here for him. 28th as he tries to pick up a spot driving to the inside of Nemechek.
Chastain down to the bottom of the 7 into turn 3.
Chastain started 19th after qualifying was rained out yesterday, but we talked about him earlier. This has been a really good track for him, especially in the next gen era, doing double duty, racing the Xfinity race yesterday.
You mentioned that tire wear, Dale, and it will be much worse higher up the racetrack. Everybody running the bottom will rubber the track in, so you prefer to run there. Even if it's a little slipperier, it's just better for the car overall. Cindric and Jones side by side, that bright orange car, that's Austin Cindric. Winner at the Speedway earlier this year, Talladega. Playoff bound, looking for a few more playoff points, a little kind of momentum as the summer wears on.
And you talk about Cindric, a driver that has not found a lot of fruit since that win at Talladega back in the springtime, trying to rekindle the magic as we get set for the postseason just over a month away.
One car followed back through the field there is the 99, but just in front of him, the 88 as well. Shane Van Gisbergen, way up the racetrack, lost a ton of spots here in that 88 car. Let's listen to the radio on the 88.
Feels like there's a problem. Feels like there's a problem. The right front completely gone.
Right front completely gone. So obviously what we're seeing is the car's tight. Drives down the corner, doesn't want to turn. Feels like there's an issue now. As a crew chief, you got a real challenge ahead of you. Is this just a new driver filling this racetrack? I believe SVG has enough talent. He wouldn't fight this much if there was some sort of handling issue. So I believe they're going to have to go to work on this 88. Let's take a look.
Yeah, this was in turn 3 and 4, and you see the car shoot straight up the racetrack. Just no grip, no comfort, no confidence in that race car. Could be on the racetrack a little bit with the right front, the right side of the splitter.
Needs to pit. There is a problem.
Needs to pit, there's a problem. And I have to agree, I know they want to improve as you see the field split, but in the end, he needs to try to run all the laps. He's not going to learn anything about Dover with a wrecked race car, so it might have to be a green flag pit stop for the 88, Danielle.
SVG saying they need to pit as soon as possible. Seems there's a problem. Earlier in the run, he kept saying we are just so tight on entry. It feels like this problem for Shane is now getting worse, guys.
We'll see now that he runs the bottom, if he can drive it in with any sort of confidence or if they'll come to pit road.
I think he's coming to pit road this time by Steve. He's slowing the car down, trying to get off the banking onto the apron there.
First Cup start here. Did run the Xfinity race a season ago at Dover. Talking Shane Van Gisbergen. Unscheduled stop 11 laps in to this opening stage.
Now the good news is with the competition yellow, he would be eligible for the free pass to get at least one of his laps back. He'll lose a couple. Pitting here at Dover, long pit road. It's only a 1-mile racetrack. Into his pit stall in front of Danielle.
Yeah, Steve, something is broken in the front of the car. That's what Shane is saying the diagnosis is right now. Luckily, they've won 3 races in the last 5 weeks, not getting off to a good start here in Dover. They were planning on using anything they learned here today to help in that first round of the playoffs at Bristol Motor Speedway.
Yeah, that's just unfortunate. The most important thing for Shane is laps to learn. But as they continue to look at the 88, it's heating up front. The 19 of Briscoe has company, and the 9 of Chase Elliott running that higher groove.
Yeah, Chase really doesn't have a choice to have to run offset from the 19 car to get out of the dirty wake of the next-gen car. So he actually makes a little speed. 19's going to block low. So that 9's got a little speed in this second groove.
Oh, I love this. Oh, he's got to get there to his right rear quarter panel.
I think you can take the risk here, Steve, with pushing that car up in that second, third groove, knowing you're coming to a comp yellow, knowing you're going to get tires put on this car. You may reset exactly how early you're able to get up to the second or third groove on the next set of tires when you have to go a little further on that set. Chase back to the bottom smartly in the groove where it's going to conserve the tire the best.
And there's another thing here that it's kind of simple, Marty, but leading clean air, no practice. Chase Elliott will now have a great opportunity to get a read of his car, what he likes and what he doesn't like.
Yeah, Steve, I talked to Chase Elliott about that exact scenario before the race started. He said, in this first run, to your point, Junior, only 35 laps. I might push it a little bit, but the rest of the day, I'm going to be very disciplined. Bottom of the racetrack early in the run. Why is that key, Junior?
Well, that's where the tire wear is going to be the best. You're going to back off early on entry, roll right around that bottom, and try to save tire. Don't push the car. Don't build up tire temperatures. Don't make the tire mad. And then on a long run, you're really going to prevail and be able to take advantage of drivers that have really used up their race car.
Halfway to that competition caution, Chase Elliott out front, leading laps at Dover for the first time since he took the checkered flag here back in 2022. Go inside the race with HBO Max, home of the NASCAR Driver Cam, presented by DraftKings Sportsbook and Straight Talk Wireless. Access every in-car camera with real-time driver data, multi-view options, and full-team audio. Watch NASCAR Driver Cam all season long only on HBO Max.
Kyle Busch out on the racetrack, showing a lot of great speed through the middle of the corner. This guy right here is below the cut line in 18th, minus 25 as we run right now. No driver has ever won their way into the playoffs at this point. And no driver has came as far back as he is to point their way in. So what he's trying to do would be unprecedented at this point in the season. The 88 car back out on the racetrack, staying out there in front of the leader there.
Doing a nice job 4 laps down. Hey, SVG, he doesn't have a lot of experience, but the man knows the race car. Listen to what he said.
It was a right front tire issue there, so you should be all good now. Yeah, we had a puncture in the right front. It had 8 pounds when we came in.
There you go, flat right front. So SVG knows, he had confidence. He came to pit road, maybe one more corner, 8 pounds. That thing is all about going to the wheel. Even seconds off the pace, you're hitting the wall. If you have a flat tire that goes down completely here at Dover. So nice job by SVG. He might get 1 lap here. Now it's about running all 400. Learn as much as you can.
I mean, he's got the wins. He's locked into the playoffs. Got another opportunity next month. We go to Watkins Glen, as you said, gain the experience. Danielle talked about it in her report to set him up for that opening round of the playoffs.
Dale, yeah, I was going to say, Dale, you mentioned this guy's name. He's showing up.
Yeah, Larson's moving through the field, showing some good speed. Started toward the back, already up to the 20th position. And I've kind of wondered about his summer and how they've had a clunky schedule, really, to try to get themselves back to what they would like to be running, toward the front of the field. Ever since Charlotte, they've kind of struggled. He's had some fast cars, had some decent results, but it's been a rough kind of a schedule to really, for any team, to get themselves back in a rhythm. They come to Dover, I think this is the place where they look at mashing the reset button, simplifying things, getting their season back on track, and making a run for the playoffs and trying to win this championship. Back up front, the 45 of Reddick, the 20 of Bell going for third.
Kind of trading this back and forth in the early portion of the race. And now we've hit lap 30. You want to make every pass you can now because track position is huge prior to making that pit stop and we get the competition caution.
You want to make every pass you can, but right now, someone in this field is wishing they didn't slide that tire, didn't push that tire. When, Dale said to keep the tires happy. They're all not happy. Someone's tires out there, looks to me like the 45 has just got a little bit of a balance issue. The 20 taking advantage of. Remember, they can run 100 on fuel. This is only 30. Late in this race, we are going to see some real tire management.
Logano, if you look there in our pylon 6, doing a nice job hanging in early. This has not been one of his better tracks. Alan said it pre-race, making his 600th career start today. And Michael McDowell, because of the metric, and you use so much of the success from last week to set the lineup this week when things rain out, he's done a good job of hanging inside the top 10.
Yeah, you mentioned the Ford of Logano. The Fords have only won twice here in the last 23 races, and pretty surprising stat when I read that. And I'm also surprised at how tough this racetrack's been for Joey. So it'll be interesting to see really what they can put together today. That track position they have right now is ultra important. They'll want to maintain that throughout the day. So not only having a good car on the racetrack, but no mistakes on pit road.
You referenced the fact that Ford hasn't won here in a while. Team Penske hasn't won here since Brad Keselowski got it done 2012, and he was driving a Dodge. That really puts in perspective how long it's been for the captain.
Well, you could talk about the captain. You asked me a driver at the beginning on who I had my eye on. It was Ryan Blaney in the 12. He's also up 7 positions since the start. Now, some of that's because he had a poor starting position, but I like what I'm seeing so far. As Joe Logano goes to the left, he's going to overtake the 51.
Cody Ware in the free pass position. He's going to lap down. The only other driver down to the leader is obviously Shane Van Gisbergen, who had the unscheduled stop. He's 4 laps in arrears. There's Ryan Blaney. Talked about the 12. Right behind his teammate Austin Cindric.
Yeah, Austin's struggling just a little bit. Blaney's going to try to take advantage of that. The caution should be coming any moment. Blaney takes the run off the top of the racetrack down the front straightaway, looking low, showing his teammate a little nose on the entry to 1. Cindric's going to give him the clean air at least. It's going to challenge on the high side. Tough to make passes here. Takes many, many laps to try to set up a pass to make that work.
Elliott got the 12.
And now the caution is out. This will be the competition caution. We knew it was coming after practice and qualifying got rained out yesterday. Everyone will have their opportunity to get on pit road, analyze those tires, and then take a big deep breath before what could be a very long run to end this opening stage.
Don't relax too quickly. 35 cars on the lead lap. One of the smallest, slowest, tightest pit roads. It's just awkward. I don't know. It feels like a short track, yet you're not at a short track. I think that's the thing. When we go to Martinsville and Bristol, those cars are set up with really quick steering settings and a lot of front grip. You can kind of maneuver in and out. Even though it's difficult, the car helps you. Here you're set up a little bit more like an intermediate, like your pit road feels like a short track. So you're going to have to do a good job getting in your stall, and as a pit crew member, you got to take that deep breath. You're not going to probably be in the perfect position.
Yeah, with everybody on the lead lap for the most part, it's going to be a full pit road. A lot of cars coming in around you, blocking you in. Trying to get your car positioned in the stall just alone is important.
Nice advantage for the guy out front, because not only does Chase Elliott have the race lead, but by virtue of the fact that he started this race on the pole, they get that #1 pit stall selection all the way down there at pit exit. It's not as big, Steve, as far as winning the race off pit road on speed, exploding out to the speed line, but it's so big because, as you talk about, you avoid so much of the chaos being down there in front of the mess, if you will.
Yeah, what NASCAR did is they moved that final scoring loop and that yellow line further out past pit stall 1, which is, I think, is a great idea. So that is kind of evened it up for everybody else. I really look at the first 8 or 10 boxes coming onto pit road, right? We have Blaney in 37. So if we just sit right there, actually a little bit to the right, you're going to see the entry, but then down here around the corner, we have Blaney, Larson, a bunch of very fast cars that are going to have to figure out their way in and out of the pit box. That's why I'm kind of keeping an eye on it. You see the 5 right there, HendrickCars.com. That's the 5. Well, he has the 4 in front of him, the 3 behind, and then Blaney behind him. So this is going to be a very cluttered area because the 3, the 12, and the 5 are all near each other on the racetrack.
That was an interesting shot, too. If later today we get green flag pit stops, and I kind of think we will, the way this race will play out, because getting onto the pit lane under green here is always an adventure.
I wouldn't want to be one of those barrels. They seem to find their way into the action all the time.
They've lost a lot of battles here at Dover. Top 5 as they enter the pits: Elliott, Briscoe, Bell, Reddick, and Byron. First pit stops of the day. Here's Danielle Trotta.
Christopher Bell coming down pit road for 4 tires. That's a call from Adam Stevens, who told him to go hard before the competition caution, so he knew where his balance was. Christopher said it's really close on balance, a little free at times. Into the corner, second half of the corner is tight, Marty.
Boy, Danielle, the driver certainly feeling the heat here at Dover today. Both Chase Briscoe and Chase Elliott said, man, there's no grip for anyone out here. For Briscoe, middle of your screen, he said, I'm a little bit tight on the exit and I can turn a little bit better. For Chase Elliott, he said, I don't have much to complain about, but I have to be very patient with the right rear. The drag race off pit road is won by Chase Elliott, who retains the lead, Adam.
And look at Kyle Busch. We talked about what he was doing on track from 10th to 7th, first run of the day. He goes +3 on the pit lane. If your crew delivers for you here, you can have gigantic success at the end of the race. Chase Elliott maintaining the first run off the pit lane here at Dover. have the meets. Got an early competition caution. This relief lap sponsored by National Debt Relief. When debt hits hard, National Debt Relief gets you back on track. Cody Ware is back on the lead lap here at Dover.
Coming around to the choose. I assume the leader will choose the top as always. All right, we talk about track changing. Well, here it is, kind of in a time lapse, Dale. The track continues to change color. Look at all the rubber going down.
Yeah, it gets put down pretty quickly because of the high temperatures today, and then it gets picked up again immediately when the caution comes out, Marty. But you're seeing some pretty good tire wear down there.
Yeah, Dale, I'm pretty impressed for a new tire that had no testing on it. You normally always see cords on the tires here on the first run at Dover. There are 0 right now. Even Chase Elliott, who ran the top, no cords on his tire. Todd Gilliland, who had an ill-handling car, no cords on his tire. Steve, I'm kind of surprised by that, actually.
Surprised, but I'm not sure. I'm ready to jump in the boat that everything's going to be okay. That was 35 laps. Now we have to go 78. So over double what we just saw.
Well, I think this tire actually likes the hot racetrack. It rubs up really fast. We've seen this tire struggle at concrete tracks when the temperatures are much cooler. That's when the rubber doesn't lay down, but yet we still see high wear, and the tire really has no chance to breathe. And Deere's been able to rubber in really, really quickly in those 30 laps, and I think that's prolonged the tire wear.
75 laps from now, if it's concrete, they could be on it. Anywhere from the bottom to the top, this place might get really wide.
Cautiously optimistic is the early evaluation here. Front row, Chase Elliott goes outside. He's the control car next to Chase Briscoe. Restart to run it out to the end of stage 1. Drivers coming out of turn 4 and headed toward the EchoPark Automotive restart zone.
That's a great launch by Chase Elliott. Going to clear easily down into turn 1, side-by-side teammates. Oh, there's some contact between the 20 and the 19, Briscoe and Bell.
Toyotas side-by-side for second. You talk about the teammates. The Chevys settle it out behind them. Byron jumps in front of Kyle Busch, and Denny Hamlin is right there.
And Kyle Busch all the way up to 5th place. Said earlier, nobody's been able to win their way into the playoffs here at Dover. Nobody's came from as far back in points as where Kyle is below the cut line. So he's got his work cut out for him, man, but he's fighting hard. And he's got great center of the corner speed. That car's in dirty air and still was able to kind of drive in on the back of the 24. It's going to cost him a little bit. Denny to the top of the racetrack in the clean air.
A couple of drivers that have combined for 5 wins here side by side. Kyle Busch and Denny Hamlin, 2 outstanding veterans. Reddick right behind him, and there is Logano hanging tough early in 8th. Haven't said Ty Gibbs' name. Good start to this race for Joe Gibbs Racing across the board.
Then he's going to take the spot from Kyle Busch. Reddick does the same with the same maneuver around the top of the 22. Alan, what you got on the 22 car?
Well, Dale, he's making the most of this restart because on pit road, he had to check up. He's the first pit stall on pit road. He came down, had to check up because of Riley Herbst in 35 lost 3 spots. So he's trying to make that back now. He was really tight in that first run, but he was more concerned about the long run. Didn't want too much of an adjustment because the car, he said, was coming to him.
Just a couple corners ago, he's putting a real bad aero spot behind the 45, and that's going to cost him the spot right there. And right on the tail right there, the 54. That 22 car. And then you see Bowman, somebody who runs really good at Dover, and I think his calm, smooth driving style really pays dividends at this racetrack.
Bowman started 16th up to 10th. Bubba Wallace having a good start to the race. Qualified outside the top 20, but he is 11th, and that's big as you start thinking about the latter part of this stage and getting those all-important stage points.
What is Bubba great at? He's great at restarts. We've had a couple, and I've seen him at the top of the racetrack jumping around guys 3 wide, grabbing spots by the rows around 1 and 2, being able to advance that car forward. He takes advantage of those opportunities better than most.
Let's get a report on Bowman, Danielle.
Dale Jr. just mentioned Alex Bowman running 10th and a lot of optimism in the 48. I just spoke to Blake Harris on the tires at that competition caution. He's very happy with them. Alex is very happy with the race car. I said, did you see any cording? He said, no, but I'll let you know how they look in 80 laps.
You know, it was funny to me last week at Sonoma. know, we talk about this metric, and so much of the metric is based on the previous week's performance, and it determines where do you go out and qualify, which practice group are you in. It really can create an enormous advantage on the weekend. I was talking to Blake Harris, crew chief for Alex Bowman, and last week at Sonoma, he was talking about their performance there to set them up for success this weekend. You know, qualifying kind of hurt them, but they're jumping in front of the curve early, already up inside the top 10.
Doing a nice job. The 22 drives to the bottom, 45 blocks. You see him cross over that arrow wake, slides up the racetrack, gets his kind of wits about him, gets the tires cooled back off. Now he'll try to make that attack again.
Yeah, the 22 of Logano used the high line in 1 and 2 to be able to create that momentum from the top to run off of turn 2 and make the run down the straightaway, put himself in that position to pass. But yeah, the 46 shut off the arrow. Made it difficult for him to make that pass. He'll have to regroup and cool the tires down. Probably put a little temp in the tires, running that higher line, trying to make that run.
Little in-season challenge early racing next to each other on track. Reddick and Gibbs, 54, has found his way up to 7th in the running order.
Well, you heard it in the pre-race show. Reddick says, you know, the more I think about it, in the last 3 or 4 races, every time I look out my window or out my rear-view camera, the 54 is right there. We run so much together, so here it is, no different. Currently running in the 7th and the 8th position. Allen.
Ty Gibbs is up 2 spots early on in this race, and this, you know, this track, it can get irritating out there. Such fast laps. They're trying to coach him on the radio. Here's what they're telling Ty Gibbs.
Settle in, deep breath, don't get yourself off kilter here. Do what you've been doing, and be your strong suit there. Marks rhythm, landing in the corner, track your line. Good work there, Ty. Keep wrapping that bottom. Lots of discipline. Left side on the apron. Yep.
And wrapping that bottom is so important. I was talking to his crew chief, Tyler Allen, said there's a lot of speed down on the bottom. Yes, the groove will move up, but if you can make your car handle down on that bottom groove, a lot of speed to be had there. He's going for $1 million, remember.
Riding on board with the Cheddar's on board of Kyle Busch, looking back at Ty Gibbs. And we talk about tire wear. We talk about keeping the tires happy and keep the air pressures low as you possibly can. They're going to build as you run around this racetrack with these temperatures. But you see the 54 car, tidy right around the apron. He doesn't really let the car drift up in the middle of the corner if he can help it. That's the difference. That's what they're coaching into this 54 car of Ty Gibbs, is staying right there. Don't let the car drift up even a foot in the middle of the corner. Don't dive in the center of the corner at all. That's what Jimmy Johnson was really good at here. Same thing for Truex. Denny Hamlin has adapted that same style in that 11 car, and now they're blending that into the toolbox of the 54 of Ty Gibbs.
Remember that later. You got to be tidy with that bottom part of the racetrack if you're going to be successful. So far, so good for Chase Elliott. Number 9 out front, 57 laps in. DraftKings Sportsbook is your home for live betting, and new customers can bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets instantly. Download the app and use the promo code SPEED when you sign up.
Watching Alex Bowman right here, just took a spot away from the 22 of Logano. Now we're on board the Toyota Camry with Denny Hamlin. Denny riding back in 5th place, trying to chase down William Byron. All the Gibbs Toyota cars looking really good right now. Christopher Bell up there in 2nd, Briscoe 3rd. Gibbs back in 7th.
Fifth and 6th on track have combined for 120 wins at NASCAR's top level.
See the patience on that 8 car as he rolls to the bottom and gets into the gas. Trying to just make this tire go as far as you can. 22 of Logano struggling just a little bit. Let's listen to some radio.
I have the rear grip. I need to do that. I'm going to kill the rear. Copy that. You're going to need some rear grip. Bubba's going to start doing the same here to try to face you. Do what's best for you.
I think he was trying to talk about not being able to move up the racetrack. He's worried about how that's going to beat the tires up. He's already lacking rear grip, so he doesn't want to go anywhere on the racetrack that's going to abuse the tire more. So he's going to wrap the bottom. They're telling him to stay patient. Be patient, wrap this bottom. We'll get the car worked on. Next opportunity on pit road. He's doing a good job keeping Bubba Wallace at bay back there. Bubba was trying to use the top of the racetrack, trying to make a run, put some speed together on corner exit. You roll up to the top of the track, and then you come down the hill, Steve, in a maximum run down the front straightaway or down the back straightaway off the top of the corner.
Alex Bowman's put it on display right here. Climbs the banking, gives up some time on exit, or excuse me, on entry, turns left, and just look at the speed. He carries down the backstretch. He's trying to do this time after time, lap after lap. We'll see if he does it again. 45 blocks this time. He goes up the hill in front of him. 40 is like, gosh darn it, I was making some ground. Why'd you have to do what I was doing?
I think the 48 still gained a little bit using that line. Now back to the top of the racetrack in 1 and 2.
And this is the battle. This is how you're going to win this race. If you're better than the leader in the closing laps, you have to find a way to work some momentum. Let's see if the 45 defends again. He doesn't. This is going to be the advantage for the 48. I think this is his chance on the front stretch. He should have enough run. Will he get there is the question. Not close enough. Right to his bumper.
He'll try to put it together again down here in this corner, maybe even get to the outside quarter panel on the 45. He's right there down the back straightaway. Joey's going to take the spot away. Bowman's going to take the spot away right there and then drive to the bottom of the track, right? He's like, hey, okay, I made the pass. I did that up in the higher lane. Now get back to the bottom of the racetrack, back to cooling the tires back down. Try to get the tires where they're comfortable and happy.
That's a 5 or 6 lap pass. This isn't Sonoma last week. I don't catch you, pass you, and drive away. I work up car length at a time, and then complete the pass.
Alex is such a smooth race car driver. He drove Virginia Motorsports years ago and just kind of watched him run the corner and couldn't believe how well he could put the corners together. And I think that's why he's so good here, because he really never does slip a tire. He never is going to drive the car to that point.
Right.
And it just really pays off over this portion of the run. Byron now trying to figure out a way around this 19. He's doing the same thing his teammate Bowman was doing up the racetrack, trying to create the momentum down the straightaway. Look at the run that they're getting. Now he goes to the inside.
And some of the choices for these cars not wanting to run the top is by choice. Their balance isn't even where they want it, or just they're still afraid of the tires. Some guys just don't believe it's going to be okay. We have 47 laps to go before the end of this stage.
Yeah, there's this old belief that every lap you run on the top of the racetrack is maybe taking away the ability of the car at the end of the run, right? That you're going to abuse the tires. It's like saving up money in the bank. You try to run the first half of the run being good to the tire, saving all you can, and then spending it all toward the end of the run, right? You want to go broke. You want to bust when you get to the end of the tire run and you're coming to pit road for gas.
Toyota onboard camera riding with Denny Hamlin, who's 5th. Couple of spots in front of him. William Byron just got the 3rd, Alan.
Yeah, and he's loving the longevity of the car. They were asking him about adjustments earlier. He says, no, the car's coming to me. I like how it is on a longer run. We're seeing that with the pass Byron just made out there on the racetrack. They're also helping him with throttle. They want him to be smooth on the bottom, so they're telling him about how to make that pedal smoother on the right, Marty.
Alan, a moment moment ago, you saw Denny Hamlin up the racetrack just a little bit. That's the first time he's migrated off the bottom as he passes his teammate Chase Briscoe for the 4th position. You know, there's no question early in Denny Hamlin's career, Dover was his worst racetrack. He'll admit that, but there's also no question later in his career, Dover is one of his best racetracks. He's won 2 of the last 6 races here. So, Junior, I tried to pin Denny Hamlin down, said, hey, what's the difference here? And he talked about the early run discipline that you mentioned just a moment ago. So I asked Chris Gabard, who was his crew chief at the time when he changed his driving style about 6 years ago, and he said, listen, at Dover, if you are not married to the bottom and you don't save the tires early in the run, it puts you in trouble for the entire run. So, Junior, as you just mentioned the savings account a moment ago, do you see Denny doing that later in his career, just being married to the bottom, and here later in the run, like right now, he can move up just a little bit more?
Yeah, well, Chris Gabehart is now working on that 54 car, Ty Gibbs, and I've been watching Ty Gibbs, and he is pinned right to the apron, going by those same teachings to try to get, you know, he's having to move around a little bit behind the safe car, but staying on the bottom of the racetrack is what they've learned through working with Truex. Truex is so good here, so smart, and you really have to kind of put it together. You see the speed that 54 has in the middle of the corner there, just rolling around the bottom. Not only is it a quick way to run around the bottom of the racetrack, but it's easier on the tire. He backs off on entry, pins the car against the apron, rolls around the corner. If you drive off in the corner and let the car go up the track, you are sliding the tire. There's no way around it. The tire is sliding up the racetrack, and it's eating away at the performance of that tire that's, you know, you're going to need later on in the run. Now, with this car, you do have to move around. So you will see guys have no choice but to have to go somewhere for clean air.
It feels like we're getting somewhere, but still 40 laps to go in stage 1. I mean, enjoy it while you got it, because it could fall off a cliff. Chase Elliott leading. NASCAR on TNT, live at Dover. Today it's the AutoTrader EchoPark Automotive 400. Chase Elliott leads. 33 to go, stage 1.
16 of AJ Allmendinger running 10th, doing a really nice job. He's up 7 spots since the restart. He's broken into the top 10. Car looks really good on the long run. He's led more laps here than any other racetrack, so he knows how to get around Dover.
How unbelievable is that stat? You know what I mean? I mean, that was one that I wouldn't have had on the bingo card, but quietly, this has always been a pretty good place for him.
Yeah, the other side of this, as he goes forward, is Reddick a couple spots behind going backwards. I feel like Reddick's car has really fallen off Dale in the long run. He had the whole field stacked up. The 22 and the 16 got by, but now it looks like the 45 is under attack still from McDowell, Danielle.
Yeah, Steve, and Tyler Reddick is not happy with his car. Started fourth, he's fallen down to 12. Before the competition caution, Tyler said, guys, I'm too loose. I can't turn the wheel at all. He just came on the radio and said, guys, it is not improving. I am still way too loose.
Helpless. You just can't hustle it when you can't tug the front tires because the back's going to dance around. And he's found a little bit of a space here. He's just trying to get these last 30 laps so he can come down and make some more adjustments.
That's the tough thing about this racetrack. You get struggling and losing a lot of speed. You gotta kind of buck up and figure out a way to at least survive to the opportunity to work on the car. McDowell there trying to get to the inside, trying to work the low line in this 71 car. Coming off his best finish at Sonoma last week. Got a 4th place out there on the West Coast. And that's going to give this team a little confidence moving forward. Ryan Priest right there in the 60.
Yeah, Priest, it's hard to look at any of his stats. This RFK Ford that he's sitting in, this is the best he's had in his career, in my opinion. I mean, you just look at his numbers here. You see a lot of 20s and 30s with his finishes here at Dover, but here he is. 14th today, right there on the cut line. It's very difficult to add a team. RFK, they had stubbed their toe a little with the 6 car, with the boss man's car, but I will tell you this 60 is higher than I would expect for an organization to expand.
It sounds like an insult to say that someone's overperformed, right, or most improved. I mean, there are some backhanded compliments, but there is no doubt when you add a team, and to try to go find the right personnel is a major challenge.
Yeah, it sounds backhanded, but it's really respect because I know how hard every spot on this racetrack is. There are other series, there are other racing series where mid-pack isn't hard to obtain. If you are a little off here, that running position gets into 30s real quick.
One person that just drove right around this 60-car Priest, the 5 of Larson, who's now up to 14. It's a slow process coming from the back of the field, but this 5 car showing a little speed. They got a chance to get to pit road, make some adjustments, starting to pay off a little bit for this 5 car now as he's closing in on the back bumper, the 71. Trying to go to the top of the racetrack to create some momentum.
He's got a couple of more right in front of him with 26 to go. I mean, you got McDowell. We know Reddick is struggling, so the 5 could gain a little more position here prior to the end of the stage. Chase Elliott started on the pole after qualifying was rained out, lost the lead early. It didn't take long for him to drive by Chase Briscoe. He's led 82 laps so far this afternoon. Saw his numbers there. Average finish in the next gen at Dover as good as anybody. And in position to help the stat line here today. 1.6 seconds in front of 2nd place Christopher Bell. And last car in the top 5, Kyle Busch, 5.4 seconds back. Marty?
In 5th is Kyle Busch, and I tell you what, Adam, for the last several laps, he's had top 5 lap times, occasionally top 3 as well. So really good here on the long run. How about the early part of the run for the 8 car? Listen in.
On the fire off there, they shut my air off, and I'm just stupid tight, so it's really easy for them to shut my air off. I feel like the right front is doing most of the work. Need to help the left front somehow.
And if you're watching that Cheddar's onboard, you can see Kyle Busch a little loose on exit that last lap. But Junior, he talks about shutting off the air. Is Dover kind of up there on the chart, if you will, as a place where you can shut off the driver's air behind you and keep them behind you?
Yeah, even though this racetrack's pretty wide, the concrete surface is a little slick. So basically, the next gen car needs air going underneath the center of the nose to get back to the diffuser to create downforce. If you drive in front of your competitor, you take the air away. And with the digital camera, you can see very well and know exactly where you need to go to be able to block your opponent and take away his downforce. It's a great way to be able to be on the defense, to hold somebody behind you if you need to late in the race.
I'm going to just go back to something I've said the last couple weeks, though. That feedback from Kyle Busch was amazing. non-emotional. It'd be really easy for him to start losing his mind. Looking at his resume at this long winless streak, right? It would just be very easy for him to be frustrated. But that was outstanding. Hey, it's a little too much on the right front. The left front needs to work more. As a crew chief, he is painting me a great picture. I don't know what knob I want to turn, but it's not because of lack of information.
Hey, we're talking about Joe Gibbs Racing, 4 cars in the top 7, Hendrick Motorsports 3 in the top 5, and Kyle Larson has passed 5 cars in the last 20 laps. He's now 12th. Final run to the stage coming up on TNT. .13 laps to go, opening stage for the Cup Series at Dover. Daniel Suarez is 30th, trying to stay on the lead lap. Chase Elliott is there, and now so is Christopher Bell.
Chase trying to clear this 99. Is he able to do it right here? No, the 99 back to the outside. Surprised that this hasn't allowed Christopher Bell to close the gap. He's kind of been sitting right about where he is now. Multiple laps, the 9 has tried to get by the 99, not able to do it. He's getting some information on the radio to take care of the car, don't beat the tire up, but you can see he's starting to show a little frustration. Real tight on the side draft there. But Daniel really wants to stay on the lead lap here.
And I'm waiting for the 20 to run that 3rd lane to try to get out of both of these wakes and see if he'll turn down the hill. Obviously, he doesn't feel he has the car for it. He's staying nice and tight, just the middle of the racetrack, trying to get that stream of air between the 9 and the 99. Marty.
Yes, Steve, you might visibly be able to see that frustration with Chase Elliott trying to get Daniel Suarez a lap down here. But on the radio, not a word from Chase Elliott. In fact, to your point, Junior, they just keep telling him, hey, take it easy, take care of the car, don't hurt it, Danielle.
Marty, right now, Christopher Bell is stalking Chase Elliott. Christopher is very quiet on the radio, but they're telling him how far back his teammate is, Denny Hamlin, in 3rd. They said you're running 3 to 4 tenths faster. Keep it up. Let's see if Christopher Bell can get his 4th victory of the season today, guys. Hard to believe. It's been 4 months since C-Bell was last in victory lane. Yeah, he has 3 wins on the season, Adam, but the last one came in March.
Yeah, 3 wins. It's been a while, and boy, he's hanging around with 9 to go in the stage.
I don't know how much more Christopher Bell has. Now he's closed the gap a little bit here. Denny Hamlin also, you see him at the top of the screen.
20 car to the top of the racetrack. The 9 is in some real dirty air behind that 99 on the bottom of the racetrack. Good momentum for Christopher Bell down the back straightaway. It's going to maybe fade to the inside here. Look to the low side. The 99 is in front of Christopher Bell. Chase Elliott should have the momentum off the top of the corner. What's he going to do to the inside? He should be able to drive down in here, bury the car down in, and clear the 99 pretty easily there. Good job. Just took so many laps to put that together, and now see how Christopher Bell has zero grip to be able to stay on the inside of Daniel Suarez right there. These cars, they have used everything up. Everybody is sort of emptying the tank on the tires here. 7 laps to go. You're telling your driver, look, you don't have many laps to go. Whatever you've saved, go ahead and use it all up. Go out there and get what you can get. Marty.
Dale, meanwhile, the fastest car on the long run, Christopher Bell's teammate Denny Hamlin, and he told Chris Gale a moment ago, we took the back of the car out of the track just a little bit too much. And then, Junior, he said, I'm trying to run in the rubber intentionally to fix that issue. I thought you tried to avoid the rubber here at Dover. Why is Denny Hamlin running in the rubber?
All these cars are fighting a tight balance for the most part. Some guys are loose, but if you're fighting a tight balance or you're fighting a loose balance, you're actually going to find the rubber. That'll tighten the car up. So the rubber on the racetrack will make the track tighter. That's going to do that everywhere we race. So if you have a loose race car, go wherever you want to go in that rubber to be able to try to tighten that balance up a little bit. So that's probably why he's telling his team, look, I'm not on the bottom where I usually run and where I know you want me to be, but I'm going to chase the rubber up the racetrack to try to fix the balance of the car.
4 to go in the stage. Byron 4th right now,
we got
Alan.
a car almost in the wall in turn 3 and 4. The 51 drives away, no issue.
And guys, clean air is king out there. William Byron knew that and was making positions, but then he came up on lap traffic and heard a lot of frustration on the radio. Listen.
That was unbelievable. I know. Doing good here.
Yeah, trying to make all those passes. He got passed by Denny Hamlin. Now he's getting tight, just trying to get to the end of this stage.
Hang on. Survive. It's all a part of the equation.
Oh, the 43's in the wall as well. I think he's got possibly a right front flat. I don't know. He went into the corner way up the racetrack.
All of this happening, 2 laps to go. You see the battle for second. Mentioned Eric Jones, Denny Hamlin stalking his teammate Christopher Bell.
Yeah, he's riding the top. He knows he has a tire issue of some sort, Dale, making sure he runs around the top, doesn't want to come to pit road.
If it's not flat, Steve, it's maybe unwound on that right front. Yeah. Trying to just get to the end of the stage right here. Go! Keep the car out of the wall, but not able to do it.
He was 28th when it first got away from him. Final lap of the stage. We stay green for now.
He wants to see this 1 to go right here. There we go. So now the leader will come by and end the stage.
Chase Elliott had his hands full for a bit with lap traffic and Christopher Bell, but he's going to pull away. See if he can get around Nemechek here. He cannot. Nemechek stays on the lead lap. Chase Elliott is able to win the stage.
Another tire that's unwound. You see the cord coming out of the back of that car. That's a right front or a right rear tire that's unwound.
Right front down.
Yep, right front. So right there, you see some of these cars really pushing it right to the limit of the tire life.
Remember, tire wear was fine for 35, not so fine for 78. Welcome to Dover.
Allmendinger goes from 9th to 26th, and that means a stage point for Kyle Larson. His teammate Chase Elliott with his first stage victory of 2025. Pit stops when we return. This relief lap sponsored by National Debt Relief. Daniel Suarez gets his lap back at Dover, scored in the 29th position. But we had a lot going on there in the last 4 or 5 laps of that stage, didn't we?
I think Dale said it the best, right? The drivers come out with this expectation of trying to manage it, but these guys got so close, just a few laps short for the 43 of Jones.
Yeah, Jones was running at the very top of the racetrack. He was actually one of the guys pushing the groove up the racetrack further than anyone else for a large majority of this run, and it bit him here just a few laps short of finishing the stage. He had a little bit of a tire failure, a tire unwinds. You lose all the grip in the tire. It's riding on board. That was the second time he had contact. Actually, the lap before, he got into the wall a little bit there as well. And then also the 16 of A.J. Allmendinger slowed abruptly before the end of the stage to be able to survive and get the pit road with the right front tire unwinding on that car.
Yeah, the 16, look at, you mentioned it, and you see that strip of rubber hanging out the back. So what happens is this tire wears, and then finally when it gets to the fabric and picks up, it's like a roll of yarn. And once it picks it up, it just unwinds like a ball of yarn. And it literally just goes across the tire like you're cutting it. And it gets noisy inside the race car. I can't wait to see what these tires look like when they come off the car. Unlike every other crew chief on pit road, they don't want to see any of this. They want their tires to look good and brand new, but they're anything but.
Hey, Nemechek stays on the lead lap. That's big because he's in the in-season challenge battle with Ty Dillon, who's also on the lead lap into stage 1. Chase Elliott leading him down for pit stops, Danielle.
Let's take a look at Christopher Bell. He's coming in second. That's where he finished the stage. Adam Stevens, his crew chief, said you'll have openings in and out here if you need it. He said, right now, guys, I just need an ice bag. It's about 140 degrees inside. The cars are given an ice bag that is half full, Marty.
Denny Hamlin told Chris Gale, he said the car started free, but then tightened up. He said, I could stand to be just a little bit tighter for the longer run. Chase Elliott, pit stall number 1, led all but 13 laps in stage 1. He said it wound up in a good spot, but I would like just a little bit more longevity. And the 9 team, once again, holds serve here on pit road. But Adam, that was a tight race for second. Yes, Christopher Bell nips his teammate Denny Hamlin here for that second spot on pit road.
Just barely, and Chase Briscoe gets a spot, jumping in front of Alex Bowman coming off the pit lane. Larson gets a spot on the pit lane as well. He's in the top 10 and could be a player. And there it is by that much. Bell in front of Hamlin. The restart when we return. NASCAR Cup Series racing on TNT is brought to you by Brestree. Visit us at brestree.com. Progressive, protect your auto, home, and business today at progressive.com. And by Chewy, for life with pets. There's Chewy with everything. Opening stage done at Dover. I think this would be a really good time for an in-season challenge update, sponsored by DraftKings Sportsbook. Let's go to the Altcast. Larry McReynolds, Jeff Burton. What's up, fellas?
Hey, guys, it's been a fascinating battle. Ty Dillon, John Hunter Nemechek back in the 20s. I feel like John Hunter's car was actually pretty good. Got a little slow late in that run. That's going to continue to be a good battle all day long.
Yeah, but I'm going to keep watching that 54 Ty Gibbs, the 45 car Tyler Reddick. Tyler seemed to really fade on that run right there. Ty Gibbs was pretty solid, but he started complaining about that right rear tire. They're walking a tightrope as far as adjustments on these race cars.
Pit stops we saw right there, a loss of track position. You can't let that happen.
I just love the fact that every week it seems to work out, that these drivers that are going head to head are together on track, and you saw it there, the guys talking about how tight things are for the 42 and the 10.
Something Lister, probably from where he stopped on pit road, is probably what happened to that one. You see a little bit wear on the other inside. Not too bad, though. That's kind of standard. I think what you're looking at there is mostly where the tire stopped.
Drivers talking tires into stage one.
Tires look pretty good. Maybe one little spot on the right front. I don't know if you noticed, I had a couple guys that had trouble there. No, I didn't notice anything, but thanks. Yep, like I said, probably worst case, that was longest run unless you get a quick caution. Obviously, a couple lost right fronts there. We were just right at a starting to core, nothing crazy. So like we still had some margin there, but heads up. 10-4.
Marty, what's up?
I want to show you the right front that came off A.J. Allmendinger's car. You talk about tires unwinding. This is what that looks like for A.J. Allmendinger, who was running in the top 10. But I want to go back, Steve, to what Chris Gale said a moment ago. That should be the longest run of the day. So does that mean you shouldn't see this again?
Absolutely. So now these other stages, while longer, this one you're going to run about 60 on each set of tires. But you saw how that tire was kind of cut all the way around. That's that unwinding, Marty, that you and I talked about. It's going to be interesting to see, but shorter runs here in this stage.
Chase Elliott outside lane in the EchoPark Automotive restart zone. This time up there with Christopher Bell, and once again, the 9 jumps to the race lead.
See how clean this racetrack is. They'll have to rubber it up all over again. The balance continues to shift sort of back and forth like a pendulum as the track gets rubber and the track cleans itself back up after restarts.
It cleans it up. Like, think about rolling up a ball of tape. If you have to get glue off something, you know, you like put the sticker back on it and it picks the glue up. Rolling around slow with hot tires does that. It picks up all of the rubber, which is good for grip, bad for tire life.
See Briscoe, the squeeze, got that outside lane, slid down in front of Bowman, and Larson is driving to the front. 5 outside of Logano, and now Kyle Busch looking to the inside.
Bubba Wallace back to the top of the racetrack on these restarts, trying to take advantage and grab a few spots. Got the 22 in a bad spot, not able to finish the corner. He's going to carry that momentum and get around the 22 of Logano. Now the 8 is going to try the same thing. They see Logano struggling on the bottom of the racetrack. Big run for the 8 of Kyle Busch.
Wow, off the 2.
Now the 1 is going around the outside of the 22 as well.
But what about Chastain? I mean, quiet early. He was really strong late to end stage 1, and now he's finding his way toward the top 10.
Saw that 22 car bobble on the entry to 3.
Dover's like a boxing match. Restart, you got to come out early in the round, land some punches, then you got to dance around a little bit and save some tire, kind of relax. But you have to get
contact right there. The 22 Logano.
That's like a jab. That's a little. That's just like a little right eye jab.
Logano is taking some body blows. Now he's getting punched in the nose.
Yeah,
You're behind him.
The 1 is like, what was that for? I mean, what is going on? It's just coming up off the corner, yeah. And there is a little bit of side draft here. But that right there is just, you know, Joey, I don't know, sending some type of message or misjudgment on his own.
Number 1, number 2 defender in all the series. What happens when they defend each other? It looks like that.
I mean, I'm pretty sure they've had a history.
Recently, they've been together and not.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
They have a history with everyone.
Well, they are cut from the same cloth. And hey, right behind them, someone that's really managing their day. Steve, you said it off the top. Here comes Ryan Blaney.
You look back on the season, it's not always the wins. It's the days that could have or should have gone wrong and didn't. The 12 cars had speed. I talked to him this week about this. He said last year, it was we didn't get our stuff right until the final stage. This year, we come out of the box right, and we just hold our breath until we either break or get hit by something. So this might be the day, Alan, that this 12 car's looking for. Qualifying the back, methodically working his way up. currently has broken into the top 15, running 13.
Yeah, moving forward. And on that last run, he says he was loose getting into 3 and 4, so they made an adjustment there. He was told his right rear was getting worn, so they want a little more longevity in that 12 car. All these Penske cars, though, they haven't had the success they wanted at Dover. So his crew chief, Jonathan Hassler, told me he and Paul Wolf got together, brought a new setup here. They're looking for more success and getting the top 10s, top 5s that they think they deserve.
But you know what, I would say when you talk about Team Penske, they were really good the last time we raced on concrete at Nashville. I mean, Blaney wins, Cindric was pretty good, Logano had some positive things happening, and someone else we need to pay off that didn't have a good starting position, that was also good at Nashville, 77, Carson Hocevar. Here he is in 17th. He's cut the field in half in the first part of this race.
Yeah, he's done a great job. You saw him getting the air cut off on that entry to 1 there by the 45 car Reddick. This 77 has done a good job to really get himself a lot of track position here. Let's see if the car has the pace to keep it. It's going to be tough to make passes at this point in the race. Everybody's tires still relatively new since they put them on. Everybody back to the bottom of the racetrack because it's green. Not a lot of opportunity really to jump to the top and make the time and momentum now. As we get further into this run, you'll see some drivers moving up the racetrack, trying to put runs together.
You know, we talk about the in-season challenge, and it's all about survive and advance. And I would say if you're one of those drivers around the cut line, it's also about survive and advance. Case in point, the 60 of Ryan Preece. He's right in front of teammate Chris Buescher. You're riding here with a Trimble onboard camera.
This was Dale Jr.'s guy. This is an emotional moment when we ride on board the 17 of Chris Buescher. We're talking in-season tournament, Dale.
Yeah.
I had Elliott. He had Elliott. My man Adam had Elliott. It didn't work for either of us. You had a good pick with the 17.
Yeah, it just didn't work out. And I mean, that's kind of been the fun of the challenges, trying to make the right choices. And I don't think any of us had Ty Dillon and some.
No chance. Yeah. No, I mean, listen, I'll be the first. Good job round 1, I believe, Mama, but nobody had him going. But I love how Ty Dillon is just excited by it. Yeah. There's the owner, the 6 of Brad Keselowski. I talked to him a little bit last night about the year, and he's proud of what the 60's done. He told me, I wasn't aware of this, but he didn't list out by name. He said, hey, we lost some key personnel in the 6 car to some other teams, plus we had to move them around to kind of strengthen up that 60. And he goes, you know, it hurt. It hurt this organization, it hurt this team. But he, as the owner, took the leadership role. He's kind of rebuilding that. And you know, it's definitely not been the year, but you never know with the 6.
Kyle Larson in the 5. Talked about him at the top of the show, maybe trying to rebound, get his season back on track, and come off pit road 9th all the way up to 8th here, battling Ty Gibbs. Early in this run, I saw him up the racetrack a little bit, trying to see if it's time to put those runs together. He's back to the bottom of the racetrack, Alan.
Yeah, and he has driven his way into the top 10, but he's not only thinking about the top 10. During that stage break, they were talking about the lead and what his teammate Chase Elliott is doing. Listen.
Again, for Chase running kind of a pretty big sweeping diamond, you know, low entry, pretty up in the middle, and then low exit. He still was okay at the end of the run.
Okay.
Getting all that information about how the leader is running this track and the groove. Cliff Daniels told me, look, if there's one strength that Kyle Larson has, it's the intangible of just knowing how to adapt better than anybody else, and he's already driven from 25th to 8th place right now.
Dale, that sounded like a tire update for me. Like, hey, the 9 ran up the racetrack and led. His tires looked okay to give Larson the confidence.
Right, and here's the 48 car, who was really moving forward, really good at the end of that run before the pit stop. Now looks like Ty Gibbs has a little more pace than the 48. Could be Alex just rolling around, trying to be smart with the tire life, conserving a little tire for later in the run. With 54 of those, closing the gap.
Look at our scoring pylon. Hendrick, Gibbs, Hendrick, Gibbs. I mean, they're just ping-ponging those top 8 positions. And I guess we shouldn't be surprised. 14 of the last 19 races here won by one of those 2 organizations.
Yeah, we talk about the struggle with the Fords here at Dover. For whatever reason, the Fords just haven't had a lot of success. And the best running Ford, the 22 in 12th place.
Xfinity fastest lap of the day belongs to Chase Elliott. Led 133 of 146. And there you see the rundown. Pay a championship point at the end of the day, and that's big for Chase Elliott, who came in 14 points behind his teammate William Byron for the regular season points lead, and he's only 8 right now as they run on track.
A couple laps ago, heading down into turn 3. out in front of the 9 of Chase Elliott. That's a 51 of Cody Ware. Just watch what happens. Down to the bottom and straight up the racetrack. I thought the 51 was going to hit the wall. I'd love to know what Chase was thinking at that moment. You know, it didn't sound like he was out of the gas, but look at this. I thought that was going to be wall contact for sure.
Yeah, the 51's now coming to pit road to address whatever issue he's dealing with.
Number 9 is in charge. Chase Elliott out front. Christopher Bell, Denny Hamlin, William Byron, Chase Briscoe, the top 5. You're watching NASCAR on TNT. Get ready, because when the clock strikes 8 p.m., it's crunch time. Discovery Shark Week starts tonight. Saw it side by side. Alex Bowman able to jump back up to 5th, driving around Chase Briscoe.
Yeah, Alex has done a good job. He was sitting there right in front of Ty Gibbs in the 54, just kind of rolling around the bottom of the racetrack. And now here he goes, doing that sort of signature move as he starts to move through the top 5. Chasing down his teammate, the 24 car, William Byron, in his 48. The 48 doesn't fire off really fast, and I don't know if that's intentional, but on the long run, really, really good speed out of Bowman.
Every year, they count him out, and every year he seems to find a way to end up victory lane. Just happens to do it.
And you know what? The way he goes about it. And the other thing I would say, Steve, and we've told this story multiple times in recent weeks, but the crash at Michigan and the question marks about if he's going to race at Mexico City. He shows up and has a great run. And if you look at his stat line, since that crazy crash, he has been unbelievable, turned it up big time.
And I'll zoom out even further. We forget he sat out because of a broken back, because of a sprint car accident, a concussion from a wreck in the next gen car where he backed him in. Right, Dale, I mean, you dealt with injury. Like, we report the injury and move on. We don't mean to, but the sport moves on. We go to the next race. For him to deal with all of that and his career being in question, his opportunity in the seat, it seems like every year is in question. Then he shows up at a day like today, running as good as any teammate or with his teammates inside the top 5.
Well, when we come to the NASCAR Insights at Dover in the next gen, there's 3 categories: speed, long run, restarts, all the drivers. Alex Bowman is in the top 2 of all 3 of those categories. So, I mean, this guy is just phenomenal at this racetrack. for whatever reason, it suits him so well. See him moving up the racetrack now as he starts to feel the deficiency of the aero falling behind that 24. He has to move around to find a little bit of cleaner air. See if he can put something together and continue to close the gap.
And remember, the tires we saw come apart were well over 75 laps, 90 to go, 32 on this set. I'm thinking we're about 20 laps away from a pit stop, so we're not going to see over 70 on either set. I think that's what gives them the confidence to move up.
Managing the race, managing the tires. And a theme at the end of stage one is Chase Elliott working around lap cars, and he's back in it again. Sees the 34 in front of him. Todd Gilliland's going to be there.
Yeah, there's a ton of traffic right here in front of this 9 car. He continues to close the gap on the lap cars in front of him. There's probably about 5 or 6 cars he's going to work his way around. You see on the screen.
I talked to Todd this week about Dover, and he's normally pretty enthusiastic, but this week he didn't want to say it wasn't going to be good, but he had concerns. He just said it's a track they don't run very good at.
Yeah, Todd, you mentioned he's a lapper. He was already a lap down, so this to put him 2 laps down. The first car that Elliott is going to see to put 1 lap down could be Daniel Suarez, and we remember how that went in the opening stage. Cole Custer there as well.
Yeah, Cole Custer already a lap down in the 41 car back at 33rd spot. So it's Suarez, and then the next car in front of Suarez, that's 4th position, is Ty Dillon, and he's quite a ways, probably about a 5th of a lap in front of this 99 car. So Suarez will probably want to fight as hard as he can. We'll see what kind of fight he puts up this time. Chase still got a couple cars to get by though first before he can get to the 99, get to the back bumper of Suarez, and here comes that 20 of Christopher Bell on a little bit better tire than what we saw these guys battling on toward the end of that last run.
I do like the 9 working to the outside. I think what hurt him last time against Suarez is he got pinned to the left. He just couldn't make it work, although now he dives to the inside. I think he's going to be able to overdrive the corner and clear the 41.
I like that momentum off the corner, little crossover down the front straightaway.
Clear.
That's what he was hoping Suarez would do. Custer right there probably could have gassed it up, but he says, you know what? It's not my day. I'm a couple laps down.
I was going to say that could very well be the difference too, of going to 2 laps down versus going a lap down, right? You don't have as much to fight for in that situation. Suarez, every reason in the world to try to stay on the lead lap, especially when you know that the caution's coming to end the stage. Bell drives by as well.
We know Suarez is racing for a job. He's racing to try to impress someone enough to give him an opportunity to stay in the Cup Series.
Clear. So if you hold the 9 up, are you like auditioning for Chevrolet or irritating Chevrolet? Like, what kind of sales pitch is that? Now the 9's going to go to the top. I like this move better because I think he'll have momentum at the end of the straightaway to do something with this 99. There it is. Now will the 99 cut him any slack? He didn't before. Now he's higher up the racetrack. No, sir. The 99 gasses up. Oh, boy.
Here we go. Chase is on a little bit better tire, though, this particular time. So I don't know if he could probably stand to abuse the tire a little bit more to be able to get clear. Almost clear. He's going to do it right there.
Elliott able to get around Suarez, put him a lap down. Next lap car potentially is Ty Dillon, who's 28. Elliott in charge as we anticipate pit stops. NASCAR Cup Series racing at Dover. Today it's the AutoTrader EchoPark Automotive 400 closing on the midway point of our second stage. Now we do our top dog presented by Chewy. No debate today.
Chase Elliott.
Absolutely.
Still dominating this race. I mean, nobody's really been able to put him in dirty air besides lap traffic, and he's negotiated that pretty well to this point. It'll be interesting to see if the team can keep this track position for him. He's going to be impossible to beat. But if for whatever reason maybe somebody can beat him on pit road, we might be able to see really what this 9 car is made of.
Mentioned pit road, lap 176 here last year, around like 182, 183. They were on pit road. That's 5 or 6 away. Maybe we could jump on board one of these, Dale. You talked about how tough this pit entry was when we were at the drone fly around trying to get off the banking, right? So you kind of go down and you lift about the bridge.
Yeah,
try to turn left.
You know, you're going to enter pit road. You're going to exit the racing surface. You're going to exit the racing surface right in the middle of the corner right here. And it's a very aggressive difference between the banking of the racetrack and the banking of the apron as it gets pointed by here on this lap car. So down into the corner here, as we look at the apron, that aggressive sort of transition right there, you've got to slow the car down and get off of the racetrack. And honestly, at one point, you might actually have a tire off the ground because these cars really don't have any travel in them, and they just don't have the delta to be able to make that transition in the suspension. So you can get yourself in you can get yourself out of shape trying to get on the pit road, spin the car out, cook the entry, get in too quickly, speed on pit road, so all kinds of issues could be had there trying to get your box.
Put that circle because I also want your hand out the window, because most of that braking this BuiltSubmarines.com onboard camera shows you, they are going to be right on you. You brake in the zone, as you talked about, right in the lane. So I need the hand out the window off turn 2. I need my spotter jumping up and down. The guys behind me, I need them to know it's a hot day. You can get a little mental fatigue, right? Easy to get run over from behind.
That too can make you overdrive the entry if you're worried about people coming from behind, somebody maybe not seeing you, that you're slowing down, and you're worried about them running in the back of your car, clipping the right rear quarter panel as you go by. So you may actually misjudge the entry because of what you're worried about coming from behind and overdrive the entry and speed there.
38 as Zane Smith came to pit road, was running inside the top 10. He's trying to jump, inside the top 20, trying to jump forward a little bit with some fresh tires. I don't think that's going to get concerned, but I will tell you, when a leader pits, it's not normally a 20-lap window here. In the 2 or 3 laps, we're going to get 90% of the cars on board the Toyota, on board of Denny Hamlin. He likes to run long. It wouldn't shock me if he's the last guy to come.
It is interesting how you just watch the competition. And because what the tires mean, you got to be careful how far you run it. You don't want to lose it on the front end, but you run it long, maybe you gain up some of that time on the back end on tires. Danielle?
Yeah, Adam, right now, Christopher Bell's spotter keeps giving updates on Denny Hamlin, who's running just behind him, his Joe Gibbs teammate. He said Denny keeps running a big diamond, and here we see the 24 coming to pit road, Alan.
William Byron coming in from his top spot, bringing a whole host of other cars with him. Byron is struggling with stability. He says the rear of his car just isn't there, so he's going to make an air pressure adjustment to help him out, especially on the long run.
Alan, while William Byron has fallen or been in the top 5, Chase Briscoe fell out of the top 5. You see Kyle Larson leave his pit stall. For Chase Briscoe, he said the car just way too free on this longer run. And as you mentioned, the window opening here, Denny Hamlin coming down pit road. They've had terrific long run speed for the 11 car of Denny Hamlin. He comes down with 66 to go here in stage 2. Really no adjustments for Hamlin, who at one point said, quote, "I'm just hanging out." Chase Elliott with a dominant performance so far here at Dover today. He said, "I could use just a little bit more turn early in the run for Chase Elliott," but very happy with his speed as well. Again, 65 to go here in stage 2.
A lot of those drivers scored inside the top 10, making pit stops under green. All scheduled service here, Danielle.
Christopher Bell very happy with his car. No complaints, guys. Said the balance is really good. Don't touch it.
Bell is away. You can't speed, don't have any miscues. And there you see it. Look at this. Problems for the 9 at Chase Elliott.
9 off the jack, 20 goes by. That'll be a change for the lead. The 20 of Bell will become the leader. You see the slow stop for the 9. Lead change will end up on pit road through the cycle. Allen.
Ty Gibbs is in, coming from the top position there. He says he's too loose off turn 4. They're making an adjustment for the driver up to 54. Running great so far today in Dover.
You know, last year, William Byron was running really well. and they had an issue on pit road, lost a ton of track position, and really never, after that time, were able to rebound. Here it's Chase Elliott with a hiccup during a green flag pit stop. That makes a difference.
I had Bell the leader, but it's Denny Hamlin who came a lap earlier using those fresh tires, did a great job getting on pit road in the cycle. He's going to be in front. Let's see what happens to the 9 pit stop. Clean, comes to the left side, jacked up. Is it a hand? Oh, you see the jack gets spit out. So what happens is the plate doesn't go all the way under the jack post. The weight of the car just squeezes it out. Does a nice job recovering. No loose wheels, but the damage is done. But in the cycle of cars that have pitted, it is Denny Hamlin who's going to lead the way. Hocevar, Berry, Nemechek running long, with Suarez kind of hoping for a yellow at this point.
And Chase lost a few more spots, not just from Hamlin and Christopher Bell, but Bowman, Byron both getting by as well before the 9 could escape pit road. We talked about it before the stop. What could happen, if anything, on pit road that might jeopardize the track position the 9 car has? So Chase Elliott now has a little work to do to get back to the front.
Nemechek gives up a spot inside the top 5, makes his pit stop. You see it in our pylon.
Hocevar, Berry, Suarez, Nemechek, all those guys getting to pit road, eventually giving the lead back to Denny Hamlin.
Chase Elliott 5th in line right now of those front runners post green flag pit stops.
Denny Hamlin trying to be smart about how he uses the tire here early in the run. You really hurt yourself early running too hard the first 10 laps, but the 20 of Christopher Bell is going to put the pressure on here.
It's not the battle for the lead right now, but eventually it will be. Christopher Bell racing inside of his teammate Denny Hamlin.
Does Denny want to give this away, or does he want to race hard and try to keep the track position right now? Is it early? Is it important enough for Denny to try to race this 20 car and not let him by?
The 10 of Ty Dillon, arrow-wise, is just killing the 11. He runs into his tire tracks, and up he goes. The lead change was 1 lap fresher tires and 1 second faster on entry. So Denny Hamlin, the 11, doing a nice job. Looking back on the 20 right here.
And Ty Dillon knows that as this all cycles around, this should put him, you know, roughly somewhere around the, you know, fighting to keep himself on the lead lap. Doesn't want to give up that opportunity, and the 20's going to go around and clear easily. Denny's going to have to give it up.
All right, so that will be the pass for the lead once the front 2 pit. I mentioned 1 second faster. Dale, check this out with the 11. We talked about how hard it is to get on pit road. Check it out. Really nice job using the banking, almost up the banking. That's 1 second faster from a point on the backstretch to the pit in line versus the 20. So 1 second was made up, and that location alone, that ended up cycling him to the lead.
Yeah, allowing his car to go up the racetrack to be able to turn and get that turn down across the racetrack. But he is aware, look behind him, there's no cars coming. He knows that. He sees in the rearview mirror. He's got a lot of room to be able to play around with, being able to position that car for the entry to pit road and be aggressive, get up the racetrack if he needs to. If you had cars coming in the rearview mirror, you'd have to be respectful. Yeah. Be really tidy around the bottom. It'd be a little bit more of a tougher entry.
Well, that's how, when we talk about veterans and what they're good at, it's a little bit of everything, right? Denny Hamlin's experience, Dale, you saw it right away. I didn't, right? So that just shows that experience. He knows when he looks in the mirror, he can be a little more aggressive, and it pays off.
Hocevar made his pit stop. It cycled to Suarez, the last one yet to come under green. As these two continue to duke it out, and as we said, this is the lead, battle for the lead once everything cycles. Bell in front of Hamlin, but not able to pull away, and maybe he can once he gets around the lap car. Ty Dillon.
Ty's going to let it go. 20's clear. Now the 11 has to try to get around Ty Dillon. Marty, what you got on the 11?
I don't think Denny Hamlin's going to be very kind trying to get around Ty Dillon. Here's how he thought Ty Dillon raced him when he was in the lead a moment ago. I'll fix that. Denny Hamlin was not very happy with the way the 10 raced him, Junior, and you mentioned it. The 10's air was just killing Denny Hamlin back there while he had the lead.
Well, we might want to stick around, see if anything goes down between the 11 and the 10 here as Denny's trying to get to the back bumper, and he's struggling. I don't know that he loves the balance of the car. Frustrated with not being able to really drive up here and get around the lap car.
You know, it was Ty Dillon that eliminated Denny Hamlin in the in-season challenge. I'm not trying to make something up here that doesn't exist, but those two did go at it in round 1.
Carson Hocevar ran long and then had this penalty you're going to see right here. Clearly the dump can goes over that front line. That's removing equipment, so a penalty for the 77. He was running 17th prior to the cycle, ran long, trying to make something happen. That's going to be a pass through on the 77. And a place like Dover, with as fast as these laps, it's going to be a very painful penalty. Probably losing almost a lap and a half.
You work so hard to put yourself in position here, and just like that, it can go away. And now the battle for the lead on track. They've caught Suarez, and Bell drives around. So he has established himself as the race leader. Cycle not yet complete. Suarez running it long, but Bell able to drive by and take the race lead.
50 more, nothing coming.
So listen, Suarez out there in second. We talk a lot about positions. He's just trying to save a lap. Right, a caution right now has him on the lead lap. He pits with everyone else. It's not really about positions for the 99. He's just trying to stay on the lead lap. It's why he's running long. It's the best opportunity.
Some drama during a cycle of green flag pit stops. It's put Christopher Bell in the race lead at Dover. 50 to go, stage 2. Been a great weekend of racing here at Dover. Next stop, Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Saturday afternoon. NASCAR Xfinity Series on CW. Coverage begins 4 o'clock Eastern time.
Dale, how good is that Connor Zilic? I know he's driving your stuff. A lot of rumors where he'll end up next year in the Cup Series. Wouldn't shock me, but that young man is impressive on both the road courses and now the ovals as well. I thought it was you at Pocono. That was the magic. Then he got it done here at Dover with you just as owner.
Yeah, it's been pretty impressive to watch him run. Good little kid. And, you know, just so mature, to be honest with you, in and out of the car. Just a pleasure to work with.
Josh Berry in the 21. A lap down in 28th. Made his first ever Cup start here a handful of years ago.
How about the 9 of Chase Elliott, right? Lost control of the race, now running 5th in that pit cycle.
Larson up to 6th. Hamlin continues 2nd, Marty.
Continues 2nd and continues to be frustrated with Ty Dillon, the lap car. Listen to this just moments ago.
Copy that.
So, Junior, we talked about how you can block someone here at Dover, but what's the etiquette when you're a lap down and you're in front of the second-place driver? Who's in the wrong here? Denny Hamlin have a case there with Ty Dillon and his frustrations.
Well, I think there's a couple things working against Denny right now, and his car's not quite as good as it needs to be. Ty Dillon's drove away from him, put 20 car lengths on him. The 11 car's got to look in the mirror here and see the 48 car of Alex Bowman closing the gap. Yes, the Ty Dillon could have let the 11 car go. Denny probably would have drove away from Ty Dillon. Denny probably would be in a better spot tire-wise right now. But Ty Dillon's out on the racetrack and kind of do what he wants to do, driving his own race. He's kind of driving to establish his career, right? He's trying to make a career out of racing in the Cup Series full time for Ty Dillon. So kind of a tough spot when you get out there and race against guys that are desperate, right? And Ty's a guy that I would say is a little bit desperate, trying to establish what he's trying to do for a living here. And just a bad spot for Denny. His car's not good enough to be able to get up there and get around him. Now he's going to close the gap eventually and probably get that spot. But
this is the bracket.
And then
the 42 and the 10 are for $1 million next week. So,
but he's the first car one lap down is Ty Dillon. So I mean, he gets a caution now. He gets back on the lead lap, and then you got Nemechek who's a lap down when you talk about that matchup.
Just between us, that Denny radio was a little jumbled up. Was that please take him off my Christmas card list?
Let's just go with that.
Yeah, okay. Just making sure I heard it right. John Hunter ran a little bit longer, so his tires are newer. Only by 3 laps, but it all matters, right? And this is to advance.
Go to replay. Carson Hocevar having a moment. Ran it long, led some laps, had a penalty on the pit lane, and now this.
Yeah, he's trying to get around the 20 car. He's got the fresher tires because he did come to pit road.
Oh boy,
got a little bit loose right there. Corrects the car up into the wall. It's easy to do. Once you slide and correct the car, you don't really get the grip back initially. The car still is kind of floating across the racetrack up until the fence he goes.
How about Allmendinger? I mean, we're celebrating him early up there in the top 10. Everything seems to be going their way. The tire issue, and now just can't find it.
And if you say, well, yeah, he had a flat tire, but he didn't hit the wall. What's wrong? These cars are so sensitive. He could have had a flat tire. He could have damage to the diffuser. We don't know. It looks like he's coming to pit road. So the 16 of Allmendinger just
4 red. It's brake related, Trent.
Brake related. So it's some sort of issue on the 16. That's just too bad.
Circle Watkins Glen next month. Great road racer is A.J. Allmendinger. He's won there, and that will be his ticket to postseason, no doubt.
Daytona as well.
Yeah, that's a great point. Yep. Yeah, he's a good drafter. I mean, we know how wild those races are, but he's someone, no doubt, that could get it done, Marty.
Yeah, Adam, there's something bigger going on with a 16 car here. They're talking about to see if they see any fluid here because AJ just pitted at lap 186 a little while ago, so we'll check in with that team. But there's something bigger going on here with AJ Allmendinger. But to your point, had a terrific early run here at Dover, but now they're in trouble.
Suarez is still not pitted. He's fallen back to 14th. Bell leading by 3.5 seconds over Hamlin. Next car, Bell will see Austin Dillon. Last car on the lead lap, 24th place for the number 3.
Just look at that pylon, right? Bell, Hamlin, Bowman, Byron, Elliott, Hendrick cars once again, good as always.
The 11 right here is starting to get a little bit of a dirty air situation behind the lap cars. The 42, John Hunter Nemechek at the 10, and Ty Dillon just really not able to advance forward and get around both of them, and it's allowed the 48 to maybe have an opportunity to take this position away. Denny's so smart though, man. He's going to run where he needs to run to get the clean air on his car, but also make things as challenging as possible for Bowman.
Still 30 laps to go, stage 2. Riding 8, Ty Gibbs.
He just got around Bubba Wallace for position a few laps ago in that 54 car. It's this battle right here between Bowman and Hamlin still brewing. Denny now up the racetrack. Oh, the 16 is still having some issues. Trying to stay out of everybody's way. It's a tough feeling.
There's Ty. He's 8th, and the man he's racing in the in-season challenge right now, Reddick, back in 12th. What's going on 54 team right now, Alan?
Well, this run is improving just a bit. As you said, he just got by Bubba Wallace, but Ty Gibbs came over the radio and said, look, I need better grip because I can't run the bottom like so many other cars can. You can see him up there high in the groove. He'd rather be down there on the bottom, and that's affecting his ability to pass, Danielle.
Alan, Bubba Wallace started the day 22nd. He has now cracked the top 10. He is running 9th. Everything going according to plan. Crew Chief Charleston Ike said by the end of the first stage, I want to give Bubba something he can work with and let him go. That's exactly what he's doing. Also gaining points on the cut line. Adam, he came in that 16th spot at +3. He's now +16, trying to make the playoffs.
Yeah, in position to get some stage points. Meanwhile, up in front of him, battle for second is on. Hamlin has it, but Bowman just continues to work him over as we head toward 25 to go on the stage.
Then into the bottom of the racetrack. John Hunter Nemechek's going to slow him down a little bit off the turn 4. Marty, what's got on the 16?
It's a brake issue for A.J. Allmendinger. He has no right rear brakes. He went into the corner a moment ago, Junior, and you're going to shrill at this. The brakes went completely to the floor for A.J. Allmendinger. So that's why he's creeping down pit road. He's going to try to get to the garage area and try to get it slowed down once he does get in the garage area. But a brake problem is probably going to end their day for the 16.
All these lap cars in front of Denny Hamlin, in front of Bowman, have drawn in the 24 of Byron. Also, Chase Elliott right off screen there is going to be able to close the gap here. Denny's still having troubles with his 42, and all of that sort of allowed these cars to close the gap a little bit. None of them really able to take advantage and take position away.
I'm starting to think, as we go to 23 laps to go, about the pit stops at the end of the stage, because we've seen some exchanges there already today. And you look at these drivers running up there in the top 10, you know, really from Larson on up. Some of them haven't been there all day long. If you give them a shot at track position for this final stage of the race, you don't know what might happen. All around the track, and these two have had multiple run-ins today. Joey Logano, Ross Chastain, and they're not done yet. Bell leading 22 to go. 5th, and 6th on track, all from Hendrick Motorsports. Byron has got the 4th position riding here, courtesy of Napa, with Chase Elliott. Top 5, Larson right behind him. In fact, up in front of him, their other teammate, Alex Bowman. How about the 9 now as we hit 15 to go in the stage, Marty?
Yeah, Alan, a moment ago, he was fighting his teammate William Byron for 4th. Now he's trying to hang on to 5th. So, Steve, I'm just curious how Alan Gustafson approaches his stop here at the end of stage 2. The 9 team, one of the most veteran pit crews on pit road. They're ranked 3rd on pit road. This team does not normally make mistakes. So, Steve, if you're Alan Gustafson, do you give the guys a pep talk, or do you just let them do business as usual? Because you've had one of the dominant cars today, but a pit stop's coming up.
Well, there's Alan right there. 21 seasons on top of the pit box. He's a champion crew chief, 40 wins. And I just think when you go back and look at the pit stop, this is a mistake, and it's all human error, but I don't think it was egregious. I think these are the types of risks you have. Jackman just didn't get a great set on the jack. It just kind of, spit out. So I think this is where the pit crew department, the coaching, and that veteran experience you talk about, Marty, that's the difference, right? This happened under green, so the slow stop in the 9 allowed the 20 to go by. Remind everybody we're still in this. We're 5th. I will tell you that slow stop under yellow would be way more costly. So I would kind of let them do what they do, let them bounce back under yellow. But there's ever a time to have a good bounce back stop, it would be this one.
And we talk about the advantages of that #1 pit stall and the dividends that they can play when they can pay when you pit under caution. And so we'll see maybe if him having that #1 stall could make a difference here, 11 laps away from the end of the stage.
Yeah, they're going to need to be able to gain some of that track position back on pit road, because we saw the 9 car drive to the back bumper of Byron. He actually get up alongside him at one point, but just not able to make the pass. He is a little quicker than Byron right now, but that is just such a hard pass to make right here inside the top 5. I mean, all these cars from the same camp, relatively the same setup, I'm sure, same theories at least. But the 9 of Chase Elliott now to the outside.
Oh, I think it's
going to take it away right there. Yeah, good job. Create a lot of momentum at the top of the racetrack. I think he got a little, kind of friendly give and take from his teammate Byron there. He didn't make it too difficult on him. Now Byron has to kind of figure out how hard he wants to try to race to keep this next spot from Larson, who continues to slowly, methodically climb his way through the field.
Larson steps up high. He'd love to get inside the top 5
right
into the stage.
Big run to the inside.
From what I've seen today, the move to the inside is not a guaranteed spot, although I think the 24 is going to concede here on corner exit. Nope, he's going to keep fighting it.
Let him have it. Okay, good teammate.
So I was going to say, to the inside, I don't think it's a guaranteed spot. To the outside, it seems like you can really finish the pass if you can get to the guy's quarter panel.
Sure, yeah, I think it's just not enough grip to be able to, if you're on the bottom, throttle up out of the corner. You really can't throttle up. You're driving the door of the car on the outside. So great battle right here.
Second, Alex Bowman jumps to the outside of Denny Hamlin.
Yeah. Oh, Alex Bowman will sneak up on you late in the run. That 48 car has the best long run speed of anybody here today. And if this race, tends to have a long run at the end, and he's putting himself in the top 2 and the top 3 here for late in this race, he's going to have a shot at it.
Well, the trend of the race is long run. We had a caution at lap 35, a planned caution by NASCAR because practice and qualifying was rained out yesterday. And we had the caution at the end of the opening stage. So nothing for incident yet. You start putting that in your mind as you think about the stretch run of this race, no doubt.
60 laps on these tires. We need to go 6 more. I think we should be fine. We saw about 10 laps longer, but if they ran harder under Greendale, I was going to say you could hurt a tire. So you just wonder if these guys are right on the edge.
Chase Elliott just about busted his butt there in the middle of 3 and 4.
Just tell it like it is, Dan.
Yeah. It was a big, he slid all the way through the corner sideways, gathered it back up. So you got to imagine he's put these tires through it. Look at him, he's really having trouble with the rear grip in this car late in this run.
Larson knows every spot's going to matter on these upcoming pit stops, so he's not going to give the 9 a chance. I like this line from the 5. Last time he did it, he came off turn 2. It looked like he had 50 extra horsepower. We'll see if it works again.
You think about how long Chase Elliott worked William Byron. He worked him, he worked him, he worked him, he got by him. And now, just as he settles in, here comes Larson behind him.
Let's see if we can ride on board with Chase.
So what he's dealing with in turn 3, and this is the only part of the racetrack that has this, in the bottom groove only, entering turn 3, there's like a set of 2 railroad tracks that the cars drive over. And it really feels like railroad tracks that go all the way into the bottom of turn 3, and the rear tires bounce across that and try to bounce the car up the racetrack. And late in the run, you've got high air pressure, you've got everything really hot and mad around the race car. You can get in there a little bit too deep and just skate the back across those railroad tracks. Really what it feels like is just driving across a railroad track while turning. And the car really doesn't get the grip you need there.
Why would I do that? That doesn't even sound comfortable.
It does not. And there's so much about this track that feels that way. One more lap in the stage. Christopher Bell able to get the lead away from Denny Hamlin after a green flag cycle. And since that time, he has stretched his advantage. As good a day as we've seen him have here at Dover in a Cup car. Stage 2 goes to Christopher Bell. Second stage win of the year. Won one earlier this year on another mile track. It came at Phoenix in race number 4. Bowman second, Hamlin third. Elliott hangs on to 4th. Larson completes the top 5. Bubba Wallace ends up 10th. That point could be big for him. And speaking of big, pit stops are next. You're watching NASCAR on TNT from Dover.
Powerball wants to send you to NASCAR Championship Weekend for the chance to win $1 million. These Delaware lottery players want exclusive access to the garages and even met driver Daniel Suarez. Enter NASCAR Powerball Playoff through your local lottery. And remember, every time you play Powerball, you're supporting good causes in your home state. Powerball, the official lottery game of NASCAR.
Back in Dover, Delaware, this relief lap sponsored by National Debt Relief. Austin Dillon gets back on the lead lap. That'll be 22 cars on the lead lap as we wrap things here in our second stage.
These guys ride around in the yellow. You can watch the turns get lighter, all the rubber being picked up. Now we're going to kind of rinse and repeat just a little bit longer. That was a 130 lap stage. This final stage is 150. So, you know, it's going to be probably another 20 laps of green flag racing. Very important here to make adjustments. We got quite the battle here. We got Gibbs and Reddick only a couple spots apart on the in-season challenge, and Nemechek and Dillon on the same lap, 1 spot apart.
The best in those 2 matchups advance to Indianapolis and run for the $1 million next Sunday on TNT. pit stops are so big. We saw it under green. We've seen positions exchange under caution. Kyle Busch, 12 prior to pit stops, picked up 3 on the first set of the day. Bell leading him down this time. Bowman, Hamlin, Elliott, Larson behind him. Here's Danielle Trotta.
Adam, Christopher Bell just won stage 2, came on the radio and said, leave it alone, I'm just a little free. Adam Stevens said, you got it, but save all the fuel you can for me between now and this pit stop. Just behind him, you see Alex Bowman pulling into his pit in the 48. He said, I'm just a little tighter there, but didn't think it was bad. That run, I held onto the rear tires better, Marty.
Denny Hamlin said, I've lost my entry speed. I can't run the bottom at the end of the run, which also hurts my exit as well. Clean stop for the 11 bunch. Chase Elliott to the very front of pit road. We'll see if they have a clean stop or are able to gain any spots. And indeed, they use that pit stall number 1 to their advantage. Elliott goes from 4th to 2nd here on pit road. Adam.
+2, yep, you called it, Marty, for Chase Elliott. He comes out behind Bell, but they make up for the miscue earlier, and Chase going to restart here on the front row. Bowman lost 1, so did Hamlin. Byron and Briscoe each grab a spot. Pit road just so big at Dover. Chase Elliott feeling good. 9 right back in the game. Restart for the final stage when we return. NASCAR Cup Series racing on TNT is brought to you by Brestree. Visit us at brestree.com. Burger King at BK, have it your way. You rule. And by the Credit One Bank, NASCAR American Express card. I need some NASCAR Nation. Here's Shannon Spake.
Adam Alexander forgot how loud it was down here at Dover as we made our way getting ready for stage 3. Well, look at what we have here. We've got a Gibbs and Chase Elliott. Of course, he led 171 laps to start this race. What kind of battle do you think we're going to see out of those two guys, Jamie?
Well, Shannon, we saw earlier in the race the pit stop actually cost him the lead. You mentioned leading 171 laps, but they have just put him back in this race. We talk about every single week how important the restarts are, how important track position is. Maybe more here than any other track that we go to. This next restart is going to be huge for the 9 car if they want to get to victory lane. What worries me for the 9 car is that I thought the 20 was maybe the best on that last green flag cycle of pit stops when they left the pits.
I think it's a bad day to not be in a Hendrick Motorsports Chevy, a Joe Gibbs Racing Toyota, or a Joe Gibbs Racing Toyota affiliation, because if you look at the top 10, there's basically no one else there. The only driver who has stuck out to me who's been right there on the edge of the top 10 Kyle Busch in the 8 car from Richard Childress Racing needs a big day. Came in here 37 points below the cut line. Could be a massive day for him. And Ryan Blaney, who just crept in there recently.
Yeah, driver that stood out to me, Adam, is Kyle Larson. We talked about the slump. We heard him use that word yesterday when we went through the rain delay of practice and qualifying, and he has been the biggest mover on the day, that number 5 car.
7th prior to the choose, so he is in the game, but going to need to put the pieces together over the long haul in this final stage. And now we get our progressive race recap. Stage 1 today goes to Chase Elliott, strong in the early going. Christopher Bell wins stage 2, so good after that cycle of green flag pit stops. Laps led today. See Chase Elliott, what he's done today. And I'll tell you what, he's been great, but he's going to have to earn it on this restart here.
Talking about Kyle Busch as well, you know, he's having a great day running inside the top 12, sitting in 11th, and only 3 points earned in the stages, and Bubba Wallace is sitting right there in 10th. So even though he's having that good run, really not making much gain, not much gaining any ground in the points to the cut line. But I have to have something change throughout the rest of the day for that.
So I assume Bell outside, 9 inside. Dale, take me through the rest. At what point is the outside more dominant? Like anytime you can get to the outside, or are we just going to keep splitting?
Yeah, I mean, I think the further back you go on the inside, the dirtier the air is and the less opportunity you have to get out of that space, right? You go to the top of the racetrack and you're back in the, you know, like Bubba Wallace right here. He's in this perfect position to maybe jump to the outside of row 4, even passing row 3. And the further back in the field, the dirtier the air is and the more of an advantage you have jumping into the 3rd groove, passing multiple rows around turns 1 and 2.
What about it, Marty?
Adam, we've talked about how tough it is for the drivers today. 140 degrees inside the car. Denny Hamlin never wears a cool suit. You seen that drink tube going in right now? He had a comment to Chris Gale a moment ago about that.
Hey, in this drink system, is there any way we, I don't know what kind of ice we put in, but it's like, it goes hot really quick. Maybe there's a way we can get like a block, like a solid block of ice, and just use one of them, one big solid block.
And Junior, Denny Hamlin's talking about going forward, he wants to do that, but the liquid he is drinking is hot. No cool seat for Denny Hamlin as well. I can't imagine the conditions inside that car.
Yeah, not comfortable at all. A lot of racing left to go.
Inside row 2 for the restart for Hamlin. Front row, Christopher Bell, Chase Elliott. Here they come through the EchoPark Automotive restart zone.
Should start to see the intensity of the restart starts to pick up a little bit.
Elliott hanging tough in that inside lane.
Ready to the top 3 wide around Kyle Busch back there. Change the road.
Yeah, not decided up here. Oh, the 20 around.
There goes Bell. Can he hang on to it?
Hold
coming
on,
down the racetrack.
Bond's
A lot of cars coming.
Hold the brake. Okay.
First caution for incident today. It comes on a restart in the final stage, and it involves the man that was leading this thing, Christopher Bell. He had spent 59 laps out front.
Yeah, restarted on the outside, was door-to-door through 1 and 2, down the backstretch, and Bell just knows he has to try to clear that 9, use that momentum. I couldn't tell if there was contact. I didn't see any.
We will pit.
It looked like it was just too loose. Shock, he did a great job of not backing into the wall, and then the field did a great job of not hitting him as he was broadside in the middle of 3 and 4.
Let's take a look. Coming off of turn 2. Going down the back straightaway side by side. Yeah, I don't know that there's any contact at all. It's just so strange. The car just turned sideways. Come around really quick.
This will be a good look.
Yeah, looks like he bottomed out on the racetrack. Steve, as we get further on in this race, maybe there's a little more speed entering that corner, firing off, running a little harder, pushing the car deeper into turn 3. We're also maybe making adjustments to get the car down, taking air out of the rear tires.
All of the above. You talked about those railroad tracks. You are absolutely going to hit the left rear shock stop over those railroad tracks. That's just the design of it. And I mean the thickness of a credit card. You know, if you go 1 credit card, you're okay. You travel 2 credit cards, it's really loose. 3 credit cards, you spin out. Like, it can be very sensitive for the driver. I'm sure Bell turned off in there. Bad aero situation with the 9 to his left. Hits that shock stop at a little bit of an awkward spot. Might have even picked up the right rear shock stop for the first time. And around you go, it's like hitting a patch of ice. And then look at this. Man,
It always amazes me how well these drivers do when somebody gets spun out right in front of them.
Other observation, the inside lane on the restart. Denny Hamlin restarts inside of row 2, jumps up to 3rd. Chase Elliott able to hang in the inside lane. Eventually, Christopher Bell goes around under caution here at Dover. NASCAR Cup Series racing on TNT is brought to you by Straight Talk Wireless. Real unlimited data for fans of fast. Official partner of NASCAR. Progressive, save when you bundle motorcycle, RV, and boat insurance. Visit progressive.com. And by Toyota. Let's go places. Danielle Trotta's got an update on the 20 of Christopher Bell.
Yeah, devastating for C. Bell. He was leading when he had a solo spin. He will restart here, Adam, in the 22nd position. His crew chief, Adam Stevens, said, don't worry about it. We're better than everyone. Just be nice and smooth. They just came in, took 4 new tires, and freed it up because he said, you're going to be in traffic.
That's the 5th time this year we've had a spin by the race leader. There's a little 20 pep talk. Danielle said it. He's going to restart outside the top 20.
Underbody's fine. We're better than all of these jokers here, so we can get back up in there into the top 5. Not a problem. Nice and smooth. Take a deep breath.
I love the talk. I love that you spin out and instantly it's like, well, I'm going to change the balance of the race car because you're going to be in traffic. You talk about a non-emotional approach. Looking like could be a race win, maybe still will be, and that adjustment could be the difference. He drives back up through the field because they got that adjustment in the car. Great job on top of the pit box. No doubt. I mean, so much experience with Adam Stevens. It shouldn't be a shocker to anyone. Now what happens, though? What happens here?
Justin Haley gets the free pass on this, our 4th caution of the day. Ready to return to the green flag. Control car outside. Chase Elliott front row with Denny Hamlin. Bowman, Byron behind him.
Chase gets a good jump on that 11 of Denny Hamlin. He's going to clear down into turn 1. Reddick again to the top of the racetrack, trying to take advantage of that clean air up there. Get on the outside of Blaney's going to do it. So Reddick's gained 2 rows over the last couple of restarts. Now to the inside of the 23, his teammate, Bubba Wallace. Bubba's probably going to keep that spot. The 54 up the racetrack, almost into the door of the 5 Larson there. Both of them lose a little bit of speed.
Look at Briscoe and Byron racing for position. I thought the 19 was going to net out on the outside lane, but off of turn 2, Byron grabs the spot, and great racing behind him.
Yeah, a little contact between the 23 and 11 teammates. Going to cost Bubba Wallace a couple more spots. He's fighting hard on the outside of Blaney right here. Aiden Bush gets really aero tight, Now he's under attack from the 22 and the 1. Everybody's just in bad air right here. Nobody loves really where they're at. Just trying to take advantage of each other and also keep that clean air going. Bubba Wallace trying to get in line to the bottom of the racetrack. Kyle Busch going to jump to his right rear quarter panel, and that's going to give him the spot.
Love that move by the 8.
Yeah. Bubba's trying to stop the leading, but it's just going to continue.
Chastain waiting in line, and look who's right behind him. Joey Logano, the 1 and 22 connected again. Hunt Brothers onboard camera. The wild ride into the corner at Dover.
Oh, he's going to get
there. It is.
Still there,
right on cue. Oh my.
The feud continues between the 1 and the 22. Good for us. It is.
Okay, line of the day.
I love it.
It comes at lap 269.
Yeah. 23 finally gets around the 8 car. Busch. Marty, what you got on the 8?
Yeah, the restarts have been tough for Kyle Busch today. The one before this one, here's what he told Randall Burnett afterwards. Listen.
It felt like flat tires, so I don't know if we have just continued to take air out all day and we just suck because our air pressure is so low. I don't know, man, but I just got my kicked.
That was the restart before, Junior, but we saw what happened with Christopher Bell. We hear what Kyle Busch is saying, so how frustrating is low air on a restart here at Dover?
Yeah, you really need that fire-off speed, and if the air pressures are too low, your car is just real tight, sluggish. There's not any turn. It doesn't do anything well. You see guys going around you, and you just can't do nothing about it. Eventually, you're hoping it pays off on the long run with that low air pressure.
Good fire-off speed at the front for both the 9 of Chase Elliott and the 48 of Bowman. Both come by the 11 of Denny Hamlin, who started inside front row. Now you settle in with 128 to go, knowing there's a required green flag pit stop. Just trying to manage those tires, Danielle, as Dale talked about. You want to fire off, but you have to get it all the way to the pit stop at the best time.
You see Hendrick running 1-2. Alex Bowman, I need you to help me translate this, Steve. He said, I think we're missing on exit more because of the rubber, but I feel the tightest in the center.
Yeah, so it sounds to me like that's what makes this track so tough. He's saying, hey, the car feels tight in the center, but I feel like we're missing the speed on the exit. Like I get through the tire rubber, so like right here's the middle, and then around right here, you see how dark that patch is on the right side tires. He probably doesn't feel early in a run, Dale, he can get out of that rubber because that's the preferred lane, and his car is just not great there, and that's where he's lacking the speed to drive up and contend.
Riding on board with Denny Hamlin, the Toyota Camrys, he's trying to see if maybe this run they've made the improvements on that 11 car. He was losing a lot of track position on the last run with a Neil handling car, burned up his tires in lap traffic. And this 48 car, the one thing I wish I saw out of Alex Bowman was his ability maybe to keep the gap between him and the leader, Chase Elliott, a little bit smaller. We've seen that the 48 has maybe the best long run speed of any car. But this gap right here may be insurmountable late in the run to be able to take advantage of that long run speed. So what they need to do is try to help that car on the front end, if they can, to give the 48 a little more pace.
You know what I'd say about Bowman today? Start in the 16th position when qualifying is washed out. He knows that this is a good track for him. They've been able to pick up 15 stage points. He's created some separation with that cut line. Ultimately, he wants to win, lock himself into the playoffs. But he was a little bit behind the 8 ball when this thing started, and he's been able to really make something out of it in a long way to go.
And I'm with Dale. I never want to give up time, but just to be the contrarian of this, the other thing is if the 48 strength is the long run, don't abuse your tires, lean into your strength, and just hope the 9 catches a little traffic, right? Because I don't think you're going to make it up lap time to lap time, but we've seen the 9 get hung up in traffic before. That's 30 laps, 40 laps down the road, but you can make back big chunks quickly if the 9 gets in a bad spot.
Looks like they made the gains they wanted to make for this 11 car as well, Steve, as he's wrapping the bottom of the corner and creating some really good pace here early in this run for Denny Hamlin, running a really, really tight line around the apron, exactly where he wants to be.
Talk about that bubble battle, just over 100 laps to go. Been a good day for Bubba Wallace, running 10th right now, plus 12 to the cut line. And they're talking weather on team radio. Here you go.
There is a pretty solid chance of rain in 20 to 25 laps. Probably not race ending unless there's lightning. But I'd say it's a pretty good chance, 80% chance of rain in 20 laps.
So, Steve, that might be the first crew chief I've heard tell a driver about the rain, but I haven't heard any of the top 5 cars mention it to their driver. So when do you tell your driver, hey, rain might be coming, another pit stop still to come here at Dover, when you let your driver in on what's happening away from the racetrack?
Well, I think if you want him to change whatever the predetermined strategy is, that sounded to me like, hey, I want you to go harder, maybe save less tires. We're going to run 20 minutes. I don't quite see the rain the way they do. We showed the radar. 20 minutes seems relatively quickly. I think we're going to get the last 120 laps in green, so I wouldn't be calling my driver onto another strategy at this point.
William Byron fourth as they run on track. 3 Hendrick cars inside the top 4, and they've been strong here today in the Byron camp, Alan.
They have, Adam, and his teammate Alex Bowman good on the long run. The 24 car William Byron just the opposite. He makes all his hay on these short runs, up a few positions already, back into 4th, but at the end of that last run we saw him drop 2 positions quickly. That car just falls off the cliff on the long run. That's something they have to worry about as this race continues to go on.
And crew chief Rudy Fugel was telling me that Williams' dad Bill, not too far from here, when you talk about where he grew up, a lot of family watching William race anytime he comes to Dover. It's his teammate out front right now, Chase Elliott, with 1:18 to go. Just over 100 laps to go at Dover. You're watching the AutoTrader EchoPark Automotive 400 on TNT. And now we do our ones to watch, presented by Credit One Bank.
Yeah, my ones to watch, Denny Hamlin of the NASCAR Insights at Dover in the next gen. Denny Hamlin comes into this race #1 on speed. They've made some changes on this car that I think it gives him the fastest race car on the racetrack right now, in position to try to get his 58th career win today.
Well, I'm going to take the low-hanging fruit. I'm going to go with Chase Elliott, race leader and the weather. Can I have 2 ones to watch? Because I'm watching Chase Elliott. It's like 203 laps. That's the 3rd most he's ever led in his career. He broke that 44-race winless streak a couple weeks ago in Atlanta. Looking for race win number 21 of his career. But the question is, are we racing to 400, or is my second one to watch, the radar, going to shorten this race?
It could get real stressful on the pit box, managing the stop that could be coming up under green. And I'm going with Alex Bowman. 8 wins in his career. at 8 different racetracks, one of them coming right here at Dover 2021 when Hendrick Motorsports swept the top 4 positions. Came into the day 15th on the leaderboard. He's up to 14th, plus 62. He's gained 30 points to the cut line. Yes, he can go win this race, but big picture, just make sure you finish the deal, build some insurance with what will be 5 races to go to the playoffs when we're done this afternoon.
And let me add in, if the rain even doesn't get here, we are now in shade, kind of all the way around the racetrack with some clouds. That will change the balance of this track. We'll see if it affects any of the leaders.
Bubba Wallace doing a nice job today. No qualifying, started outside the top 20, drove it up to the top 10. And you know what, he hasn't gained a lot of ground once he reached that 9th, 10th position, but they've been hanging tough there all day, and that's what they got to do for the 4th quarter of this race. Hang right there, make sure they get a good finish, because he's picked up 9 points on the cut line, been in front of Priest most of the afternoon.
Yeah, he's kind of got to look ahead and try to gain some points on all those drivers in front of him. You got to assume somebody else is going to win a race and lock themselves into the playoffs, and it's going to pop him below the cut line. But watching McDowell right there, the 8th of Kyle Busch as well.
McDowell's done a great job today.
It really has. I mean, sitting right there in 13th place, carrying the banner for Spire.
Got their first stage win a couple of weeks ago.
Hocevar drove through the field. Hocevar drove through the field earlier in the race, got into the wall. He went behind the wall to work on the car. He's back out on the racetrack in 35th. So great run right here for this 71. Michael McDowell.
Look at Gregson in the 4, and we shouldn't be surprised that Noah a year ago here qualified top 5 and finished in the top 10.
And that's what's even more surprising to me, Adam, is how badly this car ran in the first 100 laps of this race. I mean, he's struggling at the back of the field, really to try to make any speed out of this car. Marty's got something on the 71.
Yeah, Junior, I think people may sit at home and go 13th for Michael McDowell. But you guys are right. This is terrific for Michael McDowell. Told me before the race, I'm not ashamed to admit it, Dover's one of my worst racetracks. But he told me I completely changed my driving style last year. We also changed our setup, but we haven't been able to bring over setups from where we were last year and be able to transition it to this car. But he said, I think my driving style will help. That change will help for me. And here's Michael McDowell going for 12th on Kyle Busch. Meanwhile, I think it's kind of the opposite for Ross Chastain, sitting in 15th back there, been struggling with a poor handling race car all day long, saying the car was just way too free for Chastain. And Steve, I think you brought up the point. This is a track where we expect Ross Chastain to be very good. In fact, they told me before the race, one of his top 3 racetracks, but this is not what they wanted from the day so far in 15th for that Trackhouse team.
16th, Austin Cindric. You know, this team has struggled since he won at Talladega Super Speedway. We said that earlier, and just trying to find the sweet spot as we work our way toward the playoffs. But he's a great drafter. Got another opportunity at Daytona. Pretty good road racer as well. We'll see him as a highlight potentially at Watkins Glen next month. How about the 17? Another Ford inside the top 20, Alan.
Chris Buescher's been fighting, just handling all day. He's been tight. They keep working on it, getting a little better. The biggest issue for the 17 car, his cool suit has not worked since lap 1. So a tough place to get around. We know how tough it is without the heat. Imagine what he's going through inside that car. Hasn't mentioned it a lot, but we know that cool suit just hasn't been working, Danielle.
How about his teammate Ryan Preece, Alan? He started 11th and has gone the wrong direction. Right now it's 18th. Why is that such a big deal? Because he's below the cut line, 17th. He came in at 17th, but just -3. And you look at the cut line now, guys, -12. He said the center is where I'm having the most problems, guys. I can't turn the center, and the front of the car is numb.
Right behind him, Christopher Bell in that 20 car running 19th. Christopher came out on the racetrack 22nd after the spin, gained a few spots after the restart, got up to 18th. He's actually kind of struggling right here to get himself back through the field with his 20 car. You have to wonder, Steve, I know that it's difficult to drive through the field, but also maybe there might be a little bit of damage to the undercarriage of the car that you're unaware of.
Yeah, I mean, it's impossible to know, right? Because it is that vertical strakes that are underneath the diffuser. How about the 38 of Zane Smith, currently in the 20th position? Pitted a little early under green, early in the race to try to gain some track position, running inside the top 20.
couple of front row drivers flashing here today.
Yeah.
Talk about Zane. Mentioned Noah Gregson earlier. Zane has a Truck Series win here. Brad Keselowski's won here in Cup and Xfinity. And the boss man at RFK currently scored 21st, Alan.
Yeah, like the other RFK cars, just fighting handling throughout the day. At one point, he bumped into Austin Cindric. Doesn't think it was too much damage, but certainly didn't help the car. We know this is one of the worst seasons Brad Keselowski has ever had. His crew chief, Jeremy Bullins, told me we just have to keep the attitude that one race can change our entire season. We've been in position to win before. Perhaps not today, but we have some tracks coming up that could change our season. We have to focus on those.
You know, debate on talk radio this week was how many more winners are we going to have in a regular season. There were a lot of people saying Brad Keselowski at Daytona. You could make a case for Austin Dillon as well. He's done it in walk-off fashion.
Well, he's had a struggle over the last 9 races. Hasn't finished 19th. Hasn't finished better than 19th in the last 9 races. Sitting there running right now in 22nd position. Just been a tough year for Austin and this 3 team. I think RCR's kind of worked hard to try to find some pace for him and his teammate Kyle Busch, and he's struggling to get that done.
And behind them, the 7 of Justin Haley, another of those Spire Motorsports entries. We've seen a lot of speed out of the 71, the 77. The 7's had a little bit of a bumpy year. Remember, he did win at Daytona 161 starts ago. He's looking at that same sort of lightning, literally, because it was a lightning delay, a rain delay that ended up having a victory lane. So he's trying to just, you know, hang around and improve like his teammates behind him. The 42 in-season challenge matchup. Currently, John Hunter Nemechek's at the free pass position, so a yellow would really change up this matchup. He's only a couple spots in front of Ty Dillon.
Yeah, he's got about maybe 8 or 10 car lengths over the 21 of Josh Berry for that free pass.
Had that drama late last week at Sonoma when you talk about the bracket, and when you see where these drivers are running again today with 90 to go, it could unfold again at Dover. Again, $1 million on the line for those that advance next weekend at Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
21 of Josh Berry's just struggled all day long. Back in 25th position. That finishes in the last 2 races here of 10th and 14th. Probably came in here with a little more higher expectations than what they're showing today, even though we know the Ford camps kind of struggle at this particular racetrack. And then the 10 car of Ty Dillon in the 26th spot, trying to close the gap to Nemechek to be able to kind of advance through this bracket into the final round. Just a few laps left. Less than 90 to go for this 10 car to turn this around.
Chase Elliott lighting up the stat sheet today. He's led 223 laps. He's out front right now. Hamlin, Bowman, Briscoe, Byron, the top 5. 89 to go at the Monster Mile. NASCAR heads to Indianapolis next weekend. Xfinity and Cup cars racing at IMS. They'll practice on Friday there. And over at the short track IRP, ARCA and Trucks Friday on FS1. Saturday, Xfinity Series teams on CW. Coverage begins 4 o'clock Eastern time. We got Cup qualifying for the Brickyard 400, 2:30 on True. And Sunday afternoon, a crown jewel event. We're on the air 1 o'clock Eastern time. NASCAR Nation. It's NASCAR on TNT for the Brickyard 400.
We are in a tough situation for the leaders. 81 to go. We're closing in probably 5 or 7 laps from when you would want to pit to break this final stage up as we had in the past. But you see off in the distance the rain showers. This is going to be a tough decision. The spotters can see that rain. So the question is, if you think it's going to rain, you need to stay out and run long. If you think it's not going to rain, you need to pit in 10 laps. And if you're on the wrong side of the weather, it is going to perhaps end a great day. Let's listen to the 48.
Still green. They're looking for rain just around the track. Everything's good. Light drop somewhere, but everything's good here.
Such a tough decision because, like, you can look at the radar, but we just showed you, like, it's literally 2 miles off, but it may just go just north of us. So because if you pit under green and the rain doesn't come, you're golden. But if you stay out hoping for it, we saw how much time Denny Hamlin made up just by coming 1 lap earlier, so it could change the entire running order. It is a tough position for Alan Gustafson to be in. Now you add on top of that Denny Hamlin is cutting into the 9's lead. He has it down under 2 seconds.
We're talking about the difference of 15 minutes. If we're 15 minutes further into this race, everybody's going to make their pit stop and you never worry about the rain, right? But because it is where it is and the question marks with it, it's really put pressure on all these crew chiefs, Marty.
Riding on board right here with the Kyle Busch, and you see the 20 car right here in front of him. Christopher Bell starting to make a little bit of time, starting to finally be able to drive by some cars. And while that's happening, Kyle Busch in this 8 car is starting to slip back through the field. That opportunity, oh, a little issue right there with the 60. It looks like he's going to lose another spot to Ryan Preece. So, and here's the 17. So this 8 car bleeding speed right now, losing spots as we go. Marty, what you got?
Kyle Busch said he's wrecking loose on entry into the corner after such promise to start the day. Kyle Busch has really struggled here at the end of the race. Meanwhile, coming down pit road, Chase Briscoe. There's your answer, Steve. 76 to go. He's going to come down pit road. James Small making the call to bring Chase Briscoe down pit road. So what do you do if you're Alan Gustafson leading right now? Do you follow what James Small does, or do you trust the radar thinking, hey, rain might come, I'm not going to come to pit road and give up the lead?
They're all coming, Marty. Answer's been made. Larson's on pit road, the 24 on pit road. You see him at the top of your screen. You see the 19 on pit road. I don't think Chase Elliott has any option but to chase these guys onto pit road, Alan.
Kyle Larson and his teammate William Byron in said it was finally coming together for a long run car. That's what he's been wanting all day. Small adjustment for William Byron on and off pit road, Danielle.
Alan, Tyler Reddick is being told stay with Ty Gibbs. We are going to pit with the 54. Right now, they're just 2 spots away on the racetrack from each other. And remember, they are matched up in the semifinals. Tyler Reddick being told stay and do what the 54 does.
Just under 75 laps to go. Scheduled green flag pit stops. And here comes the race leader. The advantage for Chase Elliott when he came to pit road was right around 2 seconds over Denny Hamlin. Something to follow. Hamlin coming with him.
Let's watch these green flag stops as the 9 and the 11 pit from first and second. And remember, Chase Elliott had just worked through a bunch of lap traffic that Denny Hamlin was in the middle of working through. Both of these teams very happy with the handling of the car. Denny Hamlin did say, I want a cold bottle of water. We talked about how his drink system has been hot for much of the day. Meanwhile, Chase Elliott said, I like where the car is. No changes for the 9 team. Green flag stops underway. You see Hamlin is already done. Can the 9 answer the bell? They can. They hold the lead, but it looks like Hamlin gains just a bit of ground here on pit road.
They do, but now where do they blend versus all the other cars that have pitted? The 48 of Bowman has pitted, not Bell. He's still on old tires. Let's see the 9 and the 11 onto the racetrack. We'll see where everybody else blends. There you go, clean and green on the racetrack. 23 picks up the lead. Bubba Wallace is thinking, how about that rain? Let's get that rain on the racetrack. He probably's already seeing drops on the windshield. This is the strategy of the 23.
They're doing a dance down there on the 23 pit box. Wallace out in front of McDowell, Gregson, Chastain, Cindric. We talked about Bell. None of those drivers have pitted. Zane Smith, Brad Keselowski, Austin Dillon, Justin Haley. And here comes the 23. Bubba Wallace going to make his stop, 70 to go. He's heading your way, Danielle.
Bubba Wallace right now is happy with the car. 99 race winless streak since Bubba Wallace last won in the NASCAR Cup Series. Right on the bubble to make the playoffs. He's been on the bubble more times in the next-gen era than any other driver, either in the 16th or 17th position. He's been on that bubble 22 times. Charleston Knight told me today they are making a push. He knows this is not Bubba's best track, but right now taking a gamble with that rain coming.
You can't make mistakes, and you saw it in our pylon speeding penalties for both Josh Berry and Joey Logano. Only had one speeding penalty here last year, but it's something that's been a theme over the years at Dover. We'll see if it gets anybody else. Gregson is now cycled to the race lead.
And that 4 of Noah Gregson can run a long time. He's run 67 laps. I think he can run 35 more laps. So the rain could be the gamble of the year, or they might say, you know what, it's not here, we're losing too much time, we're having a good day, we're gonna have to pit. Looks like he's running low down the straightaway. That tells me he's pitting. He kind of swerved low. Let's see what the 4 does. Yup, out of the gas. So the 4 will then pit. I think the race is between the 9 and the 11 at this point. We have a few other guys staying on the racetrack, but unless weather comes, this is between the 9 and the 11. Alan?
Yeah, we were wondering if we were going to see that gamble from Noah Gregson. He had moved up from 36 all the way to a really good position. He was one of the last cars out there. Decided not to make the gamble. They've been just too tight out there. One of his best finishes of a career was here last year, 6th place on and off for Noah Gregson.
Christopher Bell stays out, as does Austin Dillon and Justin Haley. Chase Elliott is now cycled up to 4th, but will be the race leader when everybody makes their stop.
And the 11 of Hamlin trying to run him down is stuck behind Ty Dillon again. Very vocal on the radio earlier about frustrated with the 10. I'm sure he's frustrated again. Let's take a look at a replay of the 48 of Bowman.
Yeah, Bowman in the 6 here, trying to go 3 wide. The 5 on the top of the racetrack. Bowman gets into the left rear of the 6, really close to getting into the left rear of the 5 car. All those guys trying to hustle around cars that are on older tires.
I see Hamlin up there. I see Larson up there. It was those two that really went at it late in the final stage a season ago, with Hamlin holding off the 5. Right now they're both chasing Chase Elliott as we continue to watch Denny Hamlin behind the 10 of Ty Dillon.
And that's just frustrating the 11 again, because he is trying to make something happen on these new tires. Now Ty Dillon is trying to get the John Hunter Nemechek for this in-season challenge. They are running 28th and 29th.
Caution.
Caution is out.
This is a massive break for Christopher Bell.
Unbelievable call to run long. Remember, he spun leading, so he was out there on old tires. Just we were waiting for him to pit. Bell and Dillon had yet to pit. We'll see if this weather sinks in, but what a gamble for the 20.
Bell's led 63 laps today, but had the spin on the restart to begin the final stage. Fell back outside the top 20, and really, they were not making up a lot of ground, knocking on the door maybe of the top 15, but they run it long here. We get some rain, and now he's in position to do some damage.
The other very interesting thing is with Bell staying on the racetrack and being a pretty good car, there's only like 8 cars on the lead lap. We'll confirm that when timing loops. So 2 things. I think if it doesn't rain, Bell can pit and line up 8th. He's right back in the mix. If it does rain, it's even better. But this was a real good and impressive gamble from the 20 car.
Yeah, right behind him you see the 45 car. That's Tyler Reddick in 9th position, 1 lap down. The 20 car looked like he might have been committing to pit road. Let's take a look at this replay.
Oh man,
down the back straightaway. The cautions. I think the caution's out right there.
Yep. He's happy is what he is right there.
He's thrilled. Interesting though, the 54 squeaked by to be able to.
That's huge.
Yeah, pretty cool deal for him.
Gibbs able to get back on the lead lap prior to the caution coming out, and you said it, Reddick going to be in line for the free pass here.
Second gear. It's raining, I'm staying out, it's raining. Okay, stay out. It's raining.
They've now put the 54 car behind the 20, saying the caution came out before they crossed that loop.
So that's important. So hold on.
Loop. Yep.
So this goes back to the loops. So here's the 20 lifting to go down in the corner, and then he for sure stays on the racetrack, running the bottom. I don't know if that's just how slow he is on old tires.
I think he was
It
thinking
could
about
be.
pitting, and they must have told him there was raindrops in the corner. And so waiting on when does the caution come out? Is the 24 car. Now the 24 car trapped behind the 20. So NASCAR has put the 24 car behind the 20. And he is now the first car 1 lap down. So NASCAR has rewound all of this to go back to a specific loop on the racetrack, Steve.
That's right. So when the caution comes out, very simply, the last loop, that's where they're going to put you, and it's the first car 1 lap down at the instantaneous time of caution per the loops. So this is now the running order. The 24 will then get the free pass, which will put the 54 a lap down to the 20. So if the 20 doesn't pit, this is going to make a big difference to the entire running order.
And also big when you talk in-season challenge, because, you know, if Gibbs gets the free pass and Reddick's trapped a lap down, now all of a sudden you have these 2 drivers head-to-head on different laps. But as it stands now, they'll each be in the 1 lap down category. A lot going on there. And a nice break for William Byron, and another 1 less car on the lead lap also aids Christopher Bell.
So pit road is yet to open. We heard some radio about, hey, I'm staying out, but pit road hasn't opened. So what NASCAR normally does here is, hey, if it's a little sprinkle, let's just take a second. We don't want to open pit road and make you make a decision. All right, pit road's open. That tells me that NASCAR feels we're going back racing. They wouldn't open pit road if they thought we were going to red flag it. So now the 20 has to decide, how close is the rain? Can you hold these guys off? If Bell pits, that kind of changes the world for waiver rounds and a bunch of things. We'll cover that later. Austin Dillon is running second. We haven't really talked about him. For him, I think the gamble to stay out might be his only choice. So let's see what the 20 does first and then what the 3 does. Elliott, Hamlin, Larson, Bowman, the other cars in the lead lap, they've already pitted. Their decision is easy. They're going to stay out. Sounds like the 20's pitting. I think they think the rain has passed. They're going to take a left-hand turn. Let's see. Does Bell stay out? He pits. Does the 3 come with him in the distance? If we look off to the right, let's see, is the 3? Yeah, the 3 also comes. So there you go. They feel like the rain is behind. But this is still going to be a big break for the 20 because he's going to line up inside the top 10. There's only 7 cars on the lead lap. 6 without the waiver round. Danielle.
Yeah, Steve, that was the plan for the 20 car. Adam Stevens said when the pits are open, we will pit. He said, I need to be freed up a little bit. That's all Christopher Bell said he needs. I think it's better to be lucky than good. Today, the 20 car, guys, I think has been a little bit of both. Marty?
Danielle, there was a long debate on the 9 radio about whether or not to come down pit road, but with so few cars on the lead lap, Chase Elliott also said, I think the racetrack has changed a little bit, but I'm fine to do whatever you want to do to Alan Gustafson. So Alan Gustafson decides to make the call here. It's going to be right side tires only, but what do you think about this decision to kind of match tires a little bit with the 20 car, Steve?
So these cars pitted. That leaves the 11 of Denny Hamlin on the racetrack. He will end up being the leader. We're going to have a really messy lineup when we get back, but we're going to clear it up. Basically, 6 cars on the lead lap, a whole bunch of waiver rounds, a few lap down cars. All you need to know is there's 60 to go. We'll have the rundown when you return.
Ready for a big restart here in Dover, Delaware. Front row goes Christopher Bell, Denny Hamlin. Chase Elliott going to cycle out of the pit lane in fourth. He'll restart on row 2 with Austin Dillon. Austin Dillon was 22nd before the cycle, so this really worked out for him. We had 23 cars take the wave around. 15 of those get back on the lead lap.
All right, so very quickly, you got the 20, the 11, the 9, the 3, the 5, the 48. All of those guys are out here racing for the win. They are on the lead lap trying to figure it all out. And then we have a bunch of wave arounds. The 24 of William Byron is the free pass. You see him right there. What is he? 1, 2, 3, 4. Looks like row 5 inside. That would normally be tail end. So that shows you how many wave rounds we have, because everybody behind William Byron drove around the pace car to get either back on the lead lap or maybe one lap down. So it's very messy, but the race win right now is going to be determined between the 11, the 20, the 3, the 9, the 48, and the 5. I think those 6 cars are your front 3 rows. They have the control of the race.
The 9 came to pit road for two right side tires. The 5 and the 48, 4 tires. They have now a 10-lap advantage on the cars out front.
20 also came for 4 tires. So Denny and the 3 are the 2 cars on old tires.
Restart, 57 laps to go.
Oh, the 3 struggles to be able to get the power down. That's going to cost that outside line, and Bowman a handful of spots.
Chase Elliott through in third. Larson looking to try to get fourth.
Dillon did a good job to recover around 1 and 2.
So Hamlin leads on the older tires. Dillon to the outside of the 9. Look at the speed out of the 3 car.
Power run. Austin Dillon outside lane. Lost third, trying to get it back.
Keep in mind, 2 tires on that 9 car.
And I was wrong. I had Dillon on old tires. That's incorrect. Only car on old tires is Hamlin. You said it. Chase on 2. The rest was 4. What a move by Austin Dillon. Just like that. Back in the game. 56 to go.
He's fighting on the outside of this 9 car. Chase Elliott trying to do everything he can to clear. He's not able to do it.
Hendrick cars lined up and trying to pounce on the 3 of Austin Dillon from RCR. Chase Elliott, Kyle Larson, Alex Bowman.
And out front, Hamlin, the old tires working, matching lap times with the 20. I just wonder with 54 to go, that's a long time to try to hold off those fresher tires.
Yeah, they're only about 10 laps better on that 20 car compared to Denny. Denny's pit stop was at 3:27. Christopher Bell at 3:40.
I think about the spin for Christopher Bell, and they never probably run it long if they have the track position.
No chance.
And I'm not saying they wouldn't have been out front if they don't spin, right? I mean, conventionally, they may have been the ones that cycled out front, but the way it plays here, they're in the game on the tires, running second right now after the spin. And I go back to what Adam Stevens said. We're not out of the game yet, and they are not, as Elliott's able to finally wrestle third away from Austin Dillon.
Here comes Larson to the top of the racetrack, trying to get on the outside quarter panel of that 3 car. He can't do it. Down the back straightaway. Austin Dillon to the bottom of the racetrack. Larson backs up the entry, trying to power up on corner exit. Still the same gap out front between the 11 and 20. This battle right here for fourth.
That last lap, though, Bell was faster than Hamlin first time, down to half a second. And off in that distance, that rain seems to move closer. So 51 to go, I think. How about Adam Cantor? You got to about the rain?
I am not going to play that game.
Okay.
I sat here for the Xfinity race last year, and I saw the green, and I'm like, it's raining by the radar, but it's not at the racetrack. So I have retired from trying to predict the weather.
A year ago, Hamlin basically just arrow blocked his way to the win. I don't know if he's going to do that to Bell.
Yeah, Bell's closed the gap just a little bit here over the last couple of laps, but as it gets closer to that 11 car, the air just gets dirtier. He'll have to find somewhere else to run on the racetrack to be able to try to make that ground up on Denny. William Byron back up to 7th. Trying to drive through a couple of cars that were
between him and some of the cars on the lead lap.
So doesn't the 20 need to get these tires a little bit older before he can move up? They're probably still too new to run the 20. Well, there you go. He runs 1 lane higher. See if it works. Man, I think it worked. I think he's going to have a little momentum off. I think it's a small, it's going to be incremental. He's not going to make up 7 car lengths in 1 corner. Down to 3/10 of a second on the pylon. He's going to try it again here. Oh, yeah. I think he's found that second lane, closing into the rear bumper of the 11.
48 laps is a long way to go. But when Denny Hamlin, now 47, when Denny Hamlin won here last year, he did it playing defense on Kyle Larson.
It's a 1/2 quicker than Denny right there, running the middle of the racetrack. Seems to be closing the gap continuously. Maybe another 1/2 here up the racetrack with that number 20. Danielle, what you got?
I said earlier, Dale, I talked to Adam Stevens and asked him about that 4-month winless streak and if it was aggravating the team. And he said there are different ways to have momentum other than winning. He said nobody has more wins than we do. What we have been suffering from is not executing start to finish for the last month or two. Right now, though, guys, looks like with 46 laps to go, he and Hamlin, Joe Gibbs Racing teammates 1-2. We'll see if C-Bell can break through.
Danielle spotter Chris Lambert trying to coach his driver Denny Hamlin to his 3rd Dover win. And Junior, what they're telling Denny is that right here on the entry of 3, that's where your teammate is better than you are, and he can carry that momentum all the way through. In 1 and 2, you're a little bit better. So what's Hamlin's defense to keep his teammate right behind him?
His defense is the air, the dirty air. Use his car. You look in that mirror. The mirror is so clear. He knows exactly where that 20 is on the racetrack, and he can drive across the racetrack and take the air away from the 20. The 20 can't finish the corner. He better do it quickly because Christopher Bell is coming. Christopher Bell is racing the weather. We got more rain coming in, a direct hit coming in, probably about 10, 20 minutes away. The 20 car has to act now. You can't believe that this race is going to go 43 laps. He dives to the inside right here. It's not going to work on the bottom of the racetrack. Danny has moved up the racetrack in defense. If you're going to pass me, you're going to have to do it on the bottom. Now Denny to the bottom.
Still clear. Still
20's got to have that run off the top, though. Look how much more speed the top's going to have down the straightaway. Where will the 11 go? Cat and mouse into turn 1. The 11 bottom, 20 up.
How many times have we seen it today? You come off that high line, drive down to the bottom of the racetrack, and that momentum carries you for a position. Not this time for Bell. 3/10 of a second back. It'll be 41 laps to go.
He's going to get very detailed information about where the 20 car is. The link back to the 20 car, but also where he's at on the racetrack.
3 back, 1 lane higher.
He's also looking in the mirror when he needs to, getting information from that as well. This will be a very difficult pass to make for Christopher Bell.
I love the call for the 11 of staying out on those older tires. I actually like, and I love, you know, the 20 thing, he had to have tires. It's a great mix. I mean, you have to find a way to figure it out. The 9's back there in 3rd. Hasn't really found the lap time to close in on these front 2.
Larson's finally got around Austin Dillon for 4th, and he ran the best lap of anyone on the racetrack that last time by. A good 3/10 quicker than Chase Elliott in 3rd.
I feel like that weather's going to be here before that. It's possible.
Tabloid spotter stand for the 20 of Christopher Bell. These two haven't been working together a long time.
They haven't. Tabloid lost his job right after the Mexico race and picked up here by the 20 team, maybe on his way to victory.
There's 2 words he wants to say down the stretch today. All clear, you know?
Danny's doing a great job. This is just going to be, I agree it's a hard pass, but Bell is not slipping many tires here. Oh, there we go. Bell got to the 2nd lane.
Denny runs that bottom just so good. What Bell gains, Denny is getting it all back in the middle of the corner, being so smart around the bottom. But here comes Christopher Bell again to the top of the racetrack in 3 and 4. Denny gets into the throttle. Here comes the 20 with a run down the front straightaway, maybe to the inside for Christopher Bell. He fades. He looks inside here down into turn 1. This will be a very difficult pass to make on the bottom of the racetrack, but that lap traffic may create an opportunity for Denny.
Lap cars, Daniel Suarez. Hamlin slides back in front of Bell.
Where does Suarez go? Where does Hamlin go? 3 wide through the middle for Bell. Can he get to the quarter panel?
Still clear. Future exit clear.
Oh, he tried so hard to get to the outside, couldn't do it. Denny survives another lap.
1 lane higher.
Denny almost turns in the corner after Bell.
Christopher Bell in the throttle up high, way up the racetrack.
Denny chased him up the racetrack, but not quite high enough.
As these two race, Elliott gaining a little bit of ground in third.
Denny's kind of running the middle of the track, trying to dirty it up as much as he can for that 20 car.
35 remaining.
And as Denny has to get defensive, it kind of slows both of them down a little bit because Denny's not running the optimum line. It's allowing Chase Elliott and Larson to close the gap just slowly.
And you say it, 35 to go in the original run, but that rain is getting closer. You can see it just off 1 and 2. This is the in-car looking back to 3 and 4. If we look ahead into 1 and 2, you see it in the distance. The drivers know it as well. Spotters, they can all see it.
Bottom, one back.
You know, it's funny, we had that competition caution at lap 35. It felt like such a short stint to begin the race. 34 to go. This feels like an eternity as these two go at it and try to find their way to the race lead if you're Christopher Bell.
Christopher's trying to make that run off the top of the racetrack, and he's just not able to do it. Every time he gets into the corner, it looks like this is the opportunity. He's going to be able to put the run together, but Denny does such a good job through the middle of the corner. That 11 car, they've worked really hard to be able to give him the rotation and the opportunity to be able to lean into the right rear and power down on corner exit.
Back bottom.
Doing all this on a little bit of an older tire as well shows you the performance in this 11 car.
Been a great track for Joe Gibbs Racing over the years. Won here on 11 different occasions at the Cup level. 2 of those produced by Hamlin.
Larson fastest again, 2/10 quicker than the front 3.
Bell's tires just getting warmer and sliding around more and more in this dirty air.
Now he's starting to lose a little bit. Maybe he's backing off and can cool these things down just a little bit. See that weather right there off of turn 2.
Oh, it is right there, too. Just a mile from the racetrack. Will it go north or will it hit the racetrack? You said it, the 9 slowly inching in, so it's at the 5.
Denny's, I think, content now and comfortable that he has, he has the 20 beat. Is Christopher Bell backing up, cooling things down, getting the tires happy again? We've talked about it. He's run really, really hard. Those air pressures are inflated. The tires are bouncing around on the expansion joints of all these concrete expansion joints. Maybe he slows down, cools down, chills out, makes another run.
And traffic. It doesn't have to be completely in the way. For the 11, very important how he picks and chooses his lines in this lap traffic. Just like the 20 can be irritated by dirty air, the 11's the same way. We're going to see the 44, but then up the road, there's 3 more cars that I think if this runs to the finish, we're going to get to. Oh, the 11's back there again. It is. It's like an accordion. He cools and he attacks.
First lap vehicle they'll see here, 44, J.J. Yaley. And as we watch these guys racing for the lead, the race within the race in-season challenge, you see it in the pylon. Reddick now in front of Gibbs by a couple of spots. And Dillon and Nemechek continue to go at it. They are both a lap down.
That last time by, Chase Elliott just a 10th quicker. Larson, Bell, Hamlin pretty much the same lap time.
Hamlin ran the top and the 20 made ground on the bottom.
Bottom.
Hamlin's got to commit to the top again.
Quarter, still clear.
I don't know if he can pass him on the bottom. Giving him the bottom allows him to close in. Oh, now the 11 goes to the bottom, or closer to the bottom, slides up to the middle.
The one thing I think you don't want if you're Denny Hamlin is to let the 20 car on the right rear quarter panel, because then you're definitely beat off the corner. If he can, you want to just dirty the track up, keep him right here, right? 5 car lengths behind, struggling to make up that gap. But if he gets close enough, you definitely take the top of the racetrack, force that 20 to the bottom, because then the 20 won't be able to finish the corner, won't be able to make the pass.
25 to go.
And also, I think you have to think about how these guys are teammates too. So there's going to be a little bit of a lot more respect than you might see competitors give each other when they do, if they do eventually get into a side-by-side battle.
I would imagine their cars are probably very similar as well. What's strong with one's probably strong on the other.
Still a long way to go. If we don't get the rain, this is still a lot of laps for Denny to try to make sure he's putting together good momentum. Don't find himself in bad air around these lap cars. It might give that 20 car an opportunity to close quickly.
Chase is closed in. He's about 1 1/4 seconds back.
It was 2. It was 1.7. It was a second and a half. And as we look now at the Delta, 1.25 for Chase Elliott in third.
Yeah, Chase 0.2 quicker right there than the front two. And you see him popping into the corner right there. He is driving to the back bumper of that 20 car quickly.
Top two, Toyotas from Joe Gibbs Racing. Right behind them, 4 Chevys from Hendrick Motorsports. And then you've got Austin Dillon 22nd before that cycle played out. They ran it long. He's netted in the 7th position. Blaney in the top 10. Reddick 9th, hanging on to a position over Ty Gibbs in that in-season challenge.
Denny around the lap car, Cole Custer. Cole Custer back in 32nd spot. 4 laps down. Trying to get out of the way, trying to give these guys the room they need. He's going to go up the racetrack here and let the 20 car through. Another lap right there. Larson 0.2 quicker than the front 3. Larson's closed the gap to the back of this 9 car you see here in the double box.
Dale, this is the Larson we know. We've kind of wondered where he's been the last few weeks. This is the 5 car with just raw speed, right? Running guys down at the end of the race. He has turned into a little average for him over the last 6 or 8 weeks, really since the 600.
It's be a tough exit for the 9 car. It's going to cost him a little bit of speed. The 5 is going to close the gap a little bit. Still about a similar gap between the 20 and the leader, Denny Hamlin on the left. Now that same issue for the 9 is off turn 4, the same issue for the 5. Driving up off the corner underneath another car. You can't really finish the gas.
More traffic ahead for the 11.
So I think this is basically the 2 battles for the remainder of the race. I don't think the 9 or the 5 will find their way into the battle for the lead. The 9's sort of plateaued here.
I think the 5 could if he gets by the 9, but he has to do it quick. Yeah, the rain keeps inching in.
The 9's kind of fell into lap time similar to the leaders, no longer closing that gap.
The question is, do the older tires of the 11 shut off a little quicker, right? 10 laps older, they haven't seemed to be worse, but is there a second wave of fall off to these older tires?
Caution, got one down the back, right now, side 1. Low,
yeah, the 1 car on the back straightaway had some serious issues with contact with the wall.
So now the question is, because that weather is not here yet, this isn't a caution for weather. NASCAR is going to check the track and open pit road. This will turn into a pit cycle. So now with 50 laps on your tires, what do you do? Because with all those wave rounds, there are, let me check the scoring, 21 cars on the lead lap. I am so thankful I'm in the TV booth and not on top of a pit box. Because now you're questioning, no weather is a whole different conversation. I think you have to pit. I don't know if 50 lap tires will hold on, probably right sides to make sure I have track position. But
rain any minute. I don't know what to do other than stay out.
There you go. I don't know what to do either. All right, all these radios are going to light up. Spotters are going to look at the weather. There it is right there. That's right off turn 2. To the right, there's a shower. To the left, there's a shower. Let's see what happened to the 1.
Yeah, just way up the track off of turn 2. Looks like he had maybe a right front tire go down.
He's running 13th.
Yeah, that car just shot up the racetrack, broke something in the right front.
Yeah. Now, the one thing that will help the stress of all of this is the 1 kind of comes down here, gets in the middle of 3, and then I think whatever's broken causes him to spit out. And when he spins out near the,
he might have just gotten loose, so he corrected the car up the racetrack, actually.
So I was going to say, this is near the entrance of pit road, so this will leave pit road closed. They're not going to let the cars pit around this car.
AMR safety team is there. Let's listen. Christopher Bell radio here.
Way older tires than us. I would expect a bunch of them to pit. So we need to think long and hard here. Copy that.
Well, it's real simple. If it rains, stay out. If it doesn't rain, you need to pit. Now, whether it's going to rain or not, Adam, that's up to you.
Let's get another update on Bell. Here's Danielle.
Yeah, after they said we need to think long and hard about this because we expect wave around cars to pit for the 20 guys, they said the weather is closed, Christopher. If they do decide to pit, the code is Mike Helton. The code is Mike Helton, Marty.
And Danielle, I can tell you it's starting to rain here in 1 and 2, and Chris Gale is not bringing Denny Hamlin down pit road no matter what. He told Hamlin a moment ago, you heard part of the radio, we've made our bed, this is what we're doing, and the rain's starting to come down even harder here in turn 2 right now.
You know, we were like less than 10 minutes time of day from finishing this thing. Caution comes out, the rain has arrived, and the rain will help delay the decision making for everyone. And I look, I mean, it's 5:30 right now on the East Coast. Daylight doesn't end here till after 8 o'clock. I mean, we got a long way to go here this afternoon potentially.
The sail isn't big enough to end the day. You know, looking on the radar there, it's not a big enough sail to end the day. Really be determined on what NASCAR decides to do. But if I were looking at this and any other day, I would tell you that more than likely we'll probably have the chance to get back under green. But man, I've never seen this in NASCAR before, where we're having a rain. You know, we have a rain that's going to stop the race. 15 laps to go. What do you do if you're NASCAR?
I know that's a tough decision, because I agree with Adam that if the shower just blows through, there's enough daylight. But do you spend an hour or two, you know, to come back to run 15 laps? Let's listen into the 9.
It's raining now. This will be ball game. Yeah, copy. It's short, dries quick.
Here you go, short, dries quick. Alan's politicking. And
you got one thing, you know, that's the way I think we're all feeling right now, having lived in the sport for so long. Is some of, you know, you might think this would be the end of it, and then you got some people that might think this could happen quickly. Yesterday in the Xfinity race, or when we saw some rain throughout practice and whatnot for the Cup cars, it dried really quick because we just had Xfinity practice and there was temperature in the racetrack, tons of temperature in the track right here. I think if this passes through really quickly, it should dry relatively fast, especially with the banking of the racetrack and how this water runs off the banking. It's very possible for us to get it back going again.
Listen, I don't have a dog in the fight, but I'll tell you, for the fans that came out today, if it does blow through and we can dry it up, I hope we can just see the shootout to the finish. They're going to bring the cars down pit road. It's closed. There's no reason to ride them around and burn the 14 laps. I think we all know the rain is coming. Now it's just a question of what does the radar look like? How heavy is the rain? Unfortunate for Chad. I thought the one was going to be better today. I really did. I know he had no practice, but he always seems to show up here. So this is a sour end to just a kind of very mediocre day for the one car when you look at his Dover stats.
Denny loves Dover, but he didn't need drama, and he's going to get a little bit of it here. Bringing the cars, as Steve said, down the pit lane with the rain, and they'll park them, and we'll wait a little bit to see how things go, how quickly we can get it dried, and what this cell produces weather-wise here at the track.
And I think there's more, Dale, to your point. Like, so we talk about track conditions, but they also have to think about public safety. Is there electricity? Do they have to clear the grandstand? I think there's a lot of layers that go into this decision that are, you know, I've never had to make it. I've never been in the tower to have to make this decision. So we'll hear what they say.
See the crews coming over the wall as everybody is parked. They'll display the red flag, and we'll sit and wait and see how things transpire the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, I think the uniqueness of this is just that there's so little laps left in the race. If it was 40 or more laps, you know, it would be a little different. You know, it would feel more familiar. But this is going to be an interesting one to see play out.
You know, as we race here at Dover this weekend, we do so with heavy hearts. We lost a great one this week. Rex White passed away. NASCAR Hall of Famer, NASCAR champion. Our condolences, thoughts, and prayers to his family. Rex White was 95 years old.
next week, NASCAR Cup Series race coverage continues on TNT and streaming on HBO Max from Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Catch the final 2 drivers battling it out for the in-season tournament title. Pre-race begins at 1 p.m. Eastern.
NASCAR on TNT has a new voice man. His name is Dale Jr.
That was my Adam Alexander impression.
Oh boy, sun's out. Sun's out while it's raining.
Quick shower coming through.
Look for the rainbow, would you please?
Well, the rain is for sure here.
I'm glad it rained like this because yesterday it kind of teased us and we weren't sure what was going to happen. At least today, it was a no-doubter. Still plenty of doubt on who's going to advance the next weekend in Indy in this in-season challenge.
Well, in the current situation, Nemechek 1 spot ahead of Ty Dillon and Reddick 2 spots ahead of Gibbs.
And they've been like that the entire day. That's what's been hilarious. Nemechek and Dillon back around 23rd and 24th all day long, 1 spot apart. Gibbs is back. Gibbs actually looked like he might better Reddick throughout some parts of the day, but Reddick's been able to gain some of that track position back and get the balance on that 45 car better.
You just feel like coming into this thing, get to the semifinals, it's going to be like a bar fight to steal one of Steve's lines, and that's exactly what we've experienced. It'll be fun next Sunday, though, in Indianapolis when we hand out $1 million. What's interesting is you look at those drivers. All 4 of them winless this year, and 3 of them have never won in their Cup Series career. And latest weather update, things are looking good in the offing.
Well, we got a good look right there at the sky.
There's the rainbow.
A little bit. Well, the sun's out. We got the sun out, and it's raining. And as I tell my girls, that's what creates the rainbows, guys. And so it.
Wait a second. Did we just get a meteorological lesson from Dale?
Well, I thought y'all were.
Promo read.
I mean,
y'all were kind of
confidence is overflowing right now.
Y'all look like y'all were surprised and curious as to why there was a rainbow in the sky. I want to straighten it out for you.
We've all found the pot of gold.
Oh man, what are we doing with the trophy?
Oh boy, moving it to the. Hey, you know where that trophy's going? It's going to the same place we got the trophy yesterday, and that's the Winston Cup Garage, where they celebrate. You know, when they have a rain delay, or I mean, any kind of rain delay, or like they might move Victory Lane, and they move Victory Lane to the back of the Cup Garage in the sheltered area. Marty.
Kind of walking along here with Denny Hamlin, and you might have heard the fans cheer a moment ago as Denny Hamlin sheds the umbrella because the umbrella no longer needed. Mr. Weather Prognosticator Dale Jr. Yes, you're correct, and the sun has come out here, so this makes for a very interesting dilemma for NASCAR, Steve. You know, you could make an argument to call it. Going to take a while to dry the racetrack. You can also make an argument, hey, it's sunny now. Why not go back green?
Yeah, I think it comes down to how long. So here's what I think. A, how long do they think it will take to dry it? B, is it as simple as drying, or will we have some weepers? There was a delay to the Xfinity Series race because the water ran across the front stretch. So those are the 2 big things. Then 3, what are we up against? Darkness? We're up against that. We're up against public services. You know, this is a gigantic crowd. NASCAR has to work with the local, you know, when are we allowed to let this crowd go, not go? What is the best thing for the fan base? So it's a big decision that I'm glad I'm not a part of. We're going to sit here and just wait for word.
Let's get a word with Christopher Bell, Danielle.
Yeah, just talking to Christopher, who's running second to his teammate Denny Hamlin. So, Christopher, I'm guessing that you hope that these sunny skies make way and NASCAR does not call this and you can go back racing.
I mean, it's going to be wild whenever we go back. The tire strategy is going to be all over the map. And then there's no clear cut. I mean, you can pit for tires, and if everyone else stays out, you're going to lose. And if you stay out and everyone else pits, you're gonna lose that way too. So. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's going to be very exciting whenever we go back green to see what the right call is, who makes it. Yeah, it's going to be a dogfight.
Do you think that when we go back racing, Christopher, you have something, if you're on the same strategy as Denny Hamlin, coming on a restart?
Well, I'll be honest with you. Whoever wins the restart is going to win the race. So I think if you stay out on old tires and you have someone right behind you on new tires, they might be able to get by you. But on equal tires with 10 laps to go, I think whoever wins that restart is going to win the race, and I can promise you we all know that too.
Christopher, interesting to see you leading over 60 laps early, and then we saw the solo spin, but you've gotten yourself back in position. What a wild day this has been.
Yeah, that's twice now that turn 3 has gotten me here at Dover. I don't know, it's just that was obviously my first restart with clean air, and I hadn't been loose in. I think I just got on the shock limiter a little bit, and it turned me right around. So did the same thing last year in qualifying. But yeah, I mean, we got it all back, caught that lucky yellow, and thankfully we're right back in the mix of it. So it's been a great day so far. Won a stage, got a lot of regular season playoff points. So or regular season points and a playoff point, and hopefully we can finish this thing off. And love to compete for a win with my teammate. Yeah, we'll just see how it goes.
We're looking at this spin that happened earlier in the race, Christopher. What do you make of this surface, this new tire? You have the right shark fin on the car, which you haven't run yet at Dover. Did it just throw you through a loop, that combination, or what was happening here?
Well, I mean, I would say it threw me for a loop, but I did the exact same thing last year qualifying. So it's just really finicky. You know, we're trying to run these cars as low to the ground as possible to create grip on the long run. And it gets dangerous, and whenever it comes up quick. Like I mean, my hands have been steady Eddie all day long. I don't know that I'd had very many corrections, and then all of a sudden, I'd never been in that situation with being on the front row, charging the outside of turn 3, and there she went. So, yeah, it's just it's a fine line. You're dancing with the devil. You're trying to make the car, you know, low and have grip on the long run, but then whenever you compress into that corner, you run the risk of spinning out. So normally you can feel it. I didn't feel it. I didn't know that I was close to you know, having an issue, and it swapped ends on me.
Just to go back and reiterate, if it's you and your teammate Denny Hamlin on a restart, you're confident that you will prevail?
I mean, I don't know. We've seen all day that outside lane is the one that's going to win the start majority of the time. So it's going to have a lot to do with pit strategy, pit road execution, who can maximize their lights, maximize their in and out of the stall. Obviously, the guys changing tires. I think whoever gets the lead after the yellow coming into the box is going to, you know, be in the prime position, and they have to execute the restart. But once it gets single filed out, I think that'll be game over.
We'll see if Seabell can prevail with his 4th win of the season, Alan.
An eventful day for Chase Elliott, up and down, likely the most dominant in terms of laps led. But let's talk about the current scenario. You're trying to chase down those leaders with 2 tires. What's that like on a day like this? I mean, we're learning so much.
Yeah, it's been, I feel like I've had a really good Napa Chevy overall. I've been really proud of the effort all day. A couple little hiccups here and there, but, you know, had a nice recovery to get back to the lead. And yeah, didn't want to see that caution. You know, thought I was hoping I was settling in, you know, for the last run of the day. So, but, you know, that's part of it. It's stuff, it can change really fast. So same can be said right now, right? I mean, it's just changed yet again. So we just need to be on top of whatever the right call is for us here when we go back. I don't think it'll be too long. It's already, you know, back sunny again. So would love another crack at it. I feel like we've been right in the mix. So yeah, we'll see.
Talking about how fast things can change. There was a pit stop. There was an issue with the jack. That could end somebody's day in terms of competing for a win. It wasn't long until you were back there out front again. What does that say about your team, you, Alan, all of you?
Yeah, you know, they did a great job. I don't know what happened to TJ there, if he, you know, had an issue with the jack itself or just made a mistake. But regardless, you know, you're still early enough in the event at that point that, you know, there's still a lot of time to recover. It's not all sunshine and rainbows all the time. So, you know, you just have to deal with whatever comes your way. And we had had an issue come our way, and I feel like we've dealt with it well. So we just have to, again, you know, make the right call here, whatever that is, and try to be aggressive with, you know, whether you stay or pit or, you know, I think there's a lot of cars on the lead lap now. Probably only going to be, you know, what, 12, 15 laps to go by the time we get back green. So you're not talking about a lot of time. So just, yeah, it should be fun. We'll see how it goes.
You've been the leader. That's one way of handling and how the car runs. You've also been the chaser. How tough has that been to get up there and pass those cars?
Yeah, you know, it always gets tougher as the race goes on. You know, I feel like, especially in these cars, you kind of get to the halfway break of these events, and the track just really locks down. And I feel like we kind of went through that transition, and then it kind of got overcast, and it really got, you know, bottom dominant there a little bit more than it had been earlier on in the event. So the track has changed a ton, and it's fixing to change a lot more. So we're just getting started.
Chase Elliott's got some homework to do. Some of his biggest competition may be his own teammates. Danielle is with one of them.
Yeah, that's right. Hendrick is running 3, 4, 5, 6 right now, and William Byron is 6. What a crazy sequence of weather events here, William.
Yeah, it's definitely different, right? But I think it's clear right there, so we'll see. But yeah, for us, just been an okay day. You know, we've just kind of been fighting the balance, fighting tight for most of the day. But yeah, we'll see if we get back going here.
Do you think we've lost the track, William? When we go back, how green will the racing surface be?
Yeah, it'll be super fresh and fast. I mean, obviously it's wet right now, but I don't know how long it'll take to dry. But yeah, it'll be quick and just be a big decision there. You know, whether you take tires or stay out. So it's gonna be interesting for sure if we get back going with probably 12 laps to go by the time we take the green. So would be interesting for sure. But yeah, I think the track's looks like it's gonna dry. You know, it's clear over there. So we'll see.
Bell's up front looking at his position on a restart, possibly with his teammate Denny Hamlin. If you line up behind a teammate on row 3, would you take, maybe depending on how pit stops go, do you like your chances if you're inside or outside row 3?
It doesn't really matter. I mean, 6 is definitely preferred, but we probably won't get choice based on being 6. Usually the 5th place guy gets choice. So yeah, we'll just see how it goes and how it plays out and how all the strategy goes.
All right, best of luck.
Thank you.
I liked what he said about the rain's going to cool the track down a ton. It's going to really drop the temperature out of the racetrack, and it's going to make this racetrack really fast. Old tires are staying out is a real possible call here. I think you're going to go a few laps, and maybe if you're lucky, get restarted with 10 to go.
So this is super unpopular when I say it, but people ask me all the time, what's the right call? Whatever you're okay with losing with. Because you heard it from both Bell. They know what's going to happen. It's going to be a split field. We saw it last week at Sonoma when the SVG stayed out. So I would have decided already I'm going to lose on old tires. I'm staying on the racetrack. There's zero chance I am taking my car in a winning situation in a series in which winning means the most. And there are playoff points. And how many chances you have, there's no chance of pitting, because when I look at the rundown, if you're Hamlin and you pit, Bell stays out, or Elliott. Or how about, there's no way that Austin Dillon from 7th is pitting. If he could start on the front row, he has to win. Yeah. And you look back there at McDowell, Gregson, Keselowski. There are too many people too desperate. I think you're lining up at best row 4 on new tires. I agree with you. Inside 10 to go, I'm going to lose on old tires.
Yeah, stay out, restart on the outside, controlling the restart on the outside, far off into the corner. You're going to have a lot of grip, cool racetrack. You even got a shot at another yellow flag to eat away at even some more laps before this thing's finished.
And we've heard from the NASCAR tower, Elton Sawyer has let me know that they are absolutely committed to drying this racetrack. They think they're hoping 35, 40-ish minutes. The only thing would be another cell. That would definitely change the decision, but the sun is here. We're committed. The drivers already knew it. They were talking about what's going to happen with Pit Road Open, so NASCAR has said, no more rain. We are drying this thing.
My other question, too, would be is how many laps do they run before we get the one to go and we go back green? There's a wet pit road as well that has to be dried. The cars have to be removed from that area and pacing around the track for them to run the dryers down pit road and get all that done. So how much does that eat into the remaining 14 laps that we have?
They've stopped them on pit road short of the start-finish line. So we're showing 14, but as soon as they roll, it's going to be 13, and then we're going to start ticking them down. And as you said, probably right around 10.
If you're lucky, it's 10.
On the good side, 10.
We could wreck it turn 1. Yeah. It could be 2 laps.
That's what I was going to say. Dale brings up a great point. Things are going to get as physical on this restart as we've seen all day long, which means we could have another caution, perhaps overtime, whatever the case may be. What do you have for us, Marty?
I am sure the news that they are definitely going to try and dry the track, probably not good for Denny Hamlin. He kind of shrugs it off. So how chaotic have that last run been, Denny, and the weather coming in and your teammate on fresher tires? Was all that to process?
Yeah, I would assume I would rather just gone green without the brake. But yeah, we'll definitely go back and change the suit, because I know that you know, I want to feel like I've got fresh tires when I go out there for that last 15 laps. And I don't know, we'll see. But obviously the Progressive Toyota has been pretty strong all day. Top 3 car. Just yeah, that unfortunate timing in there with that caution, and certainly you know, allowed the guys to have a little fresher tires. But it felt like we were holding them off there pretty solid, and felt like it was about to start stretching there at that point. But we'll finish this thing out as soon as we get it dry and go get this race.
You're going to change the suit because you've soaked through this one. How difficult were the conditions behind the wheel today? You and I were joking before. This might be a day you would have normally considered a cool suit.
Yeah, I considered, but you know, I just I don't know. I just don't run them, don't need them, and felt like, you know, now I just I'm more wet. Well, I mean, I sweat a little bit today, but overall, just want to feel fresh for these last 14 laps.
So since NASCAR is going to try and get the track dry here, you just chatted with Chris Gale for a moment. Pit or no pit? A lot of cars on the lead lap now.
Well, guess we'll see.
All right, then I want to ask you about Ty Dillon. Is he off the Christmas card list? I mean, that was twice today. He kind of was in front of you, and you got pretty frustrated.
Yeah, I mean, he's battling for 24th and to win his matchup again. So, yeah, you know, I get it. You know, that and the lucky dog and all that stuff. So that's just, you know, me not thinking about his big picture, which I really don't care. So, yeah, it all worked out, but certainly it was kind of inopportune time there, and it cost us the lead and then that spot. But, you know, we got it back and no problem.
All right, we're going to let Denny Hamlin change the suit. And, Junior, I like that analogy. It's going to feel like personally he has 4 fresh tires for this restart whenever it comes for Denny Hamlin.
Yeah, I like that. I like that idea, is to, you know, try to put yourself in a situation where you feel like you mentally will be the toughest to go out there, because you're going to have to be tough when this thing gets going again.
Got to step up. You know, there's a bit of irony in what we're seeing here. They took the trophy to the rain room in anticipation this could be it. But when they took it over, they were carrying it. They said, we're going to restart this race, get the trophy back to victory lane. And the guy said, if I'm carrying it this time, I'm putting it in the cart. So they got him a cart, and here they are, soaking wet, trophy going to victory lane. And one of these drivers going to meet it there shortly. You're watching NASCAR on TNT. This in-season challenge is really crazy. The competition has been so intense.
The gloves have come off. It's unbelievable.
Fresh names and young drivers delivering right now.
We're just going to work hard, put pressure on whoever's next, and see if we can keep this thing rolling.
Anybody's guess who's going to win it.
You have to gamble. You have to risk everything.
The chase is on. Final four of the in-season challenge in front of us here at Dover. The finals next week in Indianapolis. What great matchups we've had throughout. And today, to see who goes to the championship round, it's been really entertaining. Tyler Reddick right now, 9th. The guy he's racing, Ty Gibbs, in 11th, Alan.
Yeah, Tyler Reddick, we're sitting here on pit road. We're talking in-season challenge. We're talking in-season challenge to start. A lot of this race, the 54, Ty Gibbs was up front, in front of you. That's reversed itself. What's it like out there?
Yeah, we just we got a really good restart. It's about 50 laps to go or so. When that last caution before this one for the red, that rain came out right in the middle of the cycle. It kind of threw it off. Ty was still ahead of me for a while there, but yeah, we were battling out for a while. So yeah, we were fortunate to get a really good launch, get ahead. We were pretty much settled in, and then the rain showed up. So yeah, real interesting position probably for the whole field here when we go back green. On what to do. Pit, stay out, 2, 4. Be really interesting to see what happens here shortly.
Yeah, you were just talking with your crew chief, Billy Scott, about that. We'll get to that. This day started with a lot of unknowns, not knowing what to expect. What's your day been like here on pit road, out on the track, the change and evolution of this?
Yeah, our Sirius XM Camry took off really well in the race. We were able to drive up to 3rd, and then we just got really, really loose. Pretty much all of stage 1. I believe we fell back to like 12th or so. We pitted at the end of the first stage and made an adjustment to tighten it up and lost 4 or 5 more spots with slowing up to make that adjustment. And the car's been a lot better since then. It's just been a slow climb to the front. When we start running good lap times, we catch a group of cars, kind of get stuck, take some time to get through them. So yeah, it seems like we're capable of running, I'd say top, somewhere 5th, 6th. We just, from here on out, though, it's just going to be strategy and restart chaos, and who can survive.
I got to point out, the first thing you did, you get out of the car, you did a little self-care. You wanted that ice bag, you wanted a little treatment. How bad's it been there today? It's hot out.
It is warm. Yeah, just with the long runs and everything, just how physical this place can be. A lot of times when you have a tight race car in your day, it's you can manage it okay. When you got a car that's loose and you're having to fight it, catch it, you feel like you're on edge the whole time. It's a little easier to bring yourself out a little bit. So it's been one of those days where I've had to really keep up with the back of my Toyota Camry, and it's made me work hard. But yeah, just enjoying the break, cooling off.
All right, and finally, look, we know you got a job to do, but are you aware of where that 54 is in these final, 12 laps or so?
Yep, he's not very far behind, and yeah, we'll like I said, it's going to be interesting to see what everyone does here when we get back rolling, who pits, who doesn't, who does what. So a lot's about to happen here.
$1 million shot still on the line, Danielle.
Yeah, well, this guy has a shot at the $1 million too. John Hunter Nemechek, how the heck have we run 386 laps today? And you and Ty Dillon find yourselves next to each other for 23rd and 24th.
Yeah, it's wild. We've been around each other all day. He outran us most of the first and second stage, and we've worked really hard on our Hertz Toyota Camry XSE today. It hasn't been the most pleasant thing to drive, but the team has stuck with it. I've stuck with it. We've continued to make changes and things of that sort. Yeah, a little pre-race banter was fun. So overall, it's been a long day so far, but we've been able to make the most of it. And I guess 14 to go here when we go back green. So strategy is going to be pretty wild, I think, from where we're at and where he's at. And I'm pretty sure they told me that I can go to the plane. The race is over. So not really sure about that. I think Ty can definitely load up and go home. But looking forward to these last 14 laps.
If you come into pit, you know he's probably going to follow you, and vice versa if you stay out. Have you talked to T-Mac about your strategy?
I have. I'm not going to give you any insight. I'm going to let T-Mac be the one to make that call.
All right, $1 million is still up for grabs, John Hunter. Is this mano-a-mano who wants it more? It could be a 10-lap shootout to the finish.
Yeah, I definitely think so. We're a few spots ahead of him on the racetrack currently with, I think, a couple lap cars in between us. So I'm not really sure how that's going to cycle out with pitting or staying out and taking the wave around or whatever it may be. So looking forward to these last few laps. Hopefully we can go and win this thing over him. That's pretty much all I'm racing for at this point. We don't have a shot to win the race, so let's go to the final and have a shot to win $1 million.
Earlier in the race, you overcame a tire issue. Now that we've had rain, is this a green racetrack? What do you expect from this new tire and now a new racetrack?
Yeah, we definitely had a tire issue the first stage. I think there was a lot of guys that did towards the end of the first stage, which that was a long run. So I don't expect anything. All the rubber's pretty much going to be washed off the racetrack, so green racetrack. It's going to change quite a bit as we go here, but it's going to be 10 laps as hard as you can drive, 10 qualifying laps, I guess.
How crazy are restarts here at Dover with the load you guys are carrying? You just said it'll be a crazy 10 laps.
Yeah, it's definitely nerve-wracking, I would say is the word. Getting into the corners here, you're shipping it off in there. All the aero effects that we kind of fight at intermediate tracks apply really big here as far as getting tight behind cars or loose, offset to the right. So it's, you have to be critical on the placement of your car on these restarts and trying to get through the chaos. But normally when you have late race cautions like this, they bring more late race cautions. So hopefully we can stay out of the mess if that does happen and be there at the end.
How aggressive will you get with Ty Dillon? Are you prepared for contact? And what if there is contact with you two?
I'm not going to say anything. I mean, we're racing for $1 million. I don't know. We'll see.
Oh, we'll see what John Hunter's willing to do. Right now, he and Ty Dillon still in the semifinals, Alan.
Yeah, John Hunter not talking. Ty Dillon's watching this with us. Not talking any smack right now. But isn't it funny how this ends up? Late in this race, scoring monitor says you're one position behind the guy who could, you leapfrog him, you get a chance at $1 million. What do you make of all this?
We've been battling all day. I hope everybody's enjoyed it. Our Seabass Camaro it's been solid. It's just been so tough to pass. You know, we've just struggling to keep track position in front of the 42 where we were early. But just battling hard here. We both are putting a lot on the line here, and it's not over, man. We got a lot of fight in our team, and until that last lap clicks off, we're not ever going to give up. So we'll see what happens here at the end.
Talk about a lot to race for. We heard some radio. Denny Hamlin, in the lead. Not happy maybe with how you raced him, how hard it was to get the 11 by the 10 car. What do you make of that doing on your own agenda and knowing everyone's scenario out there?
It's just different right now. The 42 was behind us, and we were the lucky dog right there. So I had to fight as much as I could to try to stay in front of the 11 and try to separate space. And if caution comes out, we put a whole lap on the 42. So that changes our whole day. I get it that it's probably frustrating to him, but I got to do my thing. And it's just funny how these things work out, man. You know, like one week you're the hero, and next week they're all frustrated with you. So I'm just going to keep being me. We're going to fight hard and keep digging with this thing and see where it all shakes out here at the end.
We gave John Hunter a chance. Look, contact. Who knows what's coming? You want to talk smack? We gave John Hunter the chance. He passed. How about you?
It's all respect, but it kind of goes out the window here the last couple laps. And John Hunter's done a great job. Their team's done a good job. But like I said, it's not over yet.
We saw the message Ty sent in one of the final corners last week in Sonoma. We'll see what happens in Dover, Marty.
Let's chat with Chase Briscoe. Started up front today in the second position and in 10th right now. I don't know how to summarize your day. You led 13 laps. You had a problem on pit road. I mean, it's been an up and down day for the 19 team.
Yeah, it's been, we've just been in kind of 5th place to 10th place car all day. We're good, but we just need that little bit more to be as good as, honestly, our teammates in the 9 cars. So, yeah, unfortunate deal there on pit road. We were just really short on fuel, so, cost us 6 or 7 spots there on that green flag stop. But, yeah, it's going to be interesting here at the end to see what guys do. There's obviously a lot of guys that need to get a win, and we're in this weird spot where we can get, another spot in the points. So, yeah, the strategies are going to be interesting here at the end. I do not envy James, but yeah, our Bass Pro Shop store has just been good. I mean, we definitely need a little bit more, but see what we got here at the end.
You're also in a very unique spot because you could clearly do something very contrarian to what the leaders do here on this pit stop. Would you be willing to stay out if everyone comes down pit road or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think if you can get the front row, you try to take that, especially knowing that you have McDowell behind you, Noah's back there. Them guys are in a must-win, so they're probably going to stay out as well. And if you get a buffer, then that changes everything. So, yeah, I think you're definitely see guys stay out if they can get the front row. If not, it's just a matter of if you take 2 or 4. So it'll definitely be interesting here at the end.
We just talked to a couple of in-season challenge guys who are still alive. Do you notice that they are racing maybe a little harder than they normally would out there, all 4 of them?
Yeah, I know. It was probably in stage 2. I caught it was John Hunter and Ty. And I was like, man, what in the world? Like, why are we doing this? But now it makes sense why they were running each other so hard. So, yeah, it's cool. It's just another element to the race. And you know, it's pretty ironic that at the end of this race, you know, they're side by side, and then, you know, Ty and Reddick are, you know, one spot apart too. So yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun here at the end.
Real quick, I want to ask you about the conditions today. Denny went back to his bus to put on a brand new suit. He soaked through it. He doesn't wear a cool shirt normally, but I mean, it's been 140 inside the car. How difficult has it been driving today?
Yeah, it's definitely hot. I thought about actually going back and doing the same thing, just because it's so soaked right now. But yeah, honestly, it's been fun. We've been slipping and sliding around. We don't race here in the middle of the summer hardly at all. So yeah, it's fun when you can slide around. It's certainly hot in the race car, but it hasn't been as hot, I feel like, because I've been up front. If I was running 25th or something, it would probably feel really, really hot. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and obviously had a good crowd here today too with the heat. So yeah, it's been a fun weekend.
All right, Chase Briscoe sitting in 10th right now as we wait for the track to dry, Adam.
Yeah, you know, I think about Chase Briscoe not out of it today, but he'd love to be in the hunt next weekend at Indianapolis, his home track. They're drying things out here at Dover. We hope to be back green shortly on TNT. .14 laps to go in Dover, drying the track. Rains came, so the red flag is out. Noah Gregson taking a nap, cooling down. Here's your top five. A lot of Joe Gibbs Racing, a lot of Hendrick Motorsports. Kyle Larson is in the 4th position right now, Alan.
Yeah, happy to see and hopefully get this race restarted. You had the 4 fresh ones. Chase Elliott only had the 2. Denny Hamlin had the oldest tires. Is that going to matter, though, with just a few laps left if we go back?
I'm not sure it's going to matter maybe on this restart here, because we're going to take the green with probably 10 to go, and track's going to be clean and fast. So, I mean, unless the front row exits 2 together, I don't see a way that we can get to the lead. But still, I mean, it's been a great day for us. It's been a kind of slow and steady way of chipping our way to the front, and my cars felt really good all race long. So hats off to everybody at Hendrick Motorsports. You know, 4 of us in the top 6. So yeah, if we can finish there, that'd be nice.
Starting 25th, how have you been able to do this? Not everyone can pass at this track.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, you kind of just, I've been able to like get decent restarts and get a car or 2 and then settle in, and then my car's been really good on the long runs, and I can run the bottom better than some of the people in front of me, and was able to kind of just, like I said, methodically move forward. The green flag pit cycles have really, worked out in our favor. So we've just executed really to this point. So yeah, I would have liked to just seen it go green to the end there. I felt like Chase and I were getting ready to have a good battle, and now it could get a little crazy, but we'll see. Overall, I'm happy with how the day's gone, and it's been a good one to kind of have so far.
Yeah, you mentioned it. Look, by 5 standards, something of a slump, right, in this summer. How do you put that behind you? How have you been able to perform at this level?
Yeah, I think just kind of, if you can, block it out. I've been trying to for a month now or more, but yeah, we still have 10 laps left, so I mean, it could still turn. I'm just or 14 laps left, but by the time I go green, whatever. Yeah, so I don't know. Just try to execute this next restart, and if we can get a few cars in front of us, great. If not, just try to get the best finish we can.
All right, Kyle Larson, realistic. Good day here. He had a good day on the dirt in Eldora the last few days. Might be a great weekend for him, Shannon.
Yes, Alan, you heard him say trying to block everything out the way that the last couple weeks have gone. He's also trying to probably block out the heat right now.
I want to block that sun out right now. So I want to block out.
I
want to go where Noah was, just laid up there with the fan on me.
If you would have told me about 40 minutes ago that we would be under sunny skies right now,
no
I would
chance.
have no way. It was an absolute monsoon here. But of course, Dale Jr. wished it into existence.
Yeah, I don't know. If he wasn't my ride home, I think I'd be wanting to fight right now. I'm like, no, I think we're good. We've got most of it in. I think everyone's pretty content. And he was fighting for it.
We're going to do it for the fans. And when we do get restarted with 14 to go, it's going to be 2 Joe Gibbs Racing teammates that are going to be 1-2. And then all 4 Hendrick Motorsports cars right behind him. You've heard all these guys talk under the rain delay that it's going to be wild. What do you think?
Well, I just think if you're talking about, everyone's been asking the question of pitting or not pitting. I mean, I think you're crazy if you pit out of the top 5, top 8, maybe in the top 10, to be honest. And if I look at just what Austin Dillon did in the 3-car old tires, we were surprised, Jamie, how well he held the outside and actually gained some position at that point in the race when he did that. I think, to me, you're going to have a fresh track. Basically, all the rubber is gone. It's the highest grip level you've probably had all day, at least from lap 1. And there's no way new tires are going to drive through the field in that few laps.
Yeah, we're going to get to have like 1 of 2 things here. We're going to have this really nice restart, smooth. Somebody checks out. We're going to run 10 laps. Or we're going to be here for about 2 days while they wreck and just wreck and wreck. And I mean, I think the complexity of the whole race could change a lot. Not in a position to win, but he very possibly could be, or he could be in the position to get wrecked and go home 30th, because I mean, you're going to sit and stew on this right now for 30 or 45 minutes, and it's so weird. Like in the Cup Series, you don't restart on old tires. Like you come in, you put new tires on almost every pit stop, and it's such a weird dynamic with the amount of laps we're going to have left, and whether you pit or whether you don't pit. I mean, obviously the guys in the back, you're going to. You want to be the first guy with tires and be lined up, in that position. And 10 laps isn't very long until you're leading, and then it's forever.
Oh, that's not done at all. And I love Denny Hamlin's plan. Change suits.
Absolutely.
Get fresh. Get ready
Absolutely.
and shoot out possibly after we have what the situation has been. When we get back green after all the caution laps are run through. But I always wanted to soak in the moment a little bit, like stay in the sweat, stay in that moment, try and
I
stay.
did not.
He didn't. No. So I like it. I wish I was different.
Is that what's going on here?
Well, that's what I'm doing exactly right now. I'm like Noah down there. I'm just
wanted to soak in the moment. I can tell you that.
Well, I
right
wanted
now.
to stay in it. I guess it was soaked with a bad term.
Terrible.
My goodness.
All right. Well, listen, at least Denny Hamlin will have a fresh fire suit on when we sit here.
Yeah, a dry suit.
That'd be nice.
Because I do believe you, Jamie. I think.
Well, he doesn't sweat too. It's crazy.
I bet he was sweating today.
There's definitely going to be more cautions, I think, as well as Jamie McMurray. What about you, Alan? What are you saying?
Well, look, 2 guys here with really good flow, just getting the nice breeze. I didn't know what these red fans, they're really cool right now. There's a lot of good action here.
Yeah, it's the best seat in the house right here. Just taking a little nap and drying my hair out.
I had to come do a health check. We weren't sure if you were okay, but you were face down. What's it like in the car out there? I know how hot it is. What's it like in the car today?
I feel good. Long day though. We started in the back and have worked really hard to get up to the front. I don't know where we're at right now. 14th. So yeah, hopefully when we get this thing restarted, the Miller Tech lithium batteries Ford Mustang will be pretty good. It's a fun track. It just got to stay out of trouble. We've had a lot of challenges this year once we got up to the front and got in wrecks. So fingers crossed.
No wrecks. I just want to finish.
Last year, one of your best finishes of your career was right here. You were able to drive up, get a great finish. You're doing it again today. This can be such a tough track for some people. Why has this come to you?
I don't know. I've worked really hard throughout the years, throughout my Xfinity days with Josh Wise, and I also spent a lot of time during those days talking to Jimmy Johnson.
Good one.
Yeah, he's not bad here. So just picking those guys' brains and learning different techniques, and definitely have to move around, but I like running right around the bottom. So once the tires start getting worn out, you can make a lot of speed through the center. So yeah, big shout out to Josh Wise and Jimmy for all the help around here. We need a little better track position, but we'll get up there hopefully in the next couple laps.
Yeah, hopefully about a 10-lap shootout, Shannon. You can get a few more spots and salvage a really good day.
Alan, is it a lot cooler down there? I see you're under the shade and you've got that fan.
I'm telling you, these are undersold how powerfully good they are. Very cool, underrated.
You know, Alan, it's
Very
not just the
underrated.
drivers, right? It's the crew guys who have been sitting down there on pit road all day long in this heat. Are you what are you seeing from some of those guys? I mean, obviously these guys are having a good time. But
I see a lot of ice bags.
Yeah.
I see, I mean, they're probably jealous that Noah stole the fan over here. They're talking about your crew guys, how much the athletes and what they have to go through.
Yeah, Mark Martin used to have a fan that went between his legs. Mine's a little bigger though, Mark.
We are always
He's
good
talking about
for
the fan,
one.
I think.
The fan, yeah.
Talking about the fan. Yeah.
He's always good for
That's
one.
a hard
isn't Jamie?
follow-up right
Isn't
there.
he?
I'm
Always
not sure
good
to go
for
that one. I was going to
So-
let Shannon transition us to another subject.
We'll let you go.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for the comedy relief
stay
there,
cool.
Noah Gregson. We're going to get you to a race recap because we've been under this red flag for just about 40 minutes. We've got 14 laps to go. Chase Elliott did start on the front row. He had the pole because of the NASCAR rule book with practice and qualifying rained out. He led a ton of laps but had issues early. It started with Shane Van Gisbergen.
Yeah, it seemed like he had a tire going down Shannon. They had to come in, pit under green, lost multiple laps. You see right here, though, Chase Elliott showing Tracy Briscoe just how good the 9 car was going to be early on in this race.
Yeah, he was pretty quick, and 19 could hold him off there for sure. And I feel like at the end of the stage, he just looked really decent. Then they had the pit stop issue under green here. The jack falls basically off the car. This slows them up by about, 4 seconds or so, and they lost the lead because of that.
Yeah, had about a 4-second lead, and right here, a big power move after the cycle of green flag pit stops. Denny came out in the lead, but Bell was able to go on to like a 3-second win in that stage 2.
You see these two guys, they're battling for that $1 million in the in-season challenge. Ty Dillon has just been such a breath of fresh air for this entire thing. He's been so fun to watch, and you saw him move Alex Bowman out of the way 1 week ago in Sonoma, so you know that he's going to do, oh goodness, them fighting.
That was a moment.
Them fighting
Sure.
moments right there.
A moment. That's a good way of saying that, yeah.
But those guys are running super close to each other.
They all have.
four of
It's
them,
been we talked about how good of a matchup it has been, and you see right here, a little friendly contact. It's actually, I think this has turned out better than I expected, the in-season challenge. I didn't know what to expect, but it's been really fun to watch the drivers have fun with it, and then just the challenges. Ty Dillon had Denny furious at him early in the race.
And then this, Christopher Bell spins right there on the outside of Chase Elliott. Basically just lost it down into 3, so maybe he was over aggressive, whatever. Maybe it sat on the left rear a little too hard, but he spins, and that really put him way back in the field, but he was able to work his way forward.
Yeah, then we had this moment of like, do we pit or do we not pit, right? Is it going to rain or not? You see the 9 and the 11 coming on pit road. The 20, though, stays out.
It all came around. Yeah, so after that spin, they kind of took a gamble here with maybe the rain coming. They stay out. They were able to get that caution. They pit now, and this gave them a ton of track position that they didn't have after that spin.
It did, and I thought he was in the best seat on this last restart we saw. You see Denny gets a great start, but is on older tires. And Christopher Bell's just not able to get by him. Denny is able to kind of put his car. Honestly, after they ran about 15 or 20 laps, you could tell that Denny got comfortable with where he was. It didn't seem like Bell was going to be able to pass him. And then we had some of the HMS cars track in behind, think we're going to have a bigger battle.
And it looked so reminiscent of last year when Denny held off Kyle Larson, using a bit of aero blocking, just taking away that air And I thought that's how this thing was going to look like it was going to finish, but obviously we had the rain show up, and now we're on a red flag, which Denny maybe went and got a different suit.
He did, and when you guys were talking and going over those highlights, there was a collective cheer from the crowd because drivers have been called to their cars. You can see them
we're
right
ready.
there.
Go.
We saw Christopher Bell go by. We're watching right now just golf cart after golf cart go by as crews and drivers are headed back to their race cars. 14 to go, officially on the board, but you heard most of the guys. Oh, look at that. Are we enjoying our time in Delaware?
That's
why is Steve wearing a suit?
I actually had my dress.
Why does Steve have a tux on?
Now, why is he doing that in the water?
Who's driving?
Well, I mean, listen, you can play baccarat. Is that how you say it?
No, that's craps, though.
Oh, that's craps.
Yeah.
Anywhere.
You've done well on your dinner, it looks like.
Well, that's nice.
Are those crabs?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
No.
Oh, they're clams.
All right, we're going to go to break on that one. And good news is we are going to get this baby in. 14 to go. Oh, Jamie McMurray. Oh, he's a comic. I'll tell you one guy that's ready to go. That's Denny Hamlin, the defending race winner, climbing into his race car with that fresh fire suit on. He told us he was going to go change it under the red flag. He said he wanted to feel like he had, quote, a new pair of tires inside the race car. That's pretty cool right there. He's led 46 laps on the day. John Hunter Nemechek said something interesting. He said, when we go green, it is going to be lap after lap like qualifying. How do you mentally prepare for that?
Well, I mean, as a driver, you're just going to go give 100%. I would just say the best part for the team, the drivers and crew chiefs with this being so long is that you've made your decision. And sometimes when the caution comes out and you only have 30 seconds or maybe you just ride around under green, you don't get to have that face-to-face conversation with your crew chief. I think the fact that we sat so long, everyone knows exactly what they're going to do. Maybe if you're in like 6th or 8th, you're like look in the mirror and kind of judge off that. But everyone knows what they're going to do, and I cannot wait to see how this works out.
Make all your headway early, and when you're still side by side, the second this gets single file with a couple laps to go, it will be very, very hard to pass. You've got to get it done when you're still side by side on that restart.
I can't imagine we haven't seen at least one more caution.
For sure.
I'll just be shocked if we go green.
No faith, Jamie.
Yeah.
And 20 cars on the lead lap is what I was being told, so it will be interesting to see if anyone comes down.
Oh, there'll be some come,
some
for
coming.
sure.
Oh, yeah, some will.
You know who would know? You know who would have a better
Steve,
pulse
I was
on that?
asking.
Yeah, that would be Steve. Steve, what do you think?
I'm Hamlin, Bell, Elliott, Larson stay out. I have Bowman and Byron. Bowman might stay out, but Byron's for sure pitting. There's no way I think Byron lines up in 6th. And then from behind that, it's really who you are and what you need for the rest of the year, right, Dale? We've had this conversation, and I like what Adam was saying, or excuse me, what Parker and those guys down there were saying, and Jamie, because, you know, I think the decision's made for the front 2. But then it's like, what do you do? How far back do you want to start on old tires? And what's on the line? I think last week at Sonoma, we saw more stay out than I thought, and I think it's going to be that way again.
Yeah, I don't like this. I mean, this reminds me of so many races that we've had here at Dover where it's, you know, you don't have the rain delay, but you had that late yellow. You ran, you know, handful of laps, 40 to 50 laps on your tires, 10 laps to go. Do you pit? Do you not pit? And it's going to be a right decision for a couple. And somebody back there like Kyle Busch may stay out, you know, try to restart 5th, 6th, something like that, salvage a good result. But you're probably going to have at least half or majority come to pit road to try to put the tires on. Some may just do 2.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Some do 4. It's just, you're more than likely going to find yourself in a situation when this restart gets ready to go, you're going to be thinking, man, did we make the right choice? I don't feel confident about this where I'm sitting right now.
I think 20 cars in the lead lap. I think you're going to have 6 or 7 stay out. You're going to have another 5 or 6 on 2 tires. 4 tires, I think, lines up outside the top 10, and I just don't, there's no way you're getting there.
I wouldn't have said this when the rain started, but I think the person that might actually be in the best position and the most confident is Denny.
No doubt.
Right?
No
the guy
doubt.
who knows, hey, I'm staying out. I'm going to control this restart. I'm going to have a really cool, fast, high grip racetrack. I just got to go out there and make 10 or 8 or 10 great laps. And I believe there'll be a buffer between him and the new tires, and he can get the job done. So his decision is made. Everyone else really has to go to bed with whatever that choice is, and it's not an easy one.
It was a year ago. Denny Hamlin took the lead from the inside on a restart. Caution comes out, and then he controlled the race from the outside. So I think the decision is for Denny. It's going to be a Denny Bell front row, and I think the decision is going to be basically who is clear into 1. If Denny gets the launch, it should be his to run away with, but it's really easy to say you're going to get the launch, right? You spin the tires. You just heard Jamie say it, and I agree. You know, there's not a lot of times in the Cup Series you run on cold 45-lap tires, right? They don't really go that way.
I go back to the last restart. Denny was in control on older tires, and at that time, Bell was on stickers, and Hamlin was able to win a restart. Now they're both, if they stay out, obviously, they're both going to restart on sticker tires, and with that, you give the advantage to the control car, and as we've said, you got to go the way of Denny Hamlin, at least as we sit here right now. Danielle?
Yeah, Steve, you were talking about decisions that have to be made. If you're Adam Stevens and the call is to just follow the 11 of Denny Hamlin, just whatever they do, we'll do as well.
Oh, if I'm Adam Stevens, there's no chance I'm pitting, because I'm either the leader if the 11 pits, or I'm front row. And I would just never, ever give up the front row. I think you work too hard for track position all day long. You are on the front row. When I look at the running order, I can make, you know, if everybody starts to pit behind you, then to your point, a Busch, a Bowman. There's guys back there, Wallace, who's in 12th. If he can restart in top 4, if he could jump 6 guys, he's not coming to pit road. We saw it last week when SVG stayed out. I thought the 19 should have pitted at Sonoma. I was absolutely wrong, because like 9 guys stayed behind it. Chase Elliott barely got there on new tires last week. So, and I'm not thinking we're going to get 10 green. I think there's a pretty good chance we could have another yellow.
I've seen it a million times too. You'll put new tires on in these scenarios. It's late in the day. I mean, this couldn't be a better situation for the old tire. You'll put those new tires on, and they just do not drive through the field. And we've seen how hard it is to pass today. So I don't know. I think you got to stay out on the racetrack.
How about this? The winner is on old tires.
Yeah.
I
don't know who that is.
That's what I would bet.
But I don't believe new tires can win this race.
But I look as we start handicapping how many are going to come down pit road. Top 4 have a win. And then you go to 5th, right? And Alex Bowman, he doesn't have a win, but you think about what they have done today to help their cause in relation to the cut line. He's gained almost 30 points to the cut today at plus 59. There's no way you run the risk of pitting, wreck, and then give all that up, right?
The question, though, is like Kyle Busch is minus 43. He has to do something contrarian. Right? Like 43 is not going to get it. You're going to have to try to win a race or make a big chunk. So for him And then you go look at, I mean, you got Zane Smith, Keselowski. Keselowski has said for weeks now it's a must-win. He's back there in 15th, so I think it's going to be a real mix of decisions.
I think Kyle Busch is in a tough spot because 43, most would say, history would say, must win if he's going to make it into the playoffs. But a lot can change when you look at the races that we've got coming, and so you can't afford to fall any further below the cut line if you're going to get in on points. But as you said, at some point you got to make a tough decision, a little bit of a Hail Mary, see if you can make something happen. And it's about time to figure out what everybody's going to do. The pontification is about to end because the cars are rolling. We're back under caution.
You know, the best part about being up here is I can throw a whole bunch of ideas and opinions, but I'm not controlling any of these. So we're going to see what the professionals down on pit road have decided.
And how quickly can they get the field back to green flag. That crosses the finish line with the field, so that makes it 13 laps to go. The next time by 12 to go. We've got trucks over in turn 3, right under the overpass, doing a little finish up on some drying there. We had a little bit of work done on the front straightaway that's done, but we, you know, pit road may need one quick pass through where the cars rested.
Pit road's better than I thought, though.
Yeah. I think we can open it first time by.
Well, they've got a lot of trucks back here, Steve. They're going to pass through pit road right over the top of where the cars were back here in 3 and 4. A lot of trucks sitting over there to make that pass, and then I think we're good to go.
We got one that won't crank. That's going to hurt us a little bit. A couple of them won't crank, it looks like.
Red flag was 56 minutes, so everybody here at Dover doing an outstanding job of getting this track back where it needs to be after that heavy rain shower that passed through.
The pace car is going to drag its feet.
Absolutely.
Coming off this this pit lane around turns 1 and 2 right there.
I think we have one car we have to push off on pit road right here in front of us.
Denny's probably sitting there going, this is well below pace speed, in my opinion. I believe we should be going faster than this.
Oh, yeah. I think we're coming back to an open pit road. If we can get Buescher back in his position, as he had to get pushed off. Now, look, he has every right to get put. When NASCAR red flags you, they're going to help you get refired again.
Yeah, they basically got the field stopped now off of turn 2, the pace car.
It's hard to hit the sweet spot if you're NASCAR, and when to lift the red, when to send them off, and how to manage that, because you know there's always a few little items to button up on the track, and you don't know exactly how long that's going to take.
I mean, if you're Denny Hamlin, you're sitting here saying, why are we stopped? You know, we pulled off the racetrack, we lifted the red flag, we're under yellow flag, right? You know, if he doesn't win this race, he might come back to this moment and go, man,
there's 2 more laps we could have burned off.
Yeah, why did we stop on the track? That's something that may be unprecedented, but yeah, we're getting closer and closer to having this done as we do this pass down pit road. Marty.
Hey, Junior, so Denny knew they were going to, quote, pause. NASCAR told all the teams, we're going to pull you off pit road, and we're going to pause in turn 2 because you see where the cars are lined up. Junior, you made this point, that outside lane on pit road, they wanted to make sure they got that cleaned up. So that's why all those trucks right now are trying to clean up that outside lane. So Hamlin knew, Chris Lambert told him as spotter, hey, we're going to pause in turn 2 until they get that cleaned up, trying to maximize the laps here, and then we'll roll once pit road is ready.
Well, the last thing you want to do is leave something undone and have, you know, a wet spot on pit road that impacts the outcome of the race after you went to all the trouble to dry it and finish this thing out.
Yeah, I feel like that since we're stopped over here, I would have the red flag displayed in the flag stand as opposed to the yellow flag. And once we got everything clear, we then.
So I'm of the opinion they either need a red flag or a roll. Yeah. Can't stop under yellow. Like, I mean, it's one or the other.
Yeah, this is kind of how I would do it too. But and again, if I'm Denny, I may know that information, but I don't know that I love the fact that we're not going to click off a couple laps here.
Well, there's no doubt as you sat under the red flag and you started thinking about your decision, you budgeted at least a couple of more laps under caution before we return to the green flag, right?
Right.
I love the games on pit road too. There's every team has tires on the wall.
Of course they do.
They're warming up.
Oh yeah.
Which if you're a crew chief, a pit crew member, you should just assume you're pitting. You just do, the play is getting ready to get called in by the head coach. You're going to have to execute the play.
Backup quarterback. You got to be ready to go in on the next play, right?
That's it. That's it. Drew Bledsoe goes down. Tom Brady can make a career. You just never know when the
when it's going to happen.
Just slid that right in there.
I did. I'm telling you. I mean, we got rainbow to my left. I had to throw the Tom Brady. I mean, we got the scientists giving us weather stuff.
Big 12 college football coming to the Turner family of networks this fall.
You liked that, didn't you?
I mean, in case anyone's wondering, Steve is from New England, and he is a Patriots fan, just so you know.
And Adam, where are you from?
I'm from Indianapolis. Next week, boy, what a rivalry it was.
Oh.
Cars are rolling, and there were some weepers over at the end of the back straightaway underneath the Exalta overpass in turn 3 that they were working on. And the cars are getting ready to go through that area. So we'll get a good look at if that particular part of the track is good to go.
Pit road light is green.
There it is. So Denny's going to see that right there. Probably make a comment to ask NASCAR to take a look at it.
A comment or 2 or 3. Right?
Yeah, I mean anything to, like, you know, tick off a lap or 2. It's the way you got to play the game. They're going to close pit road. Still got a couple trucks leaving the apron of turn 1 and 2 where pit exit is to not be able to open pit road.
You know, when you think about how this day has played out, a little bit of gambling on that long run earlier, and it's paid off for Austin Dillon, 7th right now as we anticipate the finish. Alan?
Yeah, having a great day and trying to maintain that. And look, they're not the Hendrick cars. They're not the Gibbs car with all the speed. So there's a lot of talk on the radio what they should do about this pit strategy. They're running through all their computer programs trying to simulate what may happen if they pit. With 4 new tires, they think the best they can do is get back to about 11. That's what they're thinking right now, and they're running better than 11th now. So the call for them is to stay out, because through all their simulations, they think they're not going to have enough, even if they come and get 4 new tires.
Well, to make things more complicated, we show you the flagman vigorously waving the closed flag because the pit light is malfunctioning. So thank goodness it was clear to the competitors and nobody came down a closed pit road, because the light is either off or green. I can't tell from here, but it definitely wasn't flashing red. Yeah, it's off. So that the flagman's there as a backup. Whew. That could have been bad.
Hey, I go back to Pocono. You know, Brad Keselowski, they had the miscommunication.
Yeah,
comes down pit road when it's closed. Major negative impact on them. There's William Byron radio. He's 6th right now.
I think we will line up 12th or 13th and be first on tires at best if we were to pit. My vote is to stay. We are ready. If you watch your mirror and make a different decision, we are with you.
Marty, what about the race leader?
Well, he, to Junior's point, playing the game, said the weepers are really bad in 3 and also really bad in turn 4. And Chris Lambert echoed that, said, yeah, NASCAR needs to work on those. So Junior's at gamesmanship, or does Denny Hamlin have a point?
Well, I think he's got a point about the weepers in turn 3. I would say that, you know, that's a fair mention. I don't see anything in turn 4 from the booth. There is some weepers down on the front straightaway going directly across the racetrack, but Denny was in the Xfinity booth during the time when we had those weepers as well. He said they'd be fine. I remember that comment.
Blaney comes from 8th. They're making pit stops, Alan.
Yeah, making the gamble. They came in for a quick stop, put tires on there, on and off for the 12 car, running from 8th. So they're trying to make that gamble. The 54 car as well. Right in front of him, the 45 of Tyler Reddick on and off. That $1 million challenge right there.
Alan, we kind of made this prediction that Chase Briscoe and the 19 team might be a group that decided, hey, why not make a gamble here? They come in from 10th. I'll see if it's right side tires or 4 tires for Briscoe, but the fresh tires will restart roughly where, Steve?
Well, I'm waiting for it to cycle around. Way further up than I thought. I think when Blaney peeled off, a whole lot came with him. We're going to have to see where it cycles when we get to the choose. From up here, it looks like maybe 12th. I think the call for tires is going to put him 10th or 12th, but Blaney was running 8th. So to lose 4 spots with fresh tires, I like the call.
And one of those that stayed out was Gregson, who, you know, spent a lot of time today outside the top 10, and you feel like as you look at the 2 of them, he would have an advantage in addition to the tires, so that might help him out a little bit there.
Yeah, so what will happen right now is pit road will be open for lap down cars. They'll peel off. Then we'll have a much better understanding where everybody lines up. But to your point, we're going to come around to 10 to go. We're going to restart with probably 8 to go.
Top 7 for sure stayed out. And I talk about the top 7, not as they run now, but as they were running prior.
So new tires will come to the choose 9th. Maybe not restart 9th, because remember, you might be able to pick up a lane or 2 on the choose.
So top 7 stayed out. Noah Gregson came from outside the top 10. He will be 8th prior to the choose. Let's hear from our pit reporters. We begin things off with Alan Cavano.
Well, Kyle Larson started this race in 25th. He spent the entire day just chipping away, taking advantage of these restarts, and he has a better tire situation than 2 of the 3 cars in front of him. Does he have enough time? He told us under the rain delay he's not so sure, but we'll see what those fresher tires can do, Danielle.
Christopher Bell got lucky earlier after leading 67 laps on the day, had a solo spin, put him in the back of the field. He regained his track position, and now he is restarting second on the outside with his teammate Denny Hamlin. He told me earlier during that rain delay, he thinks whoever gets the jump on this restart is going to cruise to victory. We'll see what happens, Marty.
Danielle, the fresh-suited Denny Hamlin is sitting there in the lead, and Chris Gale just told him moments ago, those who pitted for right-side tires will restart 9th through 13th, and then beyond that, 4 tires behind them. So we'll see what happens here for Hamlin. Can he lay down qualifying laps for these final 8 laps? Look like it'll be 8 laps to go when they get the green and get his 4th or 3rd Dover win.
So because of the red flag, the data gets a little messed up. So basically the top 8, 1 through 8, they are on old tires, a mixture of Reddick, Briscoe, Blaney, Gibbs, Wallace, a whole group of them on 2. 38 is Zane Smith, all the way back at 17th is a first on 4. So now it's choose time.
Denny obviously going to take the top. Easy decision for him and Chase Elliott. Bowman lucky to take that top as well.
Man, this is going to be exciting.
It's going to be something. I'm looking forward to it.
Row 5 on tires, Reddick and Briscoe. Teammates on the front row for the restart with 8 laps to go. Denny Hamlin, the control car, next to his teammate Christopher Bell.
Pay attention to where that water is coming back. Yeah, it's all the way across the track. This is going to be fun.
He's talking about water either at the start-finish line. There's some water going across all the way down to the apron of the racetrack. It's a very narrow strip of water, and then again the weepers in turn 3 and 4 that they're going through here in a moment.
Now you got to really clean these tires up, because remember, they cooled with rubber already built up on them. There's the water right there. A little heavier maybe on the outside than the inside. Best I can tell.
So it gets, just the safer barrier sitting on the racetrack traps the water behind it like a dam, and it just kind of slowly leaks out. Should drive some shims underneath that safer barrier to allow that to escape in the future.
Elliott Larson, row 2, behind those JGR Toyotas. 8 laps to settle it at Dover.
Equal launch on the front row. It's going to be a drag race into 1.
A little bit of contact between the 20 and the 11. Denny's got to be right on that door. Not allow the 20 to get to the throttle.
Off of turn 2, still side by side down the back straightaway.
Tires are coming at the back there. The 19.
Bell's not going away. Larson up to 3rd.
Still there, still 3 out back.
Oh, he gets loose. He spins.
There goes Bell again. Second time he spun today, racing for the lead. Caution out, 7 laps to go.
24 involved. Gregson as well. Big contact for Noah down the front straightaway. Christopher Bell drives away.
And I thought it was going to be chaos with beating and banging, but it ended up being Bell just loose underneath, you know, trying to stay off the 11, trying to get that wheel, put the power down.
Huge break.
The one guy said all he wanted to do was to not wreck, Noah Gregson.
Huge break for Briscoe, who got those right side tires, made some good work on that restart, sitting around 10th or 5th right now in that 19 car.
Yeah, he did great work. To your point, Dale, he's really put himself in position.
The good news is he got the spots. Bad news is once we get this cleaned up, we could be looking at overtime here.
So watch the 19 back there jump to the outside around Gregson as the front 2 side-by-side battle down the back straightaway. The 19 to the inside here. Now the 20 gets loose underneath the 11 here. Just trying to do too much. But you got to go for it. He knew that he couldn't give up. Coming off of turn 4 and just trying to finish the throttle.
Just loose.
Yep.
Lots of power, a lot of steering wheel. Bad combination for a car that has already spun out once into turn 3 today. And then you see the 4 and the 24 kind of make contact, trying to avoid it. I'm really shocked that's all that was involved. It could have been much bigger.
We've seen some huge crashes along the front straightaway here at Dover over the years. Justin Halen gets the free pass back on the lead lap.
Rick, you know, the 4 just tries to get checked up. The 54 gets in the back of him. Ty's just trying to get checked up as well. Kind of a chain reaction. And then the 4 comes off the wall to get the 24, who was actually kind of in front of him.
Through all of that, Ty Dillon jumped in front of John Hunter Nemechek. Both those drivers still a lap down, but racing for a spot in the finals of the in-season challenge. We're riding with William Byron.
Oh, now stay middle, way low, 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 low. And keep coming, stay bottom, stay bottom, stay bottom.
Oh man, here Denny had to get out of the gas and keep it out of the wall. Hell of a job driving that thing.
That was impressive.
Yeah.
We're setting up for a repeat from last year. It was Denny Hamlin. It was Kyle Larson. I mean, these two at times have been connected hip to hip. And you think about what they've done this season. Both drivers have won 3 times in 2025. We know they will be a huge threat in the playoffs as you see the AMR safety team doing their thing.
So pit road's going to open this time by. They got the light working again there on the entrance to pit road.
And we got the 11-5 at the front. We got 54, 45, 7th and 8th for the in-season. We have the 10 and the 42. There's some battles. I don't think you're going to see many takers near the front of the field. 20 obviously will come down, probably get some tires, reset the roof flap and the flat back there in the diffuser.
Joe Logano is going to come as well, who just recently got the free pass.
Up to 9 red now.
Here's the 20, Danielle.
Steve Letarte was exactly right, Adam. The 20 is going to come pit. 4 tires, no fuel is the call from crew chief Adam Stevens. He came into the pits right here running 18th after spinning from the front row on that restart. After the spin, he came on the radio and said, sorry, guys.
Racing anybody, it's fine.
I was really impressed with the restart that the 20 got to be able to go down into turn 1, door to door on that 11 car. Denny having the control and the ability to launch. Christopher Bell did a good job being able to match everything Denny was doing on that restart to be even off into turn 1. And
well, I think we've seen why that pass is so hard all day, right? The 20. If that had been 50 to go, he would have just been easier back to the throttle and would have been passed off the corner by the 11, but that's not really an option, right? He just gets in the gas, carrying the speed required to try to win this race, and the rear grip just wasn't there.
Well, I wonder what Denny learned from the restart that he can adjust or change possibly to give himself a bit of a better advantage on the 5, assuming that Larson takes the inside line and the front row. What can Denny do now that he knows the performance in these old tires on throttle, trying to accelerate to the green flag?
Yeah, I think Larson has better tires than Hamlin.
Briscoe.
And then Briscoe has the best tires of the group back there in 4th. And we're going to be, I guess, in overtime, right? 3 to go. We're going to choose at 2 to go. So we're going to end up at overtime.
Yep. So I'm assuming the question really is, what does the 9 do to determine where does the 19 go? Surely Chase doesn't take the bottom, giving Briscoe the top and possibly the opportunity to win the race. Because if Briscoe starts 4th, you know he's going to get to the quarter panel of that 11 car off of turn 2 if he can.
Yeah, if Briscoe starts 4th, that's going to be a big problem for the front row, I think.
Danielle?
And we just heard that Christopher Bell was busted for speeding, guys, in section 3. So a day goes from bad now to worse.
Yeah, he was last on the field anyway. He's the last car lead lap down. So Well, you'll have to just go to the rear of the field, though. Won't be able to.
It'll hurt some.
Yeah, grab a spot or two.
He was going to line up, say 20th, maybe get 3 or 4 spots, but now he'll be tail end.
Let's get a Larson update out.
Switch to pump 2. I think we're okay, but I just don't want to have a stumble of any sort.
Coming to 1 to go here.
How about the 5, Alan, as we get to choose?
Oh, well, we know Kyle Larson is looking out the windshield, but he is very much paying attention to that 19 car behind him. He got on the radio and wanted to know from crew chief Cliff Daniels exactly where the 19 made every single pass in that little stretch they just had, probably anticipating what's coming from behind. He wants to know how Chase Briscoe did it and maybe how he can defend it.
You jumped out of your chair, I jumped out of my chair. When the 9 chose the bottom, that put Briscoe outside row 2. Why that matters is on the inside, there's nowhere to go to 1 and 2. That 19 on brand new tires is going to have an opportunity to get 3 wide top in 1 and 2. This could be an unbelievable opportunity for the 19.
If with Denny on his old tires trying to accelerate through the gears and down the front straightaway, the 19's got newer tires. He'll have the advantage, be able to accelerate better. If he times this right, he should be right on the bump of the 11 and fade hard right to the outside and be beside Denny mid-corner.
Talking Briscoe.
That 19 car. That's the perfect scenario for Briscoe here to steal this win. Now, if Denny tries to get up the racetrack and take that opportunity away, Briscoe to the center, to the middle, 3 wide.
Oh, this is going to be great. Overtime, too, Adam.
That's right. 7 times Denny Hamlin, Kyle Larson have finished 1-2. Hamlin is 6-1. Can they hold off Briscoe here? It's overtime at Dover, sponsored by Credit One Bank. A little 2-lap shootout to end it. Hamlin in charge and getting a push from his teammate.
19 right on the back bumper of that 11 car. What does he do down here in turn 1? Denny to the bottom. Here comes the 19.
Hamlin to the race lead. Briscoe through to second.
1.5 miles with brand new tires on his rear bumper. He backs the corner. Oh, you got a car spinning. Will we see the yellow? We do.
There's the caution.
Oh, man.
And the caution is out before Denny gets back to the white flag. So we'll reset and do it all again. And this time, the front row will be teammates with Briscoe on those fresher tires.
I said earlier that old tires were going to win the race. I'm officially going to say I don't feel. Yeah, old left. That's what I meant. I meant lefts. meant old lefts.
Listen, I'm not ready to crown.
No,
the
me
winner
either.
just yet. I was a little bit surprised that he didn't have a little bit more pace in that little bit of 3 and 4 that we got to see before the caution. He backed up the inch of the corner. I thought he'd fly into the top, really try to jump to the outside of the 11, but then he's making those old tires work. Let's look at a replay and see what happened here at the back of the field. This guy's getting real aggressive, a little contact back there.
Yeah. Priest
into the wall. That's gonna cost him quite a few points if.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's a tough situation for him late in the race.
Zane Smith was 16th, and this is the product of we're having these cautions. I'm going to come get my tires. I want to make the most of them. You're feeling confident on the stickers, and you try to get after it, and then this.
Yeah, Priest as we run minus 15 to the cut line. Did not need that. It gets so narrow down that back straightaway when cars are bouncing off the outside wall, bouncing off the inside wall. You know everything that's at the top of the racetrack is eventually coming down the racetrack. You just feel so lucky to be able to get through something like that.
Eventually is the key word. Are they coming down in front of you? Do you need to go right, left? You know they're moving left. All right, we got the 11 of Hamlin and the 19 of Briscoe now. I will say a couple of heat cycles probably has taken a little bit of speed out of the 19 tire, but
yeah, we heard about the request to move the fuel switch, and this adds more laps to the finish of the race. They weren't too concerned about it. But
yeah, I mean, their last pit stop was well within the window, but remember, their goal is to finish these things about on empty just for total weight.
Too, with the banking of the track and pickup and all that good stuff, you got to make sure you're going to have fuel in the pickup and through the line, not have any problems there.
Hey, breaking news, Ty Dillon gets the free pass here.
So
that's
huge.
On the lead lap. Nemechek remains a lap down. That means we don't know how this is going to play out. We could get another caution.
I will tell you this, though. He's going to be tail end behind all the lap down cars. He's not racing anyone. If Ty Dillon engages and gets in a wreck, then he's not understanding the situation. I would have my mittens on. Y'all go ahead. I'll be there in about a quarter mile.
He should finish a half a lap behind everybody.
That's unbelievable. He's done it. I mean,
he's done it again.
Now, I will say, though, Nemechek will be in the free pass position once we go green. So we get another quick caution. Nemechek could get to free pass and join Ty Dillon on the lead lap. But as of now, things look really, really good for Ty Dillon.
Oh, yeah, he's cruising around there. Big smile on his face, I'm sure.
Things look good for Gibbs, too. I mean, he's 5th. Reddick is 10th. And let's get back to how this all went down. These two have been duking it out all afternoon.
That's the 10, the tan car on the bottom, 42 of John Hunter up top. You got Ricky Stenhouse kind of in the middle. Just a great move by Ty Dillon around the bottom, gets that position.
The 32 seed, and he's a white flag away from going to Indianapolis, where he's won in the Xfinity Series, from winning and having a chance to compete for $1 million.
There's no chance as the 32 seed that he's not going to be like the Cinderella favorite, right? I mean, it doesn't matter whether it's against Gibbs or Reddick if he can advance.
Ty Dillon T-shirts will sell out this week.
Oh, I'm telling you, well, we have one less. We had John Hunter tear it up.
This has been some kind of day. You know what I mean? Every week we go and do this, and you're just never quite sure what you're going to see. And one week just seems to top the one we had before.
We had such a normal race, Dover race going, and then we went to the rain and the overtime, and here we are.
Another 10 minutes of no rain, and this thing would have been all done, and we would have said pretty normal day at the office, and it's been anything but.
Brian Priest continues to circle the racetrack, still on the lead lap, back in 19th.
Danielle?
We're here with Chase Briscoe's crew chief, James Small. James, this is why you get paid the big bucks, and so does your driver. What do you tell him?
Yeah, he did a great job there, those last 2 restarts, to really put us in position here. So, yeah, 1 more to go here, hopefully, and hopefully we can get past the 11.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Adam?
You know, it was funny, under the red flag, Denny said, I'm going to go change my driver's suit, and I'm going to make sure I am fresh and ready to go. Briscoe's like, I don't know what I'm going to do. That's a decent idea. I don't know if we have a chance. Kind of an aw shucks. And here he is. I won't say in the driver's seat because he's not the control car, but we've talked about the tire situation. Could he get win number 2 with this team today?
It's going to be a big test for Hamlin right here. You see Larson chooses the top from 3rd.
But don't write him off either, you know?
I mean, that's really the truth. Anything can happen here.
Chase Elliott sitting there, crossing to the choose at 7th place, and he is surrounded by new tires, new right side tires, and on the bottom of the racetrack. He's got to work hard to kind of maintain his track position and not continue to lose more. It's going to be a battle for him to finish in the top, just inside the top 10 here.
This is one of those restarts. If I'm the 11, when I can even see the first line, I'm gone. I cannot allow the 19 to get any sort of rolling momentum up on me. And, you know, everybody says play the game and wait. I've never seen waiting to the second line work. It seems like second kind of gets rolling on you anyway. We'll see what Denny does, though.
Second attempt at overtime. If the leader comes back and has the green flag at the white flag, next flag ends the race. But just like we saw moments ago, caution comes out before the leader gets the white. We'll reset and do it again. Front row, Hamlin and Briscoe. And watch Larson outside of row 2. Double overtime coming your way at the Monster Mile.
That's a good launch by Denny right there. The 19, though, staying on that left rear quarter panel. Drawing even down into turn 1.
19 getting with it. Chase Briscoe, fresher tires. Can he clear off a 2? No, he cannot. Hamlin is there.
Going to try to slow him down the back straightaway. A little side draft. 19. Briscoe down into the bottom of the corner. Denny fighting hard on the outside.
Bowman up to 3rd. Here we go. White flag is out.
Oh, contact.
Next flag will end the race. Hamlin to the lead in front of Briscoe.
Briscoe's got to get some clean air. Denny's going to do everything he can to block. He's driving away from the 19.
We'll run by 3. One more solid
Half a lap to go for Denny Hamlin. Briscoe is there, but not going to be able to pounce. Denny does it again. He's got the Dover hat trick.
The hard way. I like it, man. Way to freaking fight, brother. Way to do it.
What a job for this 58th win. Outmatched on tires, but controls the final restarts of the race.
44 years old. doesn't run the cool suit on a humid day, and just muscles up at the end of this race to hold him off for his 4th win of the year. That's the best in the series. And now we talk in-season challenge. It'll be Ty Gibbs and Ty Dillon going head-to-head next weekend at Indianapolis for $1 million. Back-to-back wins at the Monster Mile for Denny Hamlin. Joe Gibbs Racing has now won here 12 times.
I'm pretty impressed with the job he did on them old tires to hold off his teammate Briscoe. I thought had him cleared off of turn 2, but Denny just did not give up.
He was close. When they came off the corner, I'm like, he's so close to squeezing up. And Denny said, no, sir.
And then he threaded the needle off for staying at wide open throttle to clear him on the front stretch.
Back-to-back runner-up finishes for Briscoe. And he heads home next weekend to Indianapolis. He's been doing this for 20 years. And I'm not sure how you put in perspective to be doing it this long, to be 44 years old, and still winning on a regular basis at the most difficult tracks he faces.
Yeah, he's definitely unique in that aspect to be able to continue to win races at this age. Continue to really be at the top of his game, as good as he's ever been. With everything else going on, too. The car owner, juggling a lot of different things in his life.
Brand new father.
That's right. Missed Mexico City to be home for the birth of his 3rd child, and he just seems to put it all behind him. Denny Hamlin has punched Miles the Monster right in the nose, Denny. Marty?
Adam, you mentioned it. No slowing down for this 44-year-old with win number 4 of 2025. We'll see how the Dover fans react. Win number 58, 2 away from Kevin Harvick and his goal of 60, which Denny Hamlin has stated. The crew here to celebrate in front of the packed house here at Dover Motor Speedway. Denny's going to go grab the checkered flag. You can grab the flag. Go ahead and celebrate with the fans, Denny. No boos today. That's pretty impressive. You said the hard way. Why was this one hard?
Well, yeah, things are going pretty well there before the rain, and then obviously had to endure a few restarts there. But yeah, it was tough. Those guys gave me a run for it, no doubt about it. But this whole Progressive Toyota team just did amazing. The whole, Shady Rays, Jordan Brand, Coca-Cola, this whole team, Sport Clips, just done an amazing job. Winning here in Dover is super special to me. This is a place that I've not been very good at for the first half of my career, and then to have back-to-back here over the last few years is amazing.
You and I talked about that this morning. This was a place that was your worst racetrack for decades. I'll go out on a limb and say that. Is there any racetrack you worked harder on to get better at than Dover?
Well, I just studied some of the greats here. I was very fortunate to have Martin Truex as a teammate. Jimmy Johnson, watching him win 10 times here. You learn from the greats, and you change your game to match it, and you have success like this.
You put the number out there that 60 is what you wanted at some point in your career. You might get it this year the way things are going. Is that still the goal, or is there even further to go on that?
We got a lot left.
All right, Denny Hamlin, win number 58 and win number 3 here at Dover, and the fans cheered. Alan.
And I'm with Chase Briscoe. It's always hard to be on the other end of that duel. You had the fresher tires, you had the shot. What made the difference at the end?
I don't know. I thought I did everything I needed to. I thought I had him there for a second. I wish the Camry, the back was about 3 inches shorter. I was so close to clearing him. I just couldn't do it. And obviously racing a Team A, I wanted to make sure at least a JGR car won. So yeah, it was honestly a great day. We weren't probably a second place race car. We were a 5th to 10th car. So yeah, glad that we were able to kind of make a good finish out of it. But yeah, would have loved to obviously get our Bass Pro Shops Toyota in victory lane. Like I said, I thought we were close. We I mean, I was 2-3 inches short, I thought, of clearing him. So, yeah, just Denny did a really good job. They were really good all day. And just, once again, I can't thank, Coach, Toyota, Johnny Morris, JP Morris, everybody enough for letting me, drive this race car. It's a dream come true. It's fun going to the racetrack every week on Sunday and having a shot to win. So, yeah, looking forward to going home next week.
Your team gave you that opportunity to put you on offense. You cut through all those cars. What was that like, knowing what you had to do out there?
Yeah, I mean, definitely it's nice to be on offense, and it's good when you're one of the first 2 cars. I honestly kind of got a gift when Tyler took the bottom on that initial restart. I came out and took the top and got to like 4th right away. And then, yeah, there at the end, I was surprised that, I was able to kind of even stay as close as I was. But
everything fair there with the contact?
Yeah, I got really loose. I saw Christopher spin out underneath him, and that's the same thing I did. I was all but spinning out. So, yeah, I thought Denny did everything fine, and obviously just wish I would have been on the other end of it.
Chase Briscoe, close, but 2nd place today.
So there he is, and I look forward to watching him race at home next week, because I know what that racetrack means to him. His hero winning at Indy 20 years ago, and now we go to the restart and double overtime.
Well, Briscoe breaks it down, Dale. At this point, the 19, I thought, has the advantage. If it gets clear of the 11 here off turn 2, I think it's over. But Denny hanging right there, I think, was the deciding factor.
Yeah, that was pretty much the opportunity the 19 missed right there. And I think if it's anyone else, he takes the groove away. He just, takes the lane away and doesn't give the driver on the outside much of a choice. But since its teammates raced him a little more respectfully, right there, a little contact as they get loose and make contact. But pretty solid job by Denny, really, to fend off better tires. I mean, 40-lap better tires, 50-lap better tires on that 19s on the right sides. And I really didn't think that Denny was going to be able to make that happen.
I thought he was in trouble. When the 19 got all the way to the front row, I just thought the new tires were inevitable. But then Bowman, another great run. Larson, I'm going to have to say that felt a little bit more like the 5 we knew. He had some speed, and Gibbs advanced with the top 5.
And let's not forget, too, great job of Larson for sure to drive through the field and have speed. But Chase Elliott dominated the majority of the race in that 9 car. So I know that they come away with a 6th place finish, and they've been super consistent this year. But today they showed really what this team's possibly capable of as we go into the playoffs.
And if you look at what Chase has done in the last month, 6 weeks, really strong things ahead, no doubt.
And Bubba Wallace as well with a 7th place finish. Priest having his troubles late in the race, finishing 19th. That bubble at the cut line is opened up to 16 points.
Dover is the 12th track where Denny Hamlin has won at least 3 times. He's hit the trifecta at the Monster Mile. He does it in double overtime. Full post-race coverage coming up. We'll talk to Ty Gibbs. You'll hear from Dale and Steve, Jamie and Parker, Shannon. It's all coming your way next. Plenty more. NASCAR on TNT in Dover, Delaware.
We are the ones at the top of the mountain, climbed all the way up and never looked down. If the road was so rough, we might not have found it. The blood and some guts and thousands of hours. We welcome you now to our arena. If you don't know right now what it's hard to beat us, you can tell by our demeanor how hard we leaning. You will remember our name when you see it in lights. We are the champions. We are the champions. We will fight through the pain. We'll be legends tonight. We are the champions. We are the champions.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our fans for your support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.